Ancient castles are home to a treacherous past and terrifying modern mysteries. Strange sounds, bizarre visions, and nightmares that are said to come back again and again.
Truth or Scare is daring to enter the haunted castles of England. Don't you just love a good ghost story? In England, 1 out of every 7 people say they've seen a ghost. Lots of these strange sightings happen in and around historic castles. They say the spirits won't leave this world, and they refuse to move on to the next.
The English countryside is known around the world for its pastoral beauty. But on its ancient estates, there are castles that conceal an ugly history. Ghostly apparitions from beyond the grave. The Cumbrian region is in the northwestern part of England. And for hundreds of years, Muncaster Castle has been a part of the landscape. A silent witness to wicked deeds. Visitors have been frozen in their tracks by an unexplained sound. A strange thumping comes from the old palace stairs, where no one seems to be there. The spirit of this man might have been the cause, Tom Skelton. In the 1500s, he was part of the castle staff, the Pennington family's last court jester. They say he knew Shakespeare and was the model for the fool in King Lear. They even called him Tom Fool, the inspiration for the word tomfoolery. In 1585, Helwise Pennington, the daughter of the castle lord, started a scandal. She was a noblewoman with a rebellious streak and a strict father who refused to tolerate disobedience. Sir William had arranged for her to marry the son of another powerful family. But no one could tell Helwise who to love. Her heart belonged to a common carpenter from the village. Even though they tried to keep their romance a secret, they couldn't fool Tom Fool. Sir William was furious. He ordered his jester to break up the happy couple, by whatever means necessary. Tom Skelton came up with a plan. He invited the carpenter up to Muncaster, pretending Helwise wanted to see him. A simple lie that the young man couldn't resist. Tom promised that Helwise would be there soon. He offered the carpenter a drink of a potent cider. And then another. When Helwise Pennington's boyfriend passed out, Tom reached into the carpenter's tool bag. He found a chisel and a mallet. And then he ended the man's life. The loyal servant had stopped Helwise's relationship dead in its tracks. But some say you can still hear the carpenter in the halls of the castle to this day. Over 400 years later, Patrick Pennington can't deny that he has heard the echoes of Muncaster's gruesome history.
I thought it was rather silly, the story, but then, when we'd been here a little while, we used to work terribly hard. Started in the office at 6 in the morning, and after tea, I would walk across the hall sometimes, and there were footsteps used to follow me. And I've tried it with sort of shoes that didn't make a noise, but I always heard the behind me.
Tom Skelton lost his life a few years later when he drowned in the cold, dark waters of the River Esk. Even the master trickster couldn't fool fate. Today, every thump in the night leaves the castle's new inhabitants to wonder, did he ever really leave Muncaster Castle? Which of England's famous queens is reportedly still haunting the halls of Sudeley Castle? Find out next on Truth or Scare.
Our next stop is Sudeley Castle. Over the years, Sudeley has seen more than its share of suffering. Some people say that intense emotional forces could have left an impression on the castle stones. An imprint so strong that they believe they see ghosts walking through the halls.
Sudeley Castle can be found in the southwest of England. The locals say it is home to the country's most powerful, unearthly presence. Employees have heard inexplicable sounds in the castle and smelled apple-scented perfume. The strangest stories are about the appearance of a tall, beautiful woman in a long green dress. The lady of the house, Catherine Parr. Catherine was known for her intelligence and artistic talent. She was also exceptional for being nearly 6 feet tall, with stunning auburn hair. She's famous for being King Henry VIII's sixth wife, and his last. When Henry VIII died in 1547, Catherine married this man, Thomas Seymour. He was an ambitious man, desperate to climb the political ladder, a man who would do anything for power. When Catherine accepted his proposal, he'd gotten what he'd wanted. They moved here to Sudeley. In just a few months, at the age of 35, Catherine was pregnant. In the 16th century, this must have seemed like a miracle, as women that age hardly ever had children. The castle buzzed with excitement and celebration as everyone prepared for the birth. Then, tragedy struck. Catherine gave birth to a baby girl named Mary, but all was not well. The new mother came down with a fever. A week later, she passed away. Everyone at Sudeley Castle was in shock. Everyone, that is, except her husband. Instead of grieving for his wife, Thomas Seymour left his newborn daughter and moved on to London. He proposed marriage to a string of other royal women, but it was turned down by everyone. Eventually, he was beheaded for treason. No one knows what happened to little Mary. But as for her mother, some claim that Queen Catherine's spirit is not resting in peace at all. Employees of the castle have allegedly witnessed the return of the Queen. Like the maid, Margaret Parker.
Morning.
One day when Margaret was cleaning, she thought she saw a woman standing at the window. She assumed it was one of the guests, a visiting artist. But the artist had just come down from the nursery, so it couldn't have been her. But then, who was that at the window? Many in the castle believe it was the image of the former queen. If it is Catherine Parr haunting her old home, she doesn't bother anyone. People who live and work here consider her a friend.
Night-night, Katie.
After she died, Catherine's daughter Mary disappeared from the history books. To this day, no one knows what became of the unfortunate orphan. Some speculate that after 400 years, mother and daughter are still trying to find each other, here at Sudeley Castle. the 19th century housekeeper who ruled Sudeley Castle with an iron fist, and reportedly still does. Next on Truth or Scare.
Sudeley Castle is the scene of many so-called ghost sightings. Some say even the spirit of a loyal servant still shows up for work.
After lying abandoned for almost 200 years, Sudeley Castle came to life again in the 1800s. It was restored and renovated, and new owners moved in. Human residents, and some say a few roommates from the other side. Some feel a restless Victorian soul is responsible for the latest sightings at Sudeley. Today, Elizabeth Ashcombe owns the castle. She heard the story of Janet from her husband, Mark Dent Brocklehurst.
Well, her name is Janet, and she was the housekeeper here for many, many years. She was here for 50 years. My late husband, Mark, used to tell me stories about her when he came home from school, that she was still here, and everyone's still terrified of her, and she was still ruling the roost with the iron glove. And so that's why I think she's still here. She just won't give it up.
As housekeeper, Janet, along with the butler, was responsible for managing the rest of the staff. Together, they made sure that everything ran like clockwork. There were very strict social rules about how and when boys and girls could interact with one another. And it was Janet's special mission to see that the boys and girls stayed in their own rooms. Janet would watch over the girls to make sure that nobody got into trouble. Even today, they say Janet still has the run of Sudeley Castle. Young girls who come into the building seem to attract the housekeeper's attention.
If you look behind you at the heavily gilded gold frame, you will find a picture.
In 1993, a teenager was taking a guided tour of the castle. She told the story of an eerie encounter with something out of this world. Suddenly, she had a strange feeling. She said it was like a force telling her to go up the stairs. When she got to the top, she claims to have seen a vision of the past. Sudeley's castle's current owner hasn't run into Janet herself, but she feels the grounds are definitely home to more than meets the eye.
Sudeley is, to me anyway, is just always been had a wonderful atmosphere. And, you know, I've often been in the garden, but there's a particular time in the evening when the light is at a certain level and everything like that. And there is this sense of timelessness here. I can't really explain it, but one merges into it. And I think that all the people who've lived here, our presence is still somehow in this sense of timelessness.
Two young princes are spotted playing in the Tower of London, 500 years after they died. Next on Truth or Scare.
The Tower of London has been standing for almost 1,000 years, watching over the United Kingdom through some of its darkest hours. What's in the Tower of London itself? Eternal reminders of torture and executions, and possibly the walking spirits of the victims themselves.
The Tower of London has been a home to kings and their courts. There's an old saying, he who holds the tower holds the power.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Royal Palace and Fortress of Her Majesty's Tower of London.
It looks so harmless now. It's easy to forget the tower's dark past. Centuries ago, the tower was used as a prison. Back then, it was the site of unspeakable torture and violent death. Hundreds of victims were subjected to the cruelty of the hot poker, the spikes of the Iron Maiden, and, in many cases, the executioner's axe. And some say the victims of these unspeakable horrors often reappear after death as ghostly apparitions. World War II, the Germans were bombing London, trying to destroy the docks and factories near the tower. Explosions rocked the city during an attack known as the Blitz. Total chaos reigned. At the tower gates, a terrifying vision was forming. As the legend goes, it was the autumn of 1940. A soldier was guarding the battlement. There was nothing in his military training to prepare him for these invading forces.
Halt! Who goes there?
4 men came walking out of the mist. Between them, they were carrying some kind of stretcher. The soldier reported that the strange group kept coming closer and closer. He said that they were carrying what looked like a body under a stained, bloody blanket, and they were dressed just like sheriff's officers from the 14th century. Then they disappeared like the mist that had brought them. It's been said this was a vision of the tower's past crimes against humanity. And even more gruesome acts have been committed in other parts of the building. The Bloody Tower was the site of the ultimate tragedy. People talk about 2 young boys who have been seen playing here in the tower. Believers say that these are the spirits of 2 princes. Richard was 9 and his brother Edward was 12 when they were victims of a shocking crime. Richard III was the boys' uncle. He was ambitious and hungry for power. Sometimes called England's favorite villain, Richard was cursed in a number of ways. His enemies described him as a jealous and malicious man, short and hunched over. Some even blame him for a string of unexplained deaths. The princess's father was King Edward IV, the ruler of England. When he passed away, the boys were put under Richard's protection. It was just the chance he'd been waiting for. The boys were the only thing keeping Richard from the throne. As long as they were alive, he could not become king. So the princes were locked in the Bloody Tower. For their own safety, their uncle said. For months, the locals saw them playing around the tower and in their room. Then suddenly, in the fall of 1483, the tower was empty. Even today, no one can say exactly how the brothers disappeared. But with them gone, Richard was crowned King of England. 2 skeletons were later found near the tower and identified as Edward and his brother Richard. They were buried at Westminster Abbey. Their spirits, on the other hand, if the witnesses are correct, the souls of the young princes still play in the Tower of London. They seem to be hanging on to each other and this world, as though they know they left it before their time.
England's grand estates were home to more than royalty in their courts. Over the ages, they were also the setting for ruthless acts of violence and cruelty. Some believe the tortured souls who lost their lives will not move on to the next world. Of course, no one knows for sure if ghosts really do exist. But those who believe will continue to study the strange sights and sounds that haunt the ancient castles of England. Over 100 years ago, Bram Stoker created a monster that's still claiming victims to this day.
A ravenous hunter with an insatiable appetite for blood. He can transform himself into a bat, a wolf, or even disappear in a cloud of mist. And everyone who meets him falls under his irresistible spell.
Count Dracula is coming to Truth or Scare, and nothing can stop him. In 1897, Bram Stoker wrote a horror novel about a Romanian count with a taste for human blood. It wasn't a huge success at the time, and it didn't make him rich or famous. But over the years, the Dracula legend has grown to epic proportions. What you might not know is that Stoker was inspired by some of the real people and events from his own life. I'm here to uncover the facts behind the fiction. And now, the real story of Count Dracula.
Evil comes in many forms, but there's never been a monster more terrifying than the Count from Transylvania. In 1922, he came to life on the big screen in the German film Nosferatu, the first of many adaptations. Of course, the most famous will always be
I am Dracula.
Bela Lugosi. The novel starts off with a character named Jonathan Harker, a young British lawyer. He leaves his home in England to deliver some papers to a mysterious client, a count who lives in Eastern Europe. When Harker asks directions to the castle Dracula, he gets a dramatic reaction from the local villagers.
Despre Dracula. Nu, 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 nu! Doamne ferește!
They beg him to turn back.
Nu vă duceți. Pentru Dumnezeu vă...
For your mother's sake.
It is a chilling plea. Harker is entering unknown territory, but he refuses to let local superstitions keep him from doing his job. The Count seems to be a considerate host, at least, and wealthy. He sends a carriage to bring Harker to his estate. How considerate. At the stroke of midnight, they pull up to the castle. Harker knocks at the door. And the nightmare begins.
Welcome to my home.
Harker can see there's something odd about his client, but he doesn't suspect the truth until, exploring the castle one day, he finds his host asleep in a coffin. Only then does he realize Count Dracula is a vampire. Stories about the dead coming back to life are told all over the world. Some of these legends actually started from historical facts. Dr. Leonard Wolf explains.
The particular image of the vampire we have rises out of Slavic folklore, and it has its origins in the real lives of real people who, in an age when you could not tell when people were absolutely dead, sometimes buried people who were simply in a catatonic stupor.
Sometimes the victims would wake up trapped underground. In desperation, they clawed at the inside of their sealed coffins, screaming for their lives. Later, when they were found with blood on their hands and faces, a myth was born. Stoker made the myth much larger than life, or death. His fictional vampire can practically defy gravity. The Count is superhuman, and, at the same time, a beast. Author David Schall says this is a reflection of the fear that people had of a strange new idea that came out in Stoker's day: Charles Darwin's theory of evolution.
One of the most revealing images in Dracula is that moment where Jonathan Harker looks down and sees Dracula emerge from the window and crawl down the face of his castle, becoming a lizard or a bat, literally going down the evolutionary scale.
Bloodthirsty predators of the night come out to feed. And they're not fiction. When Truth or Scare continues.
One of Dracula's best tricks is turning into a bat. It's just one of the ways the Count terrifies his victims and escapes when he needs to. There's something even scarier out there: real vampire bats. And they drink real blood.
Long before Dracula, bats had a fearsome reputation. In mythology, they would symbolize evil, the enemies of light. But common vampire bats don't compete with the Count. They won't bite your neck or suck your blood. Instead, they feed on livestock and other animals. After making a quick bite, they lick up the blood as it gushes from their prey. Jonathan Harker is the victim of a much more dangerous kind of vampire. He's a prisoner in Castle Dracula, and can find no way out. There's one room that he still hasn't searched, a place that the Count has forbidden him to enter.
And Dracula says, whatever you do, don't go in this room. Stay out of this room. Of course, Jonathan immediately goes to this room to find out what's going on.
The room seems to be empty. Then, Harker is suddenly overcome with sleep. When he wakes up, he finds 3 female vampires ready to make a meal of him. Then, at the last possible moment, it's Dracula who comes to his rescue. In a way, Harker should be grateful to the Count, but he's terrified, powerless, trapped, and completely under Dracula's spell. Stoker may have known the feeling himself. For years, he worked for the famous actor Henry Irving, managing his Lyceum Theatre in London. Irving was a superstar in his day, and Stoker was impressed. He puts everything second to Irving, including his marriage to Florence Malcolm. When he got his job at the theater, he even canceled their honeymoon. David Schall sees a connection between real life and fiction.
You can almost envision the Lyceum Theatre as kind of Castle Dracula, in which Stoker is, trapped for decades at the beck and call of his own personal vampire in the form of Henry Irving.
Dracula might have been partly based on Henry Irving, but Stoker must have also known about a certain murderous ruler from the history of Eastern Europe. He lived 500 years ago in Romania, Transylvania to be exact. They called him the Devil, or, in Romanian, Dracula. He was Vlad the Impaler. Vlad would terrorize his enemies with a uniquely cruel torture. He'd impale them on a wooden stake and then eat his dinner nearby, while they slowly bled to death. This is the face of the tyrant known as Dracula. In Stoker's story, Castle Dracula is Jonathan Harker's prison. The Count leaves him there and sails for England. Sleeping all day below decks, the vampire comes out of his coffin at night to feed on the sailors. Dracula docks the ship at the village of Whitby. There is where the Count finds Harker's fiancée, Mina and her best friend, Lucy. Since he's been away, Mina has barely heard from her boyfriend. She can only wonder what's been keeping him. She's about to find out. Mina and Lucy are very different types of girls. While Mina's serious and competent, Lucy's a little more flighty. In just 1 week, Lucy has gotten 3 different marriage proposals. She chooses the aristocrat, Arthur, to be her husband. But competition has arrived from Transylvania, and Lucy cannot resist. When her friend goes missing one night, Mina finds her in the cemetery, on a bloody rendezvous with Dracula.
Lucy!
Now that Lucy has felt Dracula's bite, her life will never be the same. It's the cruelest trick of the vampire's curse. His victims become predators themselves. Now, Lucy's friends and loved ones will have to face their own fear, and a new kind of enemy. The men of England are running scared from something even more dangerous than vampires. The women's liberation movement. When Truth or Scare returns.
Welcome back. Our story so far. The Prince of Darkness is terrorizing England. His latest victim lies sick in bed. Could Lucy rise up from her bed? A new woman? A vampire? It's no surprise that Stoker was thinking about strong female characters that threatened the system. While he was writing Dracula, the women's liberation movement was starting right outside his door.
Lucy is fading. Desperate for a way to help, her friends turn to the medical expert, Dr. Van Helsing. When Van Helsing examines Lucy, he immediately decides she needs a transfusion. But nothing helps. When night comes, Dracula empties Lucy of every drop the men have given her. Finally, her strength fails. Her life is over. And the horror is just beginning. The next time the men see Lucy, she's walking through the cemetery, undead and hungry. Her victims? Any people she can find. Lucy has become a vampire. Only one thing can stop her. For Lucy and Arthur, it was supposed to be their wedding night. Instead, a very different kind of ceremony will take place. The men arrive at her crypt, the tomb where she sleeps during the day. The only way to let Lucy rest and stop her from killing again is to drive a stake through her heart. It's Arthur, her own fiancé, who does the job of hammering in the stake. Do I even have to say it? Never try this at home. It's the Battle of the Sexes, Gothic style. In the late 1800s, the world was a very different place, especially when it came to equal rights for women. At the time that Dracula was written, things were starting to change. Early feminists were taking it to the streets, organizing and protesting for the same opportunities that men had. The new woman is what they called any female who was a part of the movement. Bram Stoker didn't see women as equals. His version of the new woman was Harker's girlfriend, Mina. She's described as being an amazing typist. Big deal. Victorian women wanted the right to be the boss, not just the secretary. Dracula doesn't have a lot of respect for Mina either. He finds her in London and appears in her room as white mist. When he takes human form, he drinks deeply from her neck. Harker has escaped the castle Dracula and returned to England, but he's no match for the Count. One night, the men burst into Mina's room. Harker is lying there unconscious, as Dracula feeds Mina blood from his own heart. He's turning her into a vampire. Now it's up to the men to save Mina. next, the final showdown between the Victorian gentleman and the Prince of Darkness. And Truth or Scare returns.
In Bram Stoker's novel, Dracula is not only frightening because of his powers. He's from Transylvania. And in the 19th century, just being a foreigner was very scary to some people. So we return to our story, as the vampire slayers are on a mission to save both their friend Mina and their entire country.
The key is the dirt that Dracula has to sleep on. He brought it from his homeland and hid it in different spots around London. To chase him out of the shadows, the men in Stoker's novel search out his supply of native soil. Without a place to sleep, Dracula can't survive. The plan? Destroy all of the Count's resting places. If they can do it, he will have to return to his homeland. When they find each box, Dr. Van Helsing blesses the earth, sterilizing it so the Count won't be able to sleep there anymore. Van Helsing knows that this is no ordinary killer. If Dracula wins, he'll keep turning people into vampires everywhere he goes. Elizabeth Miller thinks Stoker took real events and reworked them for his own purposes.
Dracula can be read as a novel about British feelings of supremacy at the end of the 19th century, coupled with a distrust and a hatred and a fear of foreigners.
At the end of the 1800s, there was a wave of Europeans moving to England. A lot of the English were unhappy about this. It's possible that the fear of Dracula was not too different from the way some people felt about the new immigrants. While most of the Europeans who came at that time made their homes in England, the vampire ran for his life. The men and Mina chase him back to Transylvania, where the drama builds to a fevered pitch.
Stoker, as if he was a major film producer or film director, organizes the chase so that there's the coach, there are the horsemen, and there's Dr. Van Helsing with Mina. The three of them are converging on Dracula's castle.
As the sun sets and the wolves start to howl, the horror story becomes an action movie.
Suddenly you're in this John Ford Western in this mountain shootout.
As the sun just goes down, the men converge, Dracula leaps up.
And Quincy Morris drives him through the heart with a Bowie knife.
When he's stabbed, Dracula gets a look of peace on his face and crumbles to dust. But is he dead? It just doesn't sound right.
He's probably not crumbling to dust at all. He's just turning to moonbeams the way vampires can and sort of floating away when they think they've killed him, because you obviously can't kill Dracula with a Bowie knife. That's silly.
Even though they didn't use the right tool for the job, the story of Dracula does have a happy ending. The Count turns to dust, just the way vampires are supposed to. Mina is freed from the curse and lives happily ever after with Jonathan and their son Quincy. Stoker's own life didn't have such a storybook ending. Only his mother truly appreciated what he had done in his novel. She wrote to him that it was his best work and one of the very best horror stories of all. Bram Stoker died the same week that the Titanic sank. For all the hoopla about the shipwreck, most people missed his obituary. But it's hard not to wonder, did the great writer have something else in store for Jonathan Harker's family? In a final journal entry, Harker described returning to visit the Castle Dracula with their son. He said, "It was almost impossible to believe that the things which we had seen
with our own eyes and heard with our own ears were living truths. Every trace that had been was blotted out."
That's what he thinks. Dracula is a long way from being blotted out. There has never been a creature in history or fantasy that compares to the Count. the master of our darkest fears, wild beasts, the night, torture, death. Dracula is every nightmare rolled into one.
And what about Bram Stoker's novel? Was he secretly planning to bring his monster back someday? Maybe Stoker never really meant for Dracula to die. That would explain why it was a hunting knife that supposedly finished him off. Well, one thing I know. No matter how many times he's killed, Count Dracula will always return. Harker, you fool.
Villages of eastern France, church bells are a reassuring reminder that all is well. But 4 centuries ago, the bells had another meaning. In 1573, terror stalked the land. A rumor swept through the village that a monster was prowling the countryside, devouring women and children. Three villagers who startled the beast swore it had the features of a local man named Gilles Gagnier. Gagnier, a poor, hungry recluse, was arrested and brought to trial. But his crime was not murder or cannibalism. He was accused of being a werewolf. A flesh-eating wolf disguised as a human is a legend of evil as old as time. But Hollywood would reinvent the myth and transform a man into a wolf man. Whenever the moon is full, so the story goes, the demon within takes hold. Triggered by a curse or a magic potion, wolf-like hair begins to grow, and with it, the urge to kill. Today, the werewolf remains one of our most enduring myths. But did they really exist? Ancient books record thousands of alleged cases. This one contains the story of the most notorious werewolf of the 16th century, Gilles Gagnier. In it, his accusers testify they saw a wolf man. But did they see a wolf who looked like a man? Or a man who looked like a wolf? This is not Hollywood makeup. The hair is real. Each year, Robert's International Circus tours Mexico, delighting audiences young and old. Most of its performers are unknown, but no other circus in the world has an act like the Gomez brothers, billed as the Wolf Boys.
People know them as the Wolf Boys, but I also present them as the most famous Mexican kids in the world, Danny and Larry.
Circus owner Roberto Compa and his son Mundo took Danny and Larry out of a carnival when they were boys and trained them as trapeze and trampoline artists. Born with a rare medical condition called hypertrichosis, thick, soft hair completely covers their faces, even their eyelids.
Well, I've had this hair for 18 years, and I think if I didn't have it, no one would recognize me. It's because of my hair that everybody notices me. But then again, I have no choice.
Danny and Larry are unique. They're the 6th generation of their family to inherit hypertrichosis, which simply means excess body hair. In all other respects, they are perfectly normal and healthy. Larry and Danny's family isn't the only one to ever live with this strange condition. In fact, similar cases of this genetic abnormality have shown up all around the world. This Burmese family suffered from the same condition and could only earn a living in the circus. In Austria, a castle that was owned by Petrus Gonzalez contained portraits on the wall which document one of the earliest known cases from the 1500s. Petrus Gonzalez married a woman who was perfectly normal, but records show their children all inherited his wolf-like features.
Could 16th century werewolf Gilles Gagné have been misunderstood too? Modern evidence may show us another reason why Gagné behaved like a werewolf. When Truth or Scare continues. When suspected werewolf Gilles Gagné was arrested, he was presumed guilty and tortured until he confessed the details of his crime. 16th century law set forth the telltale signs of a werewolf, and Gagné fit the description to a T. There was one more crucial piece of evidence against him: a jar of strange ointment found with him when he was captured. In his testimony, Gagné said he made a pact with an evil spirit he encountered in the forest. The spirit gave him a magic potion to rub over his body. It was this potion, he said, that transformed him into a werewolf. Who he met in the forest and why is unknown. But if his trial were held today, the magic potion could be explained, and James Duke would be called to testify. Duke thinks Gagné may have been ill and gone to a witch for treatment.
Apparently they didn't have real doctors in, and a witch was someone who, through experience, knew the healing power of the plant.
Duke is an expert when it comes to the healing power of plants. He's not a witch, but he knows how they may have used plants to make powerful special potions. A botanist with the United States Department of Agriculture for nearly 30 years, he traveled the globe learning the secrets of folk healers and witches, a practice that's changed little in 400 years.
She would talk to you, just like a doctor today, get an analysis. After she'd figured out what was wrong, she'd probably go get some of her dried herbs or maybe go into the forest and pull up the right herbs. They knew which herbs did what.
A witch needed a sensitive tongue and strong nerves. Modern pharmacists use accurate scales to fill a prescription, but witches relied on trial and error, using smell and taste to judge the potency of plants. A bitter taste or slight burning sensation meant the herb was strong. It was a high-risk game of guesswork for both the witch and the patient.
And nobody really knew the strength of these things. One weed might cure your convulsions, another might be 10 times as strong and potent and might actually cause convulsions. Another could be closer to 50 times more potent and might kill you. So without careful measuring, you don't know the potency of a medicinal plant.
Some of the herbs witches used contained mind-altering chemicals that could cause sinister symptoms.
If you apply the concoction that your witch had fixed for you, it just might cause you to hallucinate. And among the hallucinations possible, one might be to imagine that you're a wolf.
Did a witch's potion turn Gilles Gagné into a werewolf?
The salve was put on the skin because if you took it orally, it would taste bad, and sometimes it would make you sick. So rubbing it on the skin gives it a chance to enter the skin. Sometimes it gets in the bloodstream faster that way. You bypass the nausea and the vomiting, and sometimes you have the side effects quicker.
What witches couldn't control was the impact of their concoctions on the psyche of their patients. The sensation of turning into a monster who could kill could be like falling under a horrifying spell. As scary as it sounds, there are people who still use these witch recipes. They live in the rainforests of Peru. They're called curandero. Duke has been studying these modern medicine men for many years.
My shaman in the forest, instead of turning into a wolf, he turns into a jaguar, and he likes that, and he returns feeling more powerful. The forest is his temple, and this is sort of a religious experience with him. It is a communion with the gods.
Was convicted werewolf Gilles Gagné a victim of a witch or a prisoner of his own brain? After 4 centuries, a link may have been found between mentally ill patients and the legend of the werewolf. When Truth or Scare returns. Confessed werewolf Gilles Gagnier testified that a magic ointment had turned him into an animal with a lust for blood. The courts found him guilty of being a werewolf. But was he?
4 centuries later, a witness would come forth to testify that werewolves, like Gilles Gagnier, may not have been perpetrators of dastardly deeds, but prisoners of their own minds.
Chief psychiatrist Harrison Pope of McLean Hospital in Massachusetts was interested in finding out more about lycanthropy, a mental illness that causes people to believe they are animals.
Among the various patients that we saw here at the hospital, there were some who had visible barking, growling, crawling on all fours, feral posturing, lying on the ground or under the bed. It is a fascinating phenomenon that so many of the patients believed that they were wolves or dogs out of a choice of thousands of possible animals. Now, what it is in the human brain that causes people to choose this particular type of delusion, we do not know.
To try and discover the origins of lycanthropy in the brain, Pope and other experts used an MRI.
Also in the temporal lobes you can see there is a large degree of atrophy.
Behind the eyes on either side of the skull are the temporal lobes, which play a primary role in sound, smell, and memory. Irritation of certain spots in the temporal lobes can cause hallucinations, such as imaginary odors or voices. In most people, they appear full and healthy. But in some psychotics, they are shrunken, causing abnormal electrical signals, called complex partial seizures. Associated with these seizures are what psychiatrists call fixed delusions, such as the recurring nightmare of being a wolf. Gilles Gagnier allegedly attacked 9 other people before he was captured. If so, his behavior could have been the result of a fixed delusion that he was a werewolf. Could a temporal lobe seizure have been the culprit? Gagnier suffered from severe malnutrition. Something as simple as a lack of vitamin B6 in the diet could be the cause of seizures in the temporal lobes. Could it have actually been something that Gilles Gagnier ate that turned him into a werewolf? We'll learn how a batch of bad bread may have turned one man terribly mad. When Truth or Scare returns.
In France, 4 centuries ago, the case of accused wolfman Gilles Gagnier caused a sensation. Each day, as more sordid details of his crime became known, outrage turned to obsession. We still don't know exactly why Gagnier attacked his fellow villagers. One thing we do know is that he was not alone.
Between 1520 and 1630, the jails housed a constant flow of accused werewolves. Over 30,000 were tried in France alone. Most were poor, pitiful rejects of society. They denied they were werewolves, but judges used torture if necessary to obtain a confession. Gagnier and others gave in after their bodies were battered and their wills were broken. Once the verdict was in, mercy was granted in the form of an execution. The law required that they be publicly burned alive at the stake. For a fleeting moment in the 16th century, it seemed the devil had been let loose and the world had gone mad. Mary Matosian of the University of Maryland thinks it may be as simple as a case of spoiled bread. An expert on the witch hunts that plagued colonial America in the late 1600s, she noticed a startling similarity to the epidemic of werewolf trials in Europe. Eventually, a pattern began to emerge. Werewolf trials seem to occur during or after extreme cold spells in regions seen here in blue, where rye was a staple of the diet.
We compare areas where rye was grown with places where witchcraft trials and werewolf trials were common. We can see that they overlap to an amazing degree.
Matosian came upon a reference to a fungus called ergot, a medieval folk medicine used in childbirth to speed up contractions. Ergot infects ears of rye when winter is extremely cold. Ergot seemed harmless enough. Still, she decided to consult George Bean, a colleague at the University of Maryland, and an expert on fungus. Matosian was in for a big surprise. Bean revealed that ergot is a powerful hallucinogen. The symptoms of ergot poisoning read like a horror story. Muscle spasms, uncontrollable fits, and hallucinations of being bitten or pecked by some sharp, invisible force.
Those are the kind of symptoms that people who seem to be bewitched and people who are believed to be werewolves or think they're werewolves tend to display as well.
Matosian believes that if ergot can induce the hallucination of being a werewolf, it could also cause a whole village to believe they'd seen a werewolf. The evidence is compelling. In the 16th century, the scene was set for the appearance of werewolves. In the Jura Mountains in France, winters were harsh and the snow was deep. As it melted, it flowed into the valleys, flooding the lowlands and destroying the sensitive wheat crop. But the rye, which is hardier, survived. If the summers were hot, conditions were perfect for ergot. Most accused werewolves and their accusers were the poor and downtrodden. As a result, for more than a century, generation after generation of unsuspecting peasants were consuming rye bread and suffering convulsions and delusions caused by ergot poisoning. The hallucinations of werewolves produced by ergot were stark and vivid. People clung to the only explanation that made sense to them. Demons were afoot, and those who consorted with them deserved to die. Ergot poisoning vanished in the modern age with the introduction of official grain inspections in the United States and Europe. For Gilles Gagné, Matosian's astonishing testimony that food could kill would come 400 years too late to save him. The people of France are still haunted by the ghosts of werewolves. Real wolves were exterminated in Europe centuries ago, but the primal fear of the wolfman still lingers as it did 400 years ago when Gilles Gagné was led to the stake. Consumed by mass hysteria, the villagers looked on as the charges were read against him. Beyond a reasonable doubt, Gagné was a werewolf who had committed a vile and brutal murder. Doomed by the power of myth, he was sentenced to death. Today, the life of Gagné and thousands like him would have been saved by the expert testimony of modern science. He could have been poisoned. Or he could have been mentally ill from malnutrition. Even bread tainted with a tiny fungus could have been to blame. Once in a blue moon, someone is born who bears an astonishing resemblance to a wolf, but is perfectly healthy. We'll never know for certain what made people believe Gilles Gagné was a werewolf, but thanks to modern science, we finally have a few ideas. We may never have all of the answers, but the Wolfman, it seems, will always live on in our imaginations.
Few modern people fear the power of ancient curses and hexes. But there are others who believe a deadly curse has been released on the world as recently as the 1920s. A curse that could make even skeptics think twice.
An ancient tomb holds a huge treasure. An unbelievable wealth allegedly protected by an unknown evil. One by one, many of those who have disturbed the crypt have died mysteriously. Could it be a deadly hex?
This is the story of the curse of Tutankhamun. On the banks of the Nile, the body of a boy king lies dead, wrapped in cloth and mysteriously sealed underground. Boy? An Egyptian pharaoh entombed with a priceless fortune some 3,000 years ago. 1,500 years before the birth of Christ, kings of Egypt known as pharaohs were buried in the Valley of the Kings, a land riddled with age-old mysteries that continue to fascinate us to this day.
This is the Valley of Death. Chiseled out of the rock is the world's greatest mausoleum. The old saying goes, you can't take it with you. But the kings of ancient Egypt certainly tried to find a way. Each king was buried with priceless treasures of ivory, ebony, and gold. But each tomb was hidden under thousands of years of sandstorms and erosion. For archaeologists, the Valley of the Kings is still the richest place on Earth. But before the 1920s, they believed that it had already been picked clean by centuries of thieves and collectors. But they were wrong. At 9 years old, he took the throne and a wife. By the age of 18, he was dead. 3,000 years later, only a handful of people knew the name, Tutankhamun. One was an unknown archaeologist named Howard Carter. Another, his financial backer, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, George Edward Stanhope Herbert. A little-known digger and a wealthy English lord were an odd couple to pursue ancient riches. But unlike those who had tried and failed before him, Carter carefully and methodically plotted out the Valley of the Kings, inch by inch, and set out to excavate. But he found only disappointment. So, in December of 1921, Carnarvon summoned Carter to Highclere Castle. He told Mr. Carter that he could no longer afford to pay for this useless digging in the far-off deserts of Egypt. But Carter begged Carnarvon to pay for just a few more months of excavating. He agreed, but made it clear this would be the last trip. On the third day of the final dig, workers uncovered stone steps leading to a hidden doorway, stamped with an ancient seal. It was the mark of royalty. Carter sent for Lord Carnarvon right away. On the evening of November 26, 1922, they opened the tomb of King Tut, and according to legend, released the mummy's curse. An English lord and his daughter, along with an archaeologist and his assistant, stood on the threshold of the richest find in history. Carter peered into the gloom on the other side of the wall for what seemed like an eternity. At last, Carnarvon whispered, "Can you see anything?" "Yes," Carter replied. "Wonderful things."
There's never been a pharaoh found in any way almost intact. We're talking about things that you look at now, you cannot believe that these are the thousands of years old that they are. It's awesome.
The smallest explorer, Lady Evelyn Herbert, daughter of Lord Carnarvon, led the way inside. 3 men, 1 woman, and somewhere, a dead king.
It's dark. You're in there, the first person in 1,000 years to be inside the tomb of a person who had died. There must have been a little of the old haunting, the hauntedness that comes with that.
The tomb of the boy king was the richest ever found. Overnight, Carnarvon, Carter, and Tutankhamun became celebrities.
They felt, I mean, just total triumph, victory. And they'd been laughed at, they'd been mocked. It'd been kind of a whispering campaign, they'd lost their marbles, you know. And here they have it.
But Lord Carnarvon would have precious little time to enjoy his newfound fame and fortune. One morning in the spring of 1923, Lord Carnarvon cut himself, exactly where a mosquito bit him days before. The wound wouldn't heal. Carnarvon was racked with fever. As fever turned to chills, Carnarvon's wife summoned a specialist to Cairo. But Carnarvon was beyond help. And at the very moment that he died, all the lights suddenly went out in Cairo. Carnarvon's body was barely cold when the world's press named the culprit. Inscribed within the tomb, wrote one reporter, was a curse that warned, "I will kill all those who cross this threshold." Another paper reported, "They who enter this sacred tomb shall swift be visited by wings of death." For Carnarvon, death indeed came on wings, the wings of a mosquito. So began the legend of the mummy's curse. Some say that supposedly it continues even today, but scientists aren't so sure. Come along as we investigate the source of the mummy's curse. When Truth or Scare returns.
Was there really a deadly spell cast thousands of years ago on the tomb of Tutankhamun? The tomb of King Tut has reportedly claimed lives of many victims. To this day, skeptics wonder if there is some truth to the lethal hex. But in 1922, Howard Carter shrugged off the curse and went back to work. Perhaps easier said than done.
Almost immediately, wealthy travelers, fascinated by Tut's treasures and unafraid of his curse, descended on his tomb. One of the few allowed inside was the railroad tycoon George J. Gould, guided by Carter himself. For his private tour, Gould paid a heavy price. That night, he came down with a fever. The next day, he died. Around the same time, a British industrialist suffered the same fate. But were they really victims of a curse? Or was there a more logical reason behind their deaths?
I received a call from a physician, and he told me this very interesting and very unfortunate story about a woman who had gone with her husband to Egypt and had gone into the tomb of King Tut, and it turned out that she had picked up a fungus.
That woman was Cheryl Munson, a part-time art student and housewife. Cheryl died shortly after visiting the tomb in 1995. The cause, apparently, was exposure to a fungus called Aspergillus niger.
So what we had to find out was whether these molds were also present in the tombs that she visited. And so we called the Egyptology department at the University of Pennsylvania.
So they were wondering if this had anything to do with the curse.
It had. In 1923, two men died suddenly after visiting Tut's tomb. What doctors chalked up to a fever was reported as Tut's curse. 2 more sudden deaths followed. Pecky Callender, who helped Carter break into the tomb, and Arthur Mace, who helped to remove its contents. Possibly, the true killer lurked on the very walls of the tomb. To Howard Carter, it looked like chipped paint until he looked closer. Then he realized it was some sort of fungus.
I think by connecting our case, which is a modern-day case, to the visit and the tombs itself, we were able to have a direct link to what might have happened to the archaeologist who had visited some time ago. And I am rather confident that in at least some of these cases, that Aspergillus could have easily played a role.
This is really such a well-preserved mask. You can see these copper eyelashes around the stone eyes here.
Dr. Rosalie David is the Queen of Mummies, a curator for Egyptology for England's Manchester University Museum. She's examined 35 mummies, more than anyone else.
Working with a mummy can be hazardous, both for the operator and for the mummy, because the operator could breathe in spores from the mummy dust, and in reverse, the operator could deposit bacteria or moisture onto the surface of the mummy, thus causing decomposition.
Though dead for thousands of years, a mummy is alive with germs and bacteria, some harmless, some deadly.
We wear protective clothing when we work with the mummies, and this protects us against the fungal spores.
Rosalie David believes she knows the true fate of those who disturb the bones of Tutankhamun. Their crude autopsy freed an invisible killer. In the old days, the operators didn't wear protective clothing. They could have unknowingly unleashed airborne toxins when the tomb was opened. If a little fungus caused all this destruction, why are the ancestors of Lord Carnarvon still filled with a case of the jitters? Find out when we return to Truth or Scare.
Since the burial of King Tut, the so-called Curse of the Mummy has traveled across the centuries. By 1929, 13 people were dead. Anything remotely connected with the tomb of Tutankhamun seems to have left death and destruction in its path.
The man who found Tut's tomb, Howard Carter, was among the few to escape its curse. Almost.
His good friend Carnarvon is dead. He is under huge pressure from the Egyptians. He's under enormous pressure from the press that didn't get the story. He has a tiny little space to work in. He's going crazy. Howard Carter just gets to the point where he can't take it any longer. And he cracked. He did this rash act of putting this enormous iron gate and locking it. It was the English takeover of something that the people of Egypt owned, which was true. And they went crazy, and they threw him out.
After a year's suspension, Howard Carter was allowed back to the tomb. But he was forced to forever surrender his claim to Tut's treasure. So he spent the rest of his life cataloging Tut's priceless treasures. The treasures that he found, but could never own. Perhaps his was the worst curse of all. Howard Carter hoped to put an end to the so-called mummy's curse. Before his death in 1939, he arranged for the young king's remains to be returned to his tomb. But Tut wouldn't rest in peace. In a chain reaction of tragedy, his curse claimed 5 more victims in quick succession. First, Lady Carnarvon died suddenly and strangely of an insect bite, just like her husband. Then, Richard Beetel, Lord Carnarvon's secretary, died mysteriously in his sleep, with no explanation. 3 months later, Beetel's father, Lord Westbury, leapt from a 7th-floor window to his death. He left a note blaming his son's death on the curse of King Tut. On the way to the cemetery, Lord Westbury's hearse struck an 8-year-old boy. At the exact moment the boy died, so did an Egyptologist at the British Museum. Next, the treasures of Tutankhamun go on tour, and the so-called curse invades the modern world. When Truth or Scare returns.
Tutankhamun was buried with 5,000 priceless belongings. His royal treasures were meant to join him on his journey to the afterlife. Instead, they took a detour.
A deadly detour. In the 1970s, Egypt bowed to popular demand and sent scores of Tut's relics on a world tour. Among the sightseers, when the treasure reached London, was the first person to enter Tut's tomb, Lady Evelyn Herbert.
My mother had never seen the final sarcophagus because they hadn't reached that particular chamber before her father died. At the time of the exhibition in London, the television and radio used to ring up my mother and say, tell us about the curse, and she'd laugh and say, well, I'm alive and kicking at 70, and I don't believe in it. And coming out of the museum, probably on her 5th visit, she had a major stroke and was paralyzed from then on. But of course, it could easily have been a coincidence.
Some say these incidents were not caused by an evil hex at all. Dr. David Silverman, a renowned Egyptologist, sought out another logical origin of Tut's curse.
In any of the inscriptions that occur in the tomb, there are none that can be considered a curse. So what we would consider, or as an Egyptologist, I would consider an ancient Egyptian curse, does not occur in the tomb of King Tut.
It appears that the mummy's curse was accidentally created by its first victim. When Lord Carnarvon gave exclusive coverage of Tut's tomb to the London Times, rival papers were furious. At Carnarvon's death, they got even by printing rumors of a curse. Even the weird events when Carnarvon died can be explained.
All the lights went out in Cairo when Carnarvon died. The lights always go out in Cairo at all times. All of this stuff took off. It was just like anything today. An outrageous series of half-truths and some lies, some made up.
The son of Lord Carnarvon talked about how he doesn't really believe in the curse, but he said there really isn't any way to explain a lot of what went on. And that has kept the curse alive. No matter how you try to kill it, it's like a phoenix. It resurfaces over and over again. But then again, no matter how much we hear that there isn't a Loch Ness monster or that there aren't any UFOs through logical means, we still believe in them, don't we?
It's marvelous human nature. We need this sort of stuff. We love it. Even if I know it's all made up, I love it. I love the Tut curse.
The treasure of Tutankhamun now makes its home in the Cairo Museum, where untold numbers have gazed upon it in wonder. But the mummy itself once again rests in its ancient home in the Valley of the Kings. Once the least known pharaoh, he is now the most famous.
Tutankhamun, now a household name, has what all pharaohs wanted most. He has gained immortality, if only a name. Ironically, this young Egyptian pharaoh owes his fame to the English nobleman who some 3,000 years later disturbed his tomb. This is the same man who is believed to have unleashed a chain reaction of death. But whether it was by exposing the world to a lethal mold or by unlocking an ancient curse, we will always be fascinated with the life and death of the boy king known as Tutankhamun. Ireland's history has secrets to reveal. Its ancient homes recall a mystical past, filled with unspeakable tragedy. Some say the memories of the past still haunt Ireland today. Are there restless spirits trapped in the castles of Ireland? The answers await you on Truth or Scare. Boo. Do you believe in ghosts? That's a question most kids have been asked a million times. And if your answer is no, let me ask you this. Have you ever visited the castles of Ireland? A lot of people say one trip is all it takes to make a believer out of anyone. Ireland's history is filled with claims of these strange things seen in these strange places. Some are based on truth, some on legend. Either way, the stories are impossible to ignore. A trip to Ireland can sometimes seem like a journey back in time, into a land of myths and tall tales. On the east coast in County Carlow, the village of Clonigal is home to Huntington Castle. People claim this historic home is haunted by chilling visions from another world. The castle was built in the 1300s by the Kavanagh clan. Since then, many other families have owned Huntington Castle, and with each family, new sections were added on, and old sections were rebuilt. But one thing has stayed the same: the feeling that the castle is surrounded by an ancient, mystical presence from Ireland's darkest history. They say this presence is so powerful, it can even be felt outside the castle walls. In this field nearby, one man claims he's seen a group of people wearing long robes. In fact, he's seen them many times. But every time he tries to get a better look, they disappear. The Durden-Robertson family has owned the castle since the 1700s. The current owner is David Durden-Robertson.
When I was about 17, I'd gone to sleep on the couch in the library.
He has no idea how long he slept. When he woke up, he said that the room was filled with bright light, and the couch felt like it was spinning around. Suddenly, he saw two strange faces staring down at him. Then, he says, he felt his body rise, and he floated above the couch. David wondered, could these ghostly figures have come from a cruel chapter in Ireland's history? The native inhabitants of Ireland were called the Celts. 1,500 years ago, a special class of men set themselves apart. They were called the Druids. The legend of the Druids is one of the most well-known in Irish mythology. As the religious leaders of the time, they were often as respected as the Celtic kings and chiefs. Legend says that they could communicate directly with the gods, but that was only one of their powers. They were believed to be able to create mist and start fires at will. The Druids commanded respect, but they were also feared, and no wonder. At times, when they wanted to please the gods, they would offer a human sacrifice. Some people think the figures David Durden Robertson saw looming over him in the library were the ghosts of ancient mystics, the Druids returning to the land they once ruled, as if searching for their next victim. As another day ends at Huntington Castle, the truth stays hidden in the mists of time.
Did this war hero return to save the family castle from beyond the grave? Next on Truth or Scare. Don't fly away.
Most people think of a haunted house as a living nightmare. But according to the residents of one Irish castle, it was the ghost that made their dreams come true. Castle Leslie is in County Monaghan, near the border between Southern and Northern Ireland. Bishop John Leslie bought and named the estate in 1664. It's been in his family ever since. Today, his descendant Samantha lives here, but that almost wasn't the case. January 1996. It was morning. Samantha was alone, cooking in the castle kitchen. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise behind her. Out of nowhere, a shower of orange pits flew against the wall right next to her. She looked around. No one in sight. Another time when Samantha was making lunch, she said the blender suddenly turned on. When she went to turn it off, she discovered that it wasn't even plugged in. But guests of the castle have had the strangest experiences of all. One night, in a bedroom called the Red Room, a couple staying over say they were woken up by a strange white light.
Paddy! Paddy!
It surrounded a man standing by the dresser, looking through the drawers. Then they watched, terrified as the man and the light faded away. A few weeks later, back in the Red Room, another couple say they woke up to see the same man at the dresser. The man turned and walked over to their bed. He put his finger to his lips, softly whispered, "Shh," and disappeared. But the man in the strange white light wasn't gone for good. Just a few weeks after the second sighting, a third couple staying in the Red Room say they woke up to that same eerie light.
Gerard?
Again, the man was there. This time in the corner by the chest. Slowly, he walked across the room, held up a scroll of papers, and smiled. Then the couple noticed something about the man. Something the other witnesses had missed. On his forehead was a bloody wound. Was it a clue to the identity of this mysterious apparition? In the early 1900s, Samantha's great-uncle, Norman Leslie, lived in the castle with his mother. When World War I broke out, he volunteered to fight. Back at the castle, Norman's mother, Lady Leonie Leslie, wrote him constantly, wishing that he would come home soon. On the morning of October 18th, 1914, it looked like Lady Leslie had gotten her wish. A castle employee said he'd seen Norman standing by the castle lake. But an hour later, there was no sign of Norman. And as the sun set, it became very clear. Norman was not coming at all. A week later, Lady Leslie got a telegram. She knew deep inside
that it was bad news. Norman had been killed in action on October 18th, 1914, the same day he'd been seen on the shore of the lake. It was almost as if Norman had come home that day to say goodbye. Now, Samantha thinks her uncle has returned once again. She believes he was the one who threw those orange seeds against the wall and turned on the blender. And since the Red Room was Norman's old bedroom, she's sure he was the one who appeared there. And he was sending her a message. Around that time, Samantha's family was fighting to prove that they were the castle's rightful owners. But they couldn't find an important document they needed for their case. Samantha had given up hope. When her guests talked about the papers the ghostly man had held up, she decided to look again. As she picked up one file, chills ran up her spine. She'd found the missing papers, and she says the ghost of Great Uncle Norman saved the family castle. Can these two women live through a night of heart-stopping terror? Find out when we return to Truth or Scare.
In the castles of Ireland, no two reports of a ghost sighting are the same. Some people claim they've come face to face with a spirit they can actually see, but others say they've experienced a different type of terror, the terror that comes with the invisible visitors, known as poltergeists.
That's exactly what was reported in County Limerick, on Ireland's west coast. The setting was Glynn Castle, built in 1789. It's currently owned by the Fitzgerald family. Two members of the castle staff claim to have recently felt the wrath of a poltergeist. Nancy and May are sisters. They've worked at Glynn Castle for over 40 years. And all that time, they say they'd never had a paranormal experience. But one night in 1991, all that changed. It was a little after midnight when Nancy turned out the light. Soon after that, she heard a noise on the stairs. Was someone coming up? Nancy said it sounded like the person was struggling. She was gripped by fear. Nancy called out to another employee of the castle, Una, who was asleep in the next bedroom. Una said she was awake too, and she'd also heard the noise. Then, total chaos. Terrified, Nancy crossed the room in the dark and found the light switch. As soon as she turned it on, everything went quiet. She opened the door and looked out. Nothing. The mayhem was over, if it had happened at all. Sir Desmond Fitzgerald owns Castle Glynn. He thinks the incident might be related to an experience he had here as a child. After his mother read him a story, Desmond was on his way up to his room when he saw something he would never forget. A frayed rope hanging in midair.
What's wrong, dear? What's happened? There's nothing there.
But when he brought his mother out to show her, the mysterious rope had disappeared.
Don't be frightened. Pick up the book and let's go inside.
Had it all been in his head? Desmond found out that back in 1867 there had been a terrible accident. The castle was being repainted. To reach the ceiling above the staircase, the painters built a scaffold out of wood planks and heavy rope. But something went tragically wrong. With no warning, one of the ropes came undone. The painter on the scaffold fell. He died instantly. Some wonder if the rope that Desmond saw was a vision of the rope that caused the tragic accident almost 100 years before. Castle Glen won't reveal the answer. At least, not yet. Next, at Ireland's most haunted castle, they say terror has a face, and this is it. When Truth or Scare returns.
There are so many stories of haunted castles in Ireland. Most people can't keep track of them. But some accounts are totally unforgettable. Like in what many say is Ireland's most haunted castle. The witness looked right into the face of, and could even smell the putrid stench of a horrifying apparition.
Leap Castle can be found in County Offaly. It was built in the 1300s, but legend says the hauntings are connected to a horrifying bloody history that began in 1532. That year, the local chieftain Mulrooney O'Carroll died. His son, the priest, believed the castle should be his. But the priest's brother, Tig? Well, he begged to differ. One night in the castle chapel, as the priest led a service for the family, Tig silently climbed the dark stairway. The priest had no idea that his brother was coming to take his life. Since that night, this room has been known as the Bloody Chapel. But that gruesome tragedy is only part of the castle's legacy of horror. In a room just off the Bloody Chapel, there was a dungeon called an oubliette. Enemies of the family were brought through the chapel, and then pushed, falling 8 feet down onto a spike, where they would be forgotten forever. In the early 1900s, when the dungeon was discovered, it was piled high with human skeletons. Not long after that terrifying discovery, it is said that the creature that haunts Leap Castle emerged. By now, the castle was owned by Jonathan and Mildred Dobby. Like a lot of people at the time, Mildred was interested in the occult. She had heard that Leap Castle was haunted. She wanted to know for sure. Mildred thinks that it was this seance that released the spirit of a primitive ghost known as It. Because a few nights later, Mildred was in the castle gallery, looking down to the main hall. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned and found herself face to face with It. That was the name she gave the disgusting creature. And what she described just might make you sick. It was about the size of a sheep, but it had a human face. Its eyes were just deep black holes in its head. And the smell, she said it was unmistakable. The stench of rotting flesh. In Ireland, a country with such a long history of supernatural encounters, the stories of castle ghosts will never totally disappear. And as long as the stories remain, so will the mystery.
Not exactly a pleasure trip, huh? But I guess a quest for ancient spirits is never easy. And neither is deciding whether or not to believe. There's still no scientific proof that ghosts exist. Then again, there's no proof that they don't. But after seeing the castles of Ireland, one thing's for sure. If a ghost comes your way, you'll know exactly what it is when you see it. Ghosts and poltergeists, troubled spirits of the dead, or the work of other mysterious forces?
Dead people walking through walls, talking to us, throwing things violently about. Do ghosts really exist? Or are they just the work of our imaginations?
This is the story of the brave people who search for the answers. The ghost hunters. Ghosts and goblins, spooks and spirits. For centuries, we have been troubled by these unknown forces. Perhaps someone you know has mentioned an unexplained visitor or an eerie event. Scientists are seeking answers to these riddles, but the harder they look, the more puzzling their search becomes.
Some experts now believe that what we see as ghosts are actually evidence of a powerful force of nature called electromagnetism. Bell House in Valdosta, Georgia is a hotel with a so-called ghost.
It scared me. I mean, I couldn't talk, I couldn't run, and or anything like that, you know. But he just looked. I don't, you know, pardon the pun, but it was just a dead expression on his face.
The owners claim the visitor is the ghost of David S. Bell, a man who sold medicine from the back of a horse-drawn cart until he died here 35 years ago. They believe his spirit is still here, haunting stairwells and hallways. The owners want to know how to evict this unwelcome house guest. For that, they have summoned Dr. William Roll. For 50 years, he's been using the science of parapsychology to study ghosts. One after the other, Dr. Roll questions the people who work here about their ghostly encounters.
And when I felt this panting, and I turned around, there was nothing there, then it really bothered me.
Really? I didn't see no facial expression or nothing like that. Just, it was almost like a cloud.
Just a glimpse, really, a shoulder, a hip going around the corner. So I came to investigate. There was no one in here.
The stories they tell are typical of ghost sightings. Unexplained noises, hazy images of a person, the feeling of something close by, even objects violently and mysteriously thrown about. Dr. Dean Radin, a leading parapsychologist from the University of Nevada, has many possible explanations for hauntings.
One explanation is that it's purely psychological. This includes things like misperceiving something as an illusion or as a hallucination and so on. Another possibility is that it's psychopathology, that there's actually organic brain damage.
But Dr. Roll believes that in this case, neither of these explanations apply. Instead, he continues his investigation in other areas.
A third category is probably related to environmental changes, mainly electromagnetic and probably magnetic changes.
Dr. Roll now searches specifically for unusual electromagnetic energy fields. Because these fields are invisible, he needs a magnetometer to detect their presence. One of the fundamental forces of the universe, electromagnetism, holds every atom and molecule together. Electromagnetism is all around us, in the form of waves. These waves vibrate in many frequencies. Different frequencies of this energy create different effects. Light waves allow us to see. Infrared waves from the sun keep us warm. Radio and television waves carry signals that keep us informed and entertained. These force fields made by power lines, televisions, microwave ovens, and other man-made devices are now drowning us in electromagnetic signals. Some scientists believe these same signals could explain why people see ghosts. Is your TV sending out a mysterious energy that possesses the mind? Find out when we return to Truth or Scare.
Electromagnetic energy is all around us. It's emitted from our televisions, microwaves, and computers. Could these common signals be clouding our thoughts and creating the appearance of ghouls and ghosts? Dr. William Roll thinks so.
When the head or the brain is surrounded by a strong field, magnetic field, that creates electric currents in the brain, and that can give rise to all kinds of unusual experiences.
Dr. Roll walks from room to room, measuring the electromagnetic force fields.
It's quite possible that you will have some very interesting experiences.
His magnetometer detects unusually high levels of electromagnetism in the kitchen and bedrooms.
85, 101, 112, 122, 130. Extraordinary.
The readings are so strong that Dr. Roll is certain the haunting of Bell House is the result of those fields. Now he looks for their source. Dr. Roll believes the people here are being influenced by unusual electromagnetic fields coming from electrical wiring in the building. He asks for the building's main power supply to be shut off.
Zero. Clear evidence that we're dealing with an unusual constellation of wiring in the house that's producing these very strong magnetic fields.
And that, according to Dr. Roll, explains why Bell House is haunted.
The people I've spoken to seem very sincere, very truthful. The experiences I've had are unusual, are strange. But if you understand the human brain and the way it can be affected by extraneous magnetic fields, it really all makes sense. It all falls into place.
In Northampton, England, a family claims to be living with a ghost they call Fred.
Fred is an entity or an essence in the house. He has an intelligence about him that we basically cannot explain or understand.
Paul Hopgood says the ghost has been living with them for 12 years and his family has come to accept it.
I'm afraid Fred is now a part of our lives. I think if he was going to do harm by now, it would have been done.
A simple experiment shows the electromagnetic fields in the home are strong enough to move tiny pieces of metal. It's a sign this haunting may also be the result of energy fields, like those that caused the ghost sightings at Bell House in Georgia. But there's a difference here. Something is mysteriously moving items of food and clothing in the kitchen, while the Hopgoods sleep in the bedrooms upstairs. Is this another electromagnetic oddity, or is the Hopgood home haunted? Albert Budden, another investigator of the paranormal, is called in. He's looked into hundreds of hauntings.
Some people hallucinate aliens, ghosts, spirits. All manner of usual physical sensations like poltergeists will occur. People think they live in haunted houses, when really they're living in electromagnetic hotspots.
Immediately, he sees the Hopgood's house is filled with electrical equipment. His magnetometer detects extreme levels of electromagnetism. But his examination of the Hopgoods themselves suggests something even weirder.
Quite clearly, the people living in this house are subject to high levels of electromagnetic fields, and the man of the house in particular has developed a clinical condition called electrical hypersensitivity.
Budden believes this condition was brought on when Paul Hopgood received a very strong electrical shock several years ago. Electromagnetism may explain how the family senses the presence of Fred the ghost. But what about the moving food and shoes? Albert Budden believes Paul Hopgood is moving them himself without knowing it, in a trance-like state brought on by his electromagnetic illness. But how could electromagnetism explain hauntings that happened hundreds of years ago, before the discovery of electricity? We take a closer look at ancient ghost sightings when Truth or Scare returns.
Poltergeists, spirits. Is the human mind strong enough to move objects wildly around a room? Or is it the work of ghosts? Charlton House, a 17th century manor near London, has a long history of strange noises, lights, and phantoms.
The Association for the Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena, or ASAP, has monitored this old stone building for years, using an arsenal of ghost detection gear. Magnetometers, night vision binoculars, movement detectors, infrared sensors, and Geiger counters to check for radioactivity. The team monitored the building for changes in temperature, movement, light, and sound levels. They're looking for explanations for the ghostly hauntings.
The physical features associated with haunting sites are granite, either granite under the ground or granite in the structure itself, usually both, underground water, and higher levels of background radiation.
Dr. Radin believes granite structures are important for two reasons. They are naturally radioactive and they give off unusually strong electromagnetic fields. 3 a.m. Parapsychologists say this is the time of night when most ghost sightings occur. The true witching hour.
Nighttime and fear of the night and certain foreboding, plus dreams, plus different environmental states. All of it together conspires to make the conditions which are ripe for ghosts to appear.
Ghost watches like this have helped ASAP build a huge database of haunted sites. They found hauntings are often reported in old buildings like this, while poltergeists, that is, the hauntings that include the unexplained movement of objects, are more likely to be found in cramped, overcrowded homes where there are high levels of stress.
There's almost always a single person who is identified as the cause of that movement, typically a troubled teenager. When that teenager is taken away from the poltergeist site, the movements stop. So it looks like a person is causing these events.
Could the human mind be powerful enough to control the physical world and create these eerie events? Dr. Dean Radin's experiments at the University of Nevada show there may be a link between these odd movements and the power of the mind. This robotic arm moves randomly. On average, it successfully places the object in a container after 25 moves. When the subject consciously tries to influence the machine with their thoughts, they can reduce the number of moves to as few as 2. Dr. Radin calls this direct mind-matter interaction, and he believes it may help us understand how the mind could cause much larger objects to fly across the room, as if thrown by a poltergeist. In Vancouver, Canada, there is amazing evidence that bigger objects can be manipulated, again with the help of electromagnetic radiation. Physicist John Hutchison discovered that giant Tesla coils, which are generators of massive amounts of electromagnetic fields, were able to lift objects nearby. These coils were originally designed to send electricity through the air, instead of through wires. When their energies were focused onto a corner of his lab, Hutchison found all sorts of ghostly activities began to occur.
So you have things either taking off and starting to float or go around in circles, or just move around a little bit on the target area, or lift off or break apart, and shatter into many pieces.
But stranger still, these events only occur in the presence of Hutchison himself. It's as if his mind is somehow using the massive force fields to twist reality. Hutchison has even shown this with ordinary household objects.
By using electromagnetic fields, electrostatic fields, and all different kinds of configurations, it seems to me, in my opinion that is, it forms a keyway into this other realm that allows for certain effects to happen.
If the mind uses electromagnetism to create ghostly effects, is this only a modern condition? Or is it the explanation of something that's been happening for centuries? Find out when Truth or Scare continues.
The ancient Druid site of Stonehenge was for 5,000 years a place of strange visions and mystical events. Could a simple magnetic field possibly be responsible for centuries of its ghostly hauntings?
Scientists have searched for the answers in the ruins of this ancient place of worship. Were electromagnetic fields disturbing our ancestors before microwaves and electric lights were a part of our lives? This place and these stones were chosen for specific reasons, according to parapsychologist Serena Roney Dougal.
The stones that they use, such as the sarsen stones or the blue stones, all have strange electrical and magnetic properties to them. We found that nearly every stone circle in Britain is within a mile of a geological fault line. We know from research in parapsychology that when the Earth's magnetic field increases in intensity, such as you get somewhere like this, that you get very strong visions of apparitions, that you get UFO-type effects, that you get poltergeist-type effects, and strong healing effects.
But why is it that visitors at Stonehenge today report different phenomena than ancient mystics? Dr. Radin believes it's because when we are confronted with something we can't explain, we tend to describe it according to our own beliefs.
If there's a blob of light in a room caused by who knows what reason, and you ask 10 people to describe what they saw, a religious person might report seeing a religious deity, perhaps. A scientist might report seeing a globe of light. Somebody else might report seeing their long-departed Aunt Susie, and so on. People's expectations will drive how they perceive these unusual events.
Scientists can't yet explain it, but places like these may somehow hold a psychic picture of their history. Maybe some people can tune in to these sensational events captured at the place where they happened. Dr. Radin believes his experiments are beginning to prove people's ability to pick up images of those events. But even weirder, he thinks certain people have the power to create these horrifying images themselves and to control the surroundings as well.
Since we know that the mind can influence the physical environment, it's possible that somebody's expectation is so large and their motivation is so great that they actually can change something in the environment which they will see. Not only that, other people will see it as well. That will then be interpreted as a ghost.
The study of ghosts and goblins is revealing a strange new world. But even as we find reasonable explanations for the seemingly unreasonable, we open doorways that lead to even more mysteries. Electromagnetism may simply be fooling our senses, or it could be turning a key that unlocks previously unknown powers in the human mind itself. Have extraterrestrials ever visited Earth? Not long ago in Phoenix, Arizona, some say they looked up and saw this. Was there a UFO over Phoenix?
Come on, be an aircraft or something.
Late at night, when you look into the sky, what do you see? UFOs have fascinated human beings for years. We've all seen movies about aliens, but could it actually happen in real life? For some people, the answer is clear. In a universe of infinite size, to assume we're the only intelligent life is, well, stupid. But so far, there's no proof. Or is there?
There are people who say there was a UFO event in 1997, one that's never been explained. It was the night of 18th in Phoenix, Arizona, a totally normal night. That was about to get extremely strange. At some time between 8:15 and 8:45 p.m., a sighting was reported. A V-shaped object was near the town of Paulden. Then, witnesses say it moved southeast, passing over Phoenix at about 8:30 p.m. Just after 8:45 p.m., it disappeared. Hundreds of people said they saw it, but this is the only videotape that exists. A retired pilot named Terry Proctor captured the video from the front yard of his house in the town of Scottsdale, just north of Phoenix.
At about 8:28 that evening, I was outside with my video camera and happened to look up, right about up in there, and formation of lights moving from north to south.
To supplement Terry's video evidence, Tim Lee created this computer illustration. This is what Tim says flew over his home in north central Phoenix.
The right arm of the object went directly over this house, over the property, and the left arm of that was probably about 2.5 blocks over in that direction.
You could see that between the lights on each arm was solid. There was no stars. You could not see any stars between each light.
Soon, witnesses say the object headed northwest and disappeared. But the show wasn't nearly over. Around 10 p.m., a second strange light pattern appeared, this one in the skies over Phoenix. And this time, at least 4 people in the area recorded the sighting on video. Chuck Reardon was one of them.
It was around 9:55, 10 o'clock. I went out to turn off our watering system, and as I walked out the back porch, the city lights are underneath,
and there are these 9 lights suspended in the sky.
Across town, Mike Kurston saw the same thing.
I just got done watching television about 10 o'clock and went out on my patio, and our home faces southwest across the city of Phoenix.
Mike noticed an amber light hovering above one of the nearby mountain peaks. He ran inside and grabbed his video camera.
Figure this one out. There's a double.
Suddenly, as he was recording, more lights appeared. One by one, they lit up, forming an arc. Mike wondered, was someone or something trying to send a message? Steve Blonder thought so. He was actually the lights to appear that night. Why? Because during each of the previous 4 nights, he had seen mysterious lights hovering in the sky.
Individual orange, amber type lights every single night around 10 after 9.
Steve was so sure the lights would appear, he called in Bill Hamilton and Tom King, 2 local UFO investigators. They jumped at the chance to document a UFO sighting in progress. As they watched the sky, one of Steve's neighbors shouted.
Where? Oh, look at that. There's another one.
I had no idea what it was.
Did anyone know? Bill Greiner thinks so. 30 miles to the northwest, Bill was driving his truck near Luke Air Force Base. He says that the military was very interested in those unidentified lights in the sky. Bill says he watched 3 jets take off, and as soon as they were in the air,
all 3 jets made an abrupt turn and headed for the closest object to the base, which was in the southwest. And as soon as the jets got to the object, it shot straight up and disappeared right in front of me.
Soon the phones at the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, Washington, were ringing off the hook.
National UFO Reporting Center, good afternoon.
The center is a privately run organization. They gather information on UFO sightings and then make their reports available to the public. Peter Davenport runs the center.
We certainly took more than 100 reports, all told, about this incident. I think clearly that something very unusual had taken place over approximately 24 cities in Arizona.
Unusual? Definitely. Extraterrestrial? The public demanded an investigation. The authorities refused to investigate. Did they have something to hide?
Come on, be an aircraft or something.
Find out next on Truth or Scare. So far, we know some very mysterious lights appeared in the Arizona sky in 1997. Twice. Hundreds of eyewitnesses came forward. A few of them even made homemade videotapes. And all of them had questions. The first place many people turned was to the local TV news.
12 News, Blair Meeks. Phone calls start happening. Boom. What are these strange lights? What are these strange lights? We're seeing lights over here. We're seeing lights over there.
This is video of what thousands of Arizonans saw March 13th. Many of you saw this row of lights.
Local TV reporter Jim Schneebelt was trying to sort everything out.
Some people reported seeing lights at 8:15. Other people reported seeing lights at 10:15. Some people saw them as stationary objects over the city. Some people saw them as moving objects coming in from the north.
But while people swamped TV and radio stations with phone calls, Luke Ayres claimed that no one had called them with any sighting.
Well, that's an interesting statement because I called them twice that night myself.
This copy of his long-distance bill shows that Peter did call. He says he spoke to operator number 5.
Very nice, very accommodating young woman who admitted to me that her switchboard that night, the 13th of March, had been, to use her term, paralyzed by calls to the switchboard about the object that had flown over Arizona earlier that night.
If the Air Force did receive these calls, no one knows why they would deny it. Dozens of eyewitnesses and concerned citizens asked for some kind of government investigation. But for 2 months, nothing happened.
Doing any investigation on it, and I'd just like to know if...
Then, on May 6, 1997, at a Phoenix City Council meeting, Councilwoman Frances Barwood asked why.
I said, can we find out why nobody's investigating? Can we look at... And there was this silence. People are starting to ask more questions. Thanks. Thank you.
No one on the city council felt that an investigation was necessary. But Frances wouldn't give up. She kept pushing the city, trying to get officials to take the eyewitness reports seriously. Just when things seemed hopeless, Frances's hard work finally paid off. Fife Symington, the governor of Arizona, announced that the state would conduct an official investigation into the events of March 13, 1997. On June 19th, Governor Symington announced that a police investigation had found the source of the lights, and the governor even hinted that they had captured a suspect.
Now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please. It's, you know. Now, this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
Governor Symington's investigation had all been a joke. Eyewitnesses like Sandra Hickman were not amused.
I saw it. Other parents saw it. Teachers saw it. A lot of people in the valley saw it. But they won't give us an answer.
The witnesses were tired of being ignored. With nowhere else to turn, they started searching for answers on their own. A high-tech analysis of the lights brings up even more dramatic questions about just where they came from. Next on Truth or Scare. Hundreds of witnesses had seen the strange hovering lights in March of '97. Now Phoenix was burning with curiosity. Was this a bona fide sighting of extraterrestrials? Maybe there was another explanation. For some reason, the governor's office considered the sighting a joke. There was no official investigation. But the people wanted answers, and since the government wasn't talking, they came here. Village Labs is a computer special effects company run by Jim Dilatoso and Michael Tanner. The work they do for TV and movies, they also help investigate UFO sightings. Village Labs agreed to study the reports and videotapes.
We're a lab. We're just like a police lab. We're just like a medical lab where professional investigators send us their evidence. Thanks for coming to the Phoenix Lights briefing number 4.
In town meetings like this, Jim and Michael listened to people describe what they'd seen that night.
It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before because the lights were extremely bright, white lights.
Everyone had seen the lights, but different people had different explanations.
So I pointed my telescope at it, and at that point I noticed that they were airplanes.
I did not see airplanes. I watched this thing come at me from great distance, and it took a long time for it to even arrive. 30 miles an hour, this thing didn't appear to fly, it appeared to float.
Michael Tanner got to know the witnesses one-on-one.
We have truck drivers, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have retired military, and they're all genuine.
You could see pretty much right through it, and that's when we first saw it. And then eventually it just started coming up closer so we could see a better view of it.
Yeah.
The investigators did interviews with more than 100 witnesses. Then they put all their data together to make a timeline of the evening. Michael believes the two sightings were related. If the lights did come from a UFO, it could have arrived around 8 and left at 10:30. Next, Jim turned to the physical evidence. The videotapes that were made the night of the phenomenon. He took a tape of the 10 o'clock sighting into the lab.
So the landmarks that we have are the hill that's in the foreground of my yard.
They loaded parts of the video into their computer to analyze the lights. Jim's research shows that a candle flame, a light bulb, and a streetlight all have different optical characteristics. In fact, even if some lights seem to look the same, they're actually very different from each other, if you know how to look at them. Jim examined the lights from airplanes and other sources in the city using the special software. His analysis shows that each type of light makes its own kind of frequency wave. Match the wave, and you can tell what made the light. According to Jim's analysis, the mysterious lights over Phoenix weren't like anything he'd seen before.
The unknown lights don't match. We can't get a match between the unknown and knowns that we have stored.
Some say the mystery is solved. Others are not so convinced. Is the truth still out there? Find out next on Truth or Scare. The lights seen above Phoenix had set off a wide-ranging investigation. Witnesses testified about what they'd seen, and UFO investigators were called in to examine the evidence. Everyone involved in the case came up with their own theory to explain what they saw that night. The mystery remained.
Isn't that weird? Look at that.
Skeptics said that there was a simple explanation: military planes from nearby Luke Air Force Base. Others theorized it could have been some kind of hoax, or even unusual weather phenomena. Then, on June 25, 1997, a local TV station came up with a very convincing theory to explain the lights.
Well, it's a possible explanation into those mystery lights that appeared over the valley in March.
But some of you aren't buying it. 12 News has video that might explain what was going on. Let's start with pictures that were taken on March 13th. Many of you saw this row of lights as they hovered above the valley horizon. Now, take a close look at these pictures that we shot just last night. These are flares that the Air Force was dropping near Gila Bend.
Illuminators are used to light up battlefields during night combat. They're attached to parachutes and dropped out of planes from a high altitude. Flares like these can stay lit for as long as 5 minutes. If flares were the explanation, then where did they come from? At first, Air Force officials denied that any of their planes were in the area that night. But after the news report came out, they changed their story. Now they claim they were conducting night maneuvers near Phoenix and using illumination flares.
Our unit was flying March 13th, 1997 as part of Operation Snowbird, and we were conducting night training. That particular night, our aircraft flew to the North Tack Range, and that's where they deployed the flares for the training mission that evening.
Since witnesses saw the lights in the sky to the southwest, the flare explanation would make sense. But some people still believe a very different phenomenon that they saw that night. Something that can't be explained away as military flares.
While they look similar, they don't look the same as flares. Flares flicker. Flares illuminate what's around them. And these lights over Phoenix didn't do that.
There was another crucial problem with the flare theory. The Maryland Air National Guard stated that after they released the flares, they fell behind the mountain range to the southwest of Phoenix. But that's not what many witnesses reported seeing. They say the lights were in front of the mountains. So how could they have been flares? Dr. Leonid Rudin might be able to settle the debate. His company is Cognitech, where they specialize in image processing. Dr. Rudin analyzed the same images that Jim DeLatoso had studied. By comparing it to a video taken during the day, he came to a very different conclusion. He lines up the two images so that they are right on top of each other, and then combines them into one tape. Now he can look at the night video and day video at the same time. After studying the moment that the lights disappeared, Dr. Rudin believes they fell behind the mountains.
Therefore, the only conclusion we have is that those lights are behind the mountains, not in front of the mountains.
What do you think it was? It's true, the 10 o'clock event looks a lot like flares. But remember, there was another sighting that night, about 2 hours earlier. Those lights can't be explained so easily. A number of witnesses reported seeing a huge V-shaped formation passing over them between 8:15 and 8:45. Only one person captured it on videotape, but there are plenty of theories about what it was.
Could be anything from a stealth aircraft or a black project, could even be a military weapon that's actually creating like a hologram image, and that's why the description varies on the shape and makeup of the object.
But if it was a secret military plane, they probably wouldn't have flown it over a huge city. Jim DeLatoso thinks the first event was something more mysterious, and that the Air Guard was investigating it themselves.
But what probably happened is that unknown aircraft of unknown origin penetrated into military airspace. This has happened before.
When the military released the flares, the unidentified visitors would have left the area, probably at top speed.
Maybe they'll be back.
Or maybe we'll be in the dark forever.
Whether they're man-made, whether they're from another galaxy, whether they're flares, I don't know. At this point, they are truly UFOs, unidentified flying objects.
The two separate UFO events that were seen that night over Phoenix were never completely explained. Around 10 p.m., the Maryland Air Guard says it dropped flares that landed behind the mountains. But some believe this doesn't fully explain that V formation moving so quickly across the sky. According to some, there may be things still left to investigate. Until then, we may never know exactly what crossed the skies of Phoenix. Knock, knock. Who's there? After dark? In houses all across the United States. Things that go bump in the night can strike fear into even the bravest soul. Make yourself at home with Truth or Scare as we move into some of America's most haunted houses. They say there's no place like home. Could that explain why some people never leave? The United States has only been around for a little over 200 years, but that's been more than enough time for the ghosts of the dead to haunt lots of American homes. At least, that's what the people who live there say. Are these claims to be believed? That's up to you to decide. How and why does a house become haunted? These questions have been asked, but never really answered. John Goldsby claims he can see and communicate with the dead. He says a haunted house is home to spirits that cannot let go of life.
People that the desire is so great within them that they have to keep coming back to where they existed, or there's some great emotional pullback, and they cannot totally accept the fact that they've left the physical body.
One place it's said they won't leave is here. The Winchester House in San Jose, California. Believe it or not, this house was built with ghosts in mind. But there was one rule. Uninvited ghosts were not welcome. Twisting hallways, a maze of staircases, and doors to nowhere were designed to confuse evil spirits. Even though no one lives here anymore, Winchester House is open to tourists, if they've got the guts to go in. Because in this house, they say glimpses of the dead are still a way of life. Shara Smith works at Winchester House. The first time she was alone here, she wandered into one of the closed-off rooms.
And I let the door close behind me,
and it felt, the air pressure got really heavy in there, and it felt like the walls were getting closer. I mean, I had to get out of that room really quickly.
Other people claim to have seen lights on in that very same room, but it is not wired for electricity. Unexplained footsteps, creaking boards, and whispering only add to the aura of the mystery of the Winchester house. Sarah Winchester was heir to the Winchester firearms fortune. She built the house for protection.
William Winchester.
William. A spiritual medium in Boston had told Sarah that the deaths of her husband and only child were caused by evil spirits that had been killed by Winchester rifles. The seer's advice? Go west. So Sarah moved to California, where she decided to turn a simple farmhouse into a mansion for the spirit world. She had been told that here, she would be safe from those vengeful spirits, but only if she kept building. So for 38 years, 24 hours a day, construction continued. Today, the house sprawls over 6 acres of landscaped grounds. It has 160 rooms, 47 fireplaces, 13 bathrooms, 52 skylights, and nearly 10,000 windows. Only Sarah's death in 1922 brought the building to a halt. In the end, she had spent nearly $5.5 million to build her safe house. That's the same as around $53 million today. Sarah firmly believed that the house had kept her safe from harm. Could that explain why some say she still walks the halls of Winchester House? The most mysterious room in the house is the Blue Room. That's where Sarah conducted her private seances. No one ever set foot in the room while Sarah was alive. Some believe it's still a doorway for visitors from another dimension. Like Jack and John Stewart, they work at the house today. If their claims are true, at least one Winchester employee from the past is still on staff.
And I turned around and looked down the hallway, and I seen a man standing. And then he disappeared. We went down to see if somebody was in the house, and there was nobody there. I never believed in spirits or ghosts or anything.
Yeah,
so,
I didn't either.
But I do have a belief now that there is something in this house.
Something or someone. We may never know. In New Orleans, are hotel guests sharing their rooms with the dead? Next on Truth or Scare. Sarah Winchester built her house specifically for ghosts. Today, tourists go there practically expecting an encounter with the unexplained. But in one historic American city, visitors experience the spirit world the old-fashioned way, unexpectedly. At the southern end of the Mississippi River, you'll find New Orleans, Louisiana, one of the truly unique places in the world. A place where time seems to stand still, where the past mixes with the present, and according to some, the living with the dead. In the city's French Quarter, a jazz club called Maxwell's is said to be haunted by its violent past. Some say entering the club might just bring you face to face with a very deceased doorman, a casualty from the bad old days of mafia rule.
Good evening. Welcome to the club.
It was late at night, and I was cleaning up and everything, and something caught my eye, and I look up here to the balcony, and for about 2 seconds, there was this guy standing there. Looked Italian, his hair slicked straight back, what looked like kind of like a tuxedo or some kind of evening wear on, and he was just looking at me and like smiling, and then he was gone.
In another part of town is the Southern Nights Bed and Breakfast. Here, they haven't seen any ghosts, but they're convinced they've got some uninvited guests.
There were such strange things that went on when I first bought the house. I would hear sounds and whispers and voices. My housekeeper, my son, would come to me and say, "Did you call me?" And I hadn't.
When we first moved in here, that's when I first started to notice the first strange occurrences. A few times when I walked in different rooms, the hair would stand up on the back of my neck as if someone was in the room with me when a light would turn on. Alarm clocks that would set off when I had made sure that all the alarm clocks were disconnected. Doors locked themselves.
All these strange occurrences convinced Judy to call Hauntings Today, a paranormal investigation company run by parapsychologist Larry Montz.
We conduct scientific investigations of phenomena and try to determine, using scientific methods, what's going on.
Larry sent one of his staff to check out Judy's house.
I said, "Why don't you go around and look at everything, check out all the rooms." So when she came back, she said, "Do you know you have an entity in the house?"
Paranormal investigations are not widely accepted, but Larry Montz thinks his organization is different.
Our particular organization is a little unique in the fact that we use a combination of scientists as well as psychic investigators. We have conducted numerous investigations in haunted hotels, just like the Bourbon Orleans Hotel here in the French Quarter in New Orleans.
This building was once home to St. Mary's Academy, St. John's Orphanage, and the world-famous Orleans Ballroom. Hauntings Today will be assessing what they believe are signs of paranormal activity.
There have been people walking by this particular guest room suite and have heard a little girl crying. Hotel managers proceed to go up there, knock on the door, no answer, walk in, no one's there.
Actually, I've even had guests come to the front desk and tell me that in the middle of the night they were woken and heard the water running and got up and actually saw the water running, turned it off, got back in the bed, and have it happen 2 and 3 times during the night.
The investigation started in the lobby. Once the team entered, it was only a matter of seconds before the psychic said she felt a strange energy.
Shannon, you getting anything?
I get energies, impression up here, and mostly coming from upstairs.
Okay, go ahead.
The energy pulls them out of the lobby and up to the hotel's grand ballroom. According to Larry, the room is full of strange electromagnetic energy readings and cold spots, which he says are very common in a haunted house.
And we also experienced some poltergeist activity with one of the chandeliers that actually started to move. Yeah, do you feel that? Let's get a temperature reading.
But the most chilling image the investigators say they saw was eerily similar to one reported by a hotel maid.
Okay, get shots of that.
They give you a list of vacant and rooms that you need to turn down. When you close the curtains at night, you look across the courtyard, and I saw a nun sitting in a window in a vacant room crying.
At first we had gotten kind of an impression, or a psychic impression, of a person standing all the way at the end of the hallway. And as we approached it, this nun appeared. And she turned quickly and moved through one of the doors of the room. And as we entered the room, of course, she disappeared.
200 years after his death, does Abraham Lincoln still live at the White House? Next on Truth or Scare. New Orleans may be wilder, but the city of Washington, D.C. is just as fascinating. As the seat of power for the United States government, everywhere you go, the nation's history surrounds you. And some say the ghosts of historical figures might also be surrounding you. Claims of hauntings in Washington draw plenty of attention. Historian Stephen Lee Carson knows why.
One of the reasons Washington is so fascinating as a haunted city is not only because of all the power that's been involved, past and present, and the forces, if you will, but also the people who have verified these sightings.
Congressmen, senators, even presidents and first ladies have claimed they've seen ghosts. When Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands was visiting President Franklin Roosevelt, she stayed in the Lincoln bedroom. Late at night, there was knocking at the door. The door opened, and there, she said, was Abraham Lincoln. Just down the street from the White House, you'll find the Octagon House, which was built back in the 1700s. It's a National Historic Landmark now. And according to Errol Platzer, the director of the house, there have been so many bizarre occurrences and unexplained phenomena here, there's only one way to keep track of them.
We have a ghost file, as we call it, and we keep all the documentation that we can find on any ghost stories that have been told.
During the War of 1812, the Octagon was used as a temporary White House. Today, some visitors have reported seeing images of First Lady Dolly Madison. Some even claim to have smelled her famous lilac perfume. Others say they've heard strange ghostly sounds coming from inside a wall. And many claim they have witnessed the sudden, unexplained swinging of the chandelier over the staircase. Not far away at the United States Capitol building, people say that the most haunted room here is Statuary Hall. It was once the chamber of the House of Representatives, and visitors have sworn they heard John Quincy Adams in the middle of a passionate debate. Some former security guards make a more shocking claim, that late one night, the statues came to life and started dancing around the room. These stories are definitely scary, but could they actually be true? At the Center for Inquiry, ghost stories are just that, stories. As skeptics, they're in the business of looking for impartial scientific explanations of paranormal claims. Joe Nickel is one of the center's investigators. It's his job to travel the country to check out places that are said to be haunted.
Obviously, we can't parachute into Peoria every time Mrs. Smith thinks she has a ghost, or every time someone sees a flying saucer somewhere. But we do try to hit the bigger cases, and we do investigate paranormal claims.
Joe Nickel investigates the appearance of a little girl at a hotel with a dark history. Is this mystery all in the mind? Next on Truth or Scare. When people claim that a house is haunted, the stories are always fascinating. But what if they're more than just stories? Investigators of haunted houses use many methods to explain the inexplicable, and sometimes they find very different answers. That's exactly what happened here at Brookdale Lodge. Just south of San Francisco, Brookdale was once the place to be seen if you were rich and famous. Movie stars and other celebrities came here all the time, dining and dancing the night away in the Brook Room. But the lodge has also been the scene of tragedy. A fire, flood, and a young girl's drowning will never be forgotten. Maybe that's why hotel employees like Jennifer Soto and Elan Gilboa are convinced Brookdale is haunted.
Elon and I were cleaning up, getting ready to go, and I had heard some faint music, and I stopped and I said, Elon, do you hear that? And he said, yeah, I do.
It was a mixture of people talking in the background and music, old-time music.
Jennifer and Elan figured that some people had probably broken in for a little late-night party.
So we got the keys and we were going to go in there and kick everybody out. And we opened up the doors and everything just seized. Nothing.
The room was totally empty.
It was scary a little bit.
There were other incidents just as startling. Another haunting had been reported. Guests and employees claimed they'd seen a mother and her young daughter in the Brook Room. Are they grim reminders of an unknown earlier tragedy? Joe Nickel, the investigator from the Center for Inquiry, has been called in by the owners of Brookdale to try and find an explanation.
I think the first thing that one tries to do with a haunted house is to gather data and see whether there is evidence, first of all, for some kind of hoax. Brookdale struck me right away as not having the characteristics of overt hoaxing or prankery.
As a skeptic, Joe searches for plausible explanations for odd phenomena. Once a hoax or prank is ruled out, he looks for clues that something normal is being misperceived as paranormal. While Joe leads the skeptical investigation, the team of parapsychologist Lloyd Auerbach and professional psychic Annette Martin have also been called in. They're investigating the haunting from a believer's perspective.
In the field of parapsychology, we look at interactions of the human mind, living or dead, if you want to look at it that way, with other minds, with the environment.
Lloyd uses a magnetometer to measure magnetic fields in the area. Annette Martin is psychically searching for the same magnetic fields.
Everyone has an electromagnetic field around their body, and I have the capability of being able to read that.
Right away, Annette claims she picked up a reading. It was of a young girl.
And I asked her her name, and she was very shy and very demure and didn't want to give me her name, but she said that she liked to be called Katie.
Is this proof that Brookdale Lodge has guests that never check out? When both investigations were complete, the conclusion was yes and no.
There's something out of the ordinary going on here in people's experience and in the environment based on our readings and based on what the people have picked up. And this is warranting a second visit for sure.
I have not seen anything that seems to me evidence of haunting or supernatural activity here. But I have seen a correlation between the people who don't believe in ghosts here, who therefore have never seen one, and those who do believe, who do experience ghosts.
Are skeptics like Joe Nickel right? Do ghosts have to be believed in to be seen? Or is the truth something else entirely? We may never know for sure if haunted houses are real. The skeptics think that ghosts and hauntings are just ways for believers to explain the unknown. But for most people, the truth is a total mystery. One day science may find an explanation, and we'll know for sure. Or maybe we're better off not knowing. Scotland is a country with a mystical and ghostly past. Tales of bloody clan battles and family curses still resonate within the stones of its ancient castle walls. Ghosts lurking behind secret doors, waiting for just the right moment to reveal themselves, perhaps when we least expect it. These are the stories of Scotland. Supernatural tales of fierce loyalty, personal sacrifice, and cruelest betrayal. Have you ever wondered what they would say if the walls could talk? In Scotland, it is said sometimes they do. Phantom hammering in the dark of the night, moans of pain and loneliness emanating from hidden rooms, whispers of secrets around every corner. Duntroon Castle stands on the west coast of Scotland in the region of Argyll. It is a fortress built more than 800 years ago to guard the surrounding countryside against raiders from across the sea. Now, a peaceful home, it was once the scene of bitter clan fighting. To this day, Duntroon is said to be haunted by the spirit of a lone piper, whose heroic deed and loyalty to his clan brought him to a gruesome end. The sound of Scottish pipes has haunted the castle for many years, summoning memories of Duntroon's brutal past. But it is not only the pipes that seem to haunt Duntroon. Furniture has been seen moving on its own, and objects have been known to hurl themselves at the walls. Clocks stop, and a horrible discovery has been unearthed from beneath the castle's stones. To understand the hauntings at Duntroon, we must return to its violent past. In the 1600s, Duntroon was owned by the powerful Campbell clan. The Scots were divided by civil war. The Campbells fought on the side of Parliament, and their mortal enemies, the MacDonalds, supported King Charles I. Hearing that most of the Campbells were away from Duntroon, Carl Keto, a MacDonald chieftain, took advantage of the situation and attacked the castle. When the MacDonalds had secured the castle, Keto sailed off to continue his campaign. He left behind a small garrison and his loyal piper to guard the castle. The Campbells were determined to retake their castle from the MacDonalds. In Keto's absence, they mounted a counterattack. Eventually, the Campbell clan recaptured Duntroon. Only one MacDonald was spared, the piper. As privileged individuals, pipers were protected. Imprisoned and surrounded by enemies, the piper knew that his master would return to meet an almost certain death. The piper scanned the horizon for his master's boat, desperate to find a way of warning him. At last, the piper saw their boat on the horizon, and he did the only thing he could do to warn his master. He began to play his pipes. At first, Keto thought the piper was playing a tune of welcome, but as he came closer, he heard the tune become more urgent. And understanding it was a warning to leave, he turned the boat around and sailed to safety. When the Campbells realized that there had been a message in the piper's tune, they decided upon a punishment they felt would fit the crime. Brutally, they cut off his hands so he could play no more. The piper died from his wounds. Those who thought the story to be merely a local myth were quite shocked when, in about 1880, a chilling discovery was made beneath the castle flagstone.
Hey, John, look at this.
What have you found, Jamie? Look! God, how long has that been?
The workmen had found a skull, and when more stones had been removed, much to everyone's amazement, a full skeleton was revealed. Conspicuously missing his hands. At long last, the myth of the Duntroon Piper had been proven. A single standing stone marks the spot where the skeleton is said to have been buried. It is known only as the Piper's Grave. But though he is nameless, his courageous act has immortalized him, the Piper of Duntroon, who, perhaps to this day, waits loyally at his post for his clan to return. The Scots are a people with strong traditions. They have always held a deep respect for the unseen forces of nature and unexplained occurrences that have been part of their history from the dawn of memory. On the east side of Scotland, in the Grampian region north of Aberdeen, stands Fyvie Castle. Fyvie is steeped in mystery and strange, terrifying tales. It is a castle with a disturbed soul. It is said the ghost of a betrayed wife, the Green Lady, walks Fyvie's long corridors to this day. One afternoon, while totally alone in the castle tower, an army man, rather skeptical of the supernatural, entered Fyvie's drawing room. As he stepped aside to let someone pass, he was quite startled when he realized no one was there. The Green Lady is thought to be the ghost of Dame Lilias Drummond. In the early 17th century, the owner of the castle was Alexander Seton, Lord Fyvie. He lived in the castle with his wife, Dame Lilias, but Seton was not happy with her. They had 5 daughters, but Lilias had not given him the son and heir he longed for. Relatives of Dame Lilias lived nearby, among them a beautiful young woman named Griselle. Seton fell passionately in love with her. Suddenly, Dame Lilias was reported unwell, and within months, she passed away. Whispered rumors about how Lilias had died echoed around the castle. Seton, they said, had locked his wife up in an upstairs room. Alone and without nourishment, Lilias perished. Only weeks after his wife's suspicious death, Seton married Griselle. According to legend, however, Dame Lilias would soon return. On their wedding night, Seton and his new wife heard the sound of heavy sighing from outside the window. Seton tried to calm Griselle's fears by telling her that it was only the wind. He opened the window and looked out, but the night was still. Seton again assured his young bride that there was no need to worry.
Good night, go to sleep.
But as the night wore on, the sounds coming from the window grew louder and more human, like the cries of a woman in despair. In the morning light, Griselle cautiously approached the window. What she saw next terrified the young girl. Something had been carved on the window ledge. In letters nearly 3 inches high and inscribed from the outside were the words D. Lilias Drummond. The words that perhaps were written by a ghostly hand remains there to this very day. A deadly curse that may still be afflicting people today are whispered of in the halls of 5e. Ivy Castle was built 200 years before Columbus came to America. Its ancient walls have weathered the centuries well, but along the way it has collected a history of betrayal and treachery, so intense that it seems even now to deeply affect the lives of those who dare to stay. Another ominous presence hangs over 5e Castle. It is known as the Curse of the Weeping Stones. More than 500 years ago, an ill-tempered prophet named Thomas the Rhymer, renowned for his gloomy predictions, announced he wanted to visit the castle. In anticipation of his arrival and to welcome him, the castle's great doors were left open. Years passed and Thomas had not come. Still, the door stood open. 7 years and a day after he had first announced his intention to visit the castle, Thomas arrived. Talk about fashionably late. But, as he approached the entrance, a freak storm blew in, slamming the door in his face. Always quick to take offense, Thomas took this as a personal insult and cursed the castle and its lands. The curse spoke of 3 stones taken from the boundary markers of the castle lands. Until all 3 stones were found and reunited, the firstborn sons of the families that lived at 5e would never inherit the castle. The alleged curse is so powerful that the one weeping stone that has been recovered still exerts an evil influence. Christopher Hartley came under the stone's spell when he was working on its conservation and display.
And it was strange that every time I seemed to be closely working with it, shortly after something terrible happened to me. The first time, having worked very closely with the stone, I twisted my ankle. And so did the surveyor, who'd also seen it on the same occasion. The next time I sprained my knee very badly, and the third time when I put it into a showcase, I was rushed to hospital in the middle of the night with kidney stones. I don't like to look at the stone anymore or go too close to it at all. I try to avoid it if I can.
The weeping stone also has remarkable and unexplained physical properties, which explain its name. Although kept in dry conditions, in a wooden bowl, the stone actually weeps, filling the bowl with moisture. Is there really a curse on 5e Castle? Perhaps. Perhaps not. But there is one castle that is reputed to be more haunted and breathing with spirits than all others in Scotland. Scotland has many castles that some believe still contain living history. Spirits with unfinished stories, entities that have secrets to share, and beings that wish to stay in the homes where they were once happy. Glamis is the most infamous of the many Scottish castles reputed to be haunted. Glamis Castle has a mythical and certainly mystical reputation. The ghosts of Glamis are numerous and legendary. Phantoms have been reported in the castle for centuries. Many of these hauntings are focused on the bedroom known as the Blue Room. One account, recorded in the 1870s, described the event. A guest at the castle, the wife of the Archbishop of York, was staying in the Blue Room. She awoke feeling that something had brushed her face, but she couldn't see anyone in the room. A figure loomed over her, with a long, flowing beard and the face of a dead man. In 1454, Patrick, the first Lord Glamis, was said to have played host to an evil visitor at the castle. He was known for his love of gambling and often played cards with Earl Beardy of Crawford, so called because of his long, thick beard.
Looks like it's no good to me.
The pair were playing together late one Saturday night when a servant entered and reminded them of the hour. It was nearly the Sabbath, and gambling was forbidden on the Lord's Day.
Well, no bother me, man. Can you not see him in the middle of a game?
But the men ignored him and played on. But 5 minutes to midnight, the servant again entered and pointed out the time.
My lords, please, I beg you.
If we have a mind to, we shall play until doomsday, Earl Beardy roared. He would regret his words. On the stroke of midnight, the door opened. A mysterious stranger entered. The stranger sat down and placed a stake of sparkling rubies on the table. The three men started to play. Lord Glamis and Earl Beardy soon got into a heated argument.
Take it out, I said I picked up 2 cards and get out of your sleep.
The stranger watched. The sounds from the room became loud and furious. And the servant longed to enter and see what was happening. But as he approached the door, he reeled back in terror. The 2 gambling men were enveloped in flames. That night, the castle had entertained the one known to people of that time as the Prince of Darkness. 2 men were condemned by the Dark Spirit to play until doomsday at the price for gambling on the Sabbath. Do specters from another world coexist with us in this one, never intending to be seen by us at all? If we listen very carefully, might we hear voices or music drifting toward us from another time and place? In the ancient and magical land that is Scotland, some still believe they can.
On Discovery Kids. Scary Saturday Night Sleepover on Discovery Kids.
It is half man, half ape. It lives in the shadows. Thousands of people claim they have seen it. From the wilds of the Pacific Northwest to the mountaintops of Tibet. But it remains elusive. Truth or Scare tracks the truth about the creature known as Bigfoot. Its name has been translated from many native languages. Yeti, Sasquatch, the Abominable Snowman, and yes, Bigfoot. Is this creature the last great undiscovered animal in the world, or just an oversized prank? For many generations, Native Americans of the Pacific Northwest have told of an ape-like creature they call Sasquatch. But it was only folklore, or so they thought. Beginning in the 1950s, hikers and woodsmen roaming the wilderness of Northern California came back with reports of a strange ape-like creature. Then, in 1958, some loggers deep in the ancient forests of the Pacific Northwest found huge, strange footprints. The press immediately dubbed it Bigfoot.
Hey, you fellas gotta come up here and take a look at this.
But as this ancient legend turned to modern rumor, two hunters who'd never seen Bigfoot set out to shoot it. On film, that is. They headed to Bluff Creek in Trinity National Forest, 160 miles north of San Francisco. It had a reputation as one of Bigfoot's stomping grounds. Roger Patterson was a former rodeo rider and part-time inventor. Bob Gimlin, an expert horseman and tracker. According to Patterson, for 7 days, they saw nothing. But all that changed on October 20th, 1967. Patterson was so stunned he fell from his horse. As he stumbled forward with his camera, he said Bigfoot stopped to look back at them. Gimlin aimed his gun at the beast in case it attacked. The creature had seen enough. It disappeared into the forest. Patterson followed it with his camera, but he'd already filmed too much of the beautiful mountain scenery. Abruptly, he ran out of film. This is the actual film shot by Roger Patterson. Most scientists dismiss the film as a clever hoax. A man in a modified ape costume, perhaps, pretending to be the fabled creature. It is true that Roger Patterson sold rights to the footage all over the world and made a small fortune. But Bob Gimlin, who made no money for his part in the adventure, swears the film is real.
42.
Many alleged Bigfoot prints and hair samples have turned out to be fake. One bit of fur found alongside a footprint in California was actually the hair from a Barbie doll. Do these incidents prove Bigfoot is nothing more than a fable?
Left, right, left.
Did Roger Patterson actually film a shy relative of man hiding out in the wilderness for thousands, maybe even millions of years? Maybe the key to tracking Bigfoot is in his footprints. Find out next on Truth or Scare. Claims of a Bigfoot creature are not limited to North America alone. There have been reports of a similar creature in Australia, Central Asia, India, and Tibet. Coincidence? Or is it possible that a gigantic man-ape could go uncaptured for thousands of years? It may seem unlikely, but animals thought to be extinct have turned up before. In the early 20th century, many zoologists believed that all Earth's largest animals had already been discovered. But in 1939, a supposedly extinct fish, the coelacanth, was discovered in South Africa. Scientists also found the very first mountain gorilla in Africa as recently as 1901. And the first giant panda was captured in China in 1936. These animals were once dismissed as mere folklore, until science proved they were real.
I did a calculation, and I came up with about 40% of all known mammal species, 40% were discovered in this century.
Richard Greenwell is a member of the International Society of Cryptozoology, which searches for unknown animals. More traditional scientists say that cryptozoology isn't a real science at all. They say that looking for such mythical creatures as giant octopuses and living dinosaurs is inspired by pure fantasy. But Greenwell thinks Bigfoot is alive and well hidden.
There are vast regions on this planet where there is hardly anybody at all, or hardly anybody goes. And certainly, intelligent animals like primates could survive there and remain undetected. It is possible.
Greenwell believes the animal may also be a nocturnal creature, only coming out at night.
Animals have strategies for survival. You know, some move in herds, others have spines on their backs. Perhaps some animals have a strategy that makes them more difficult to find. I call that elusiveness.
Bigfoot may be elusive, but he does leave tracks. At least, that's what believers say, who point to his footprints as their strongest evidence. So far, collectors have cast more than 400 footprints. Bob Titmus of British Columbia, Canada, saw his first Bigfoot track on a logging road in 1958.
I'd never seen anything like it. I couldn't imagine what on earth was making it. And after I tracked it several times in the next few weeks, I came to believe that it had to be, absolutely had to be, some live animal.
Find out why this professional tracker thinks these footprints are the real deal. Next on Truth or Scare. The giant creature known as Bigfoot has been dodging hunters and investigators for years. He supposedly hides by day and hunts by night in the giant forests of the Pacific Northwest. The only physical evidence is its unusual footprints. The question is, are any of them real? Bob Titmus has been a professional hunter all his life, from Alaska to Mexico, but the trophies on his wall are of Bigfoot. He believes these tracks cannot have been made by man or machine.
The fluctuation in the track and the movement in the foot and the places this would go that no mechanical thing could have gone.
The tracks would eventually lead him to a remote canyon in the Rockies of northern British Columbia on a summer day in 1963. Over 30 years later, the memory of what he claims he saw there remains as clear as when it happened.
I was going up an old glacier bed, and there was reports of Indians having shot one up there many years before. And looking across the canyon, the huge canyon in front of me, I noticed 3 Sasquatch going up the opposite wall, and they were climbing just hand over hand. That was a sight to see.
Like other Sasquatch hunters who came back without even a snapshot, no one believed him. Except John Green, a writer and publisher in British Columbia. He had followed Bigfoot in the press. When he heard about Bob Titmus's find, he tracked him down.
Well, in 1958, there was a picture in the newspaper of a man holding a cast, one of these huge footprints. I just got in the car and went down there to see what it was all about. And footprints are real. There has to be something real to make them.
Since 1958, John Green has gathered more than 3,000 eyewitness accounts from the United States and Canada. Most sightings are in the Pacific Northwest. Others come from as far east as Indiana and Arkansas. He admits some reports have turned out to be false, but he's convinced most are real.
It reaches the point where the explanation that there is an animal with a foot like that and it looks like what people say they see is by far the simpler explanation than to try to patch together some human conspiracy operating over hundreds of years and right across the entire globe.
From 1958 to 1962, both Titmus and Green became involved in Bigfoot hunting expeditions led by Tom Slick. An oil millionaire, he spent a small fortune trying to track Bigfoot down. He even collected some alleged Bigfoot droppings. Lovely. But when Slick died in a plane crash, the trail grew cold. His records and evidence vanished. Some say his company destroyed them out of embarrassment. Others say they're still hidden away. Perhaps the most complete and thorough search for Bigfoot is taking place here at Washington State University. Anthropologist Grover Krantz has risked his professional reputation by taking Bigfoot seriously. He believes the footprints are real.
They're not just oversized human feet. They show 7 slightly different characteristics. 5 of these I've published in journal articles.
Krantz won't say what he calls the other 2 typical Bigfoot traits. That way, he says, he can more easily uncover a phony. The common traits that he will reveal include flat, wide feet with near equal-sized toes. Some alleged prints have ridges like a fingerprint, but again, some have turned out to be human, nothing but clever forgeries. Still, Grover Krantz has found examples of Bigfoot tracks he believes would be impossible to fake.
What happened here is the individual stepped on a stone, and the stone impressed deeply into the foot. Now, we know that this was not a fake that somebody put on and rocked it side to side to get the impression on both sides, because a very good fingerprint expert was able to trace dermal ridges running all the way across the footprint without any break, right through the rock impression. And since there's no human foot that this is this large, and no human foot has that thickness of padding, we're quite sure this is real.
By studying the Patterson film frame by frame, Krantz has even come up with a theory on the mechanics of how he thinks Bigfoot walks.
They do swing their arms back and forth in a human manner, but the differences come from they lean forward at the hip more than a normal human does or should. When they put weight support on one foot, they bend the knee, so.
And most reports of Bigfoot have described the same slumping posture, slightly bent knees, and free swaying arms.
That's roughly how the Sasquatch is walking on the Patterson film, and that's about how they would have to walk if they weigh 500 pounds or more and are well-muscled.
Solid proof, like Bigfoot, remains hidden. Can bones discovered in a cave in China prove the existence of a giant man-ape? Find out next on Truth or Scare. Is the Bigfoot of the Northwest a lonesome relic from another era, or does he have relatives around the globe? People the world over tell tales of a half-man, half-beast lurking in the shadows. The Himalayas, one place with a long history of sightings, is home of the legendary Yeti. Like Bigfoot, the Yeti is said to be a hairy ape-like creature with a cone-shaped head. In 1921, British explorers were the first Westerners to try climbing Mount Everest, the world's highest mountain. At 17,000 feet, a Sherpa guide spotted dark figures moving in a snowfield above them. According to the guide, the creature was what the Sherpa natives called Metoa Kongmi, or the man who is not a man. But a mistake in the translation ended up giving the mysterious beast its more familiar name, the abominable snowman. Overnight, the abominable snowman became a worldwide sensation. According to the Sherpas, he was a man-like creature. And he wasn't abominable at all, but a shy, harmless beast who was afraid of humans. For the next 40 years, dozens of other Yeti sightings were reported in the Himalayan mountains of Tibet. Then, in 1960, the man who had originally conquered Mount Everest, Sir Edmund Hillary, returned to the Himalayas. One of his goals was to find the so-called abominable snowman. He found snowy footprints allegedly made by the creature. He concluded that they were ordinary animal tracks, perhaps those of a bear, made larger and more frightening by the melting snow. Hillary also examined a so-called Yeti skullcap preserved in a Tibetan monastery. It turned out to be the skin of a goat-like animal called a sarau. However, the abominable snowman, the Sherpas believed, was also invisible. According to native folklore, he could disappear at will. But the famed beast, Sir Edmund Hillary concluded, was merely a fascinating fairy tale. A startling discovery in a forgotten cave has added a new character to the story. An extinct giant ape that's a dead ringer for Bigfoot. In 1989, anthropologists found the teeth and fossilized bones of a giant ape-like creature hidden in a remote cave in China. The bones were really just fragments, but scientists were able to estimate that the animal stood more than 8 feet tall and weighed as much as 1,200 pounds. They named it Gigantopithecus.
This is a specimen of lower jaw of Gigantopithecus. This is the only adult male specimen. It contains the teeth and the tooth-bearing part of the jaw. When you compare that with the human jaw, broken off at the same parts, you can see it's obviously extraordinarily large.
Some anthropologists believe that we are distantly related to Gigantopithecus, and that roughly 11 million years ago, our lines split and we climbed different branches of our family tree. They also think it's possible that by 2 million years ago, Gigantopithecus roamed the land alongside Homo erectus, the forefather of modern man. The proof lay in the cave in China. Along with the Gigantopithecus bones, scientists found fragments of Homo erectus that dated to the same time. If the two creatures coexisted 2 million years ago, could we still be living with Gigantopithecus's descendants? Grover Krantz thinks so.
The descriptions that people give of the Bigfoot are the same size as what we have reconstructed here on the Gigantopithecus. It comes out to be about 8 feet tall, hairy, wide-shouldered, a very heavy set, and with a nearly but ape-like face, but somewhat straighter, more vertical. And that's an exact description of the Bigfoot.
According to this theory, Gigantopithecus originated in East Asia, where its bones were found. It could have crossed into North America over land bridges that formed during the Ice Ages. Scientists believe this was the same route taken by the first Americans, whose descendants still know the creature as Sasquatch. With nothing to go on but questionable sightings and footprints, Bigfoot, by any name, remains the mere shadow of a ghost. Its bones have never been discovered. But Grover Krantz thinks he can explain that as well. He believes animals dying a natural death tend to hide themselves before they die.
I have talked to so many hunters, game guides, officials, and asked them all the same question. How many dead bears have you found that died a natural death? So far, my grand total is 0.
Far from achieving fame and fortune, many who seriously search for Bigfoot pay a heavy price for their beliefs.
If you're in the academic world and you let it be known that you take the Bigfoot story seriously, your reputation suffers rather badly for that. Promotions and pay raises are greatly delayed.
On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I absolutely believe in Bigfoot. After I evaluate all the data and read all the information. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I think it's a lot of nonsense. And on Sundays, I rest.
Many sightings of a mythical ape man have been reported, but to this day, no hard evidence exists. And so Bigfoot remains what he has always been, a mythical legend. If the secret of Bigfoot's survival is to remain hidden, it may be very difficult to ever prove its existence. Sightings and stories, legends and half-truths, footprints and fabrications. Somewhere in between lies the truth and the answer to the question, is there a real Bigfoot? Sometimes it's impossible to get rid of unwanted guests. Has a vampire invited herself to dinner? There's one way to find out. They say a witch's spirit lives in this cave. Won't get away. But it might be safer not to go searching. Is this an ordinary covered bridge? Or the way to the next world? The time has come to welcome the night visitors to Truth or Scare. Who are the night visitors? Even people who say they've actually met these mysterious spirits have no answer. There are places where voices are heard, visions are seen, and explanations are nowhere to be found. If the stories are true, then the ghosts of the past are here now. And they only come out at night. Did you hear something?
Yeah. I think you better leave.
You have to be fearless to go walking in these woods at night. Here, in rural Tennessee, they say an evil power has been haunting the area for centuries.
I think you better leave.
Welcome to the Bell Witch Cave. Today, the curious and the very brave still come here, ghost hunting. And they still tell the story of John Bell and the witch who tormented him. In the spring of 1813, John Bell moved his family to the town of Adams, Tennessee. John and his wife Lucy and their kids, Richard, Drury, and Betsy, got settled into their new home. For the first few months, their lives were pretty peaceful. But soon, that peace was shattered. A mysterious presence entered their lives that no one can explain to this day. They heard sounds and felt tremors on their property, like an earthquake, but it was only happening around the Bells' home. The noises were terrifying. Weeks went by. Outside the house, the noises were getting louder. Then, one night, the horror moved inside. Richard Bell wrote about it in his diary.
A noise commenced in our room, like a rat gnawing vigorously on the bedpost. There was no such thing as sleep to be thought of, until the noise ceased, which was usually about 3 o'clock in the morning. Richard Bell.
These people that were witnessing this event, they were not crazy, they were not strange, they were very ordinary people for the time, and what happened to them was not ordinary.
Whatever it was tormenting the Bells, it turned violent. At first, they kept quiet about it, just a family problem. But eventually, the terror overcame them. They had to get help. John Bell called in James Johnston, a religious man who thought they might find a solution in the Bible. Johnston's method was direct. He interrogated the evil force and demanded answers. The nightmare was only beginning. Apparently, she had been disturbed. The reports say she was heard throughout the house, laughing and taunting. Word spread quickly through town. The locals started calling the awful thing the Bell Witch. We'll never know why the witch, or whatever it was, hated John Bell so much. But according to witnesses, she swore to stay on him until the day he died. It was a tragic mix-up that finally ended Bell's life. Somehow, a jar of medicine he was taking got filled with deadly poison. The doctor was brought in to investigate. His conclusion? Accidental poisoning. People at the time did not believe it was an accident, but rather the work of the Bell Witch. It was said the witch haunted John Bell to his grave. At his funeral, they say that her singing and laughing was so loud, no one could even hear the pastor's eulogy. After John Bell's funeral, the family moved far away from Adams. The house sat empty for years. But the Bell Witch could be more than a story. Some say that she's a part of the land, a spirit that has been here forever, and still is. Somewhere underground. 10 years ago, Chris Kirby and her husband bought the Old Bell Cave. Some say they got more than they bargained for.
I've heard some things in there that really you shouldn't be hearing in a cave. I've heard growling sounds in there. I've heard what sounded like a scream. I know it's hard to believe, but until you've witnessed it yourself, I know there's something there, but I just don't know what it is.
There's still something that exists here today that I can't explain, nor can anyone else.
The memory of these strange events will live on, although we may never know the truth. As terrifying as the old stories are, it's even scarier to wonder if the Bell Witch might return someday. What happens when the dead won't rest in peace? Find out when we dig up the story of America's last vampire. Next on Truth or Scare.
Discovery Kids.
Most people would probably say that vampires come from Transylvania. There are people all over the world who tell stories about the walking dead and monsters who feast on human blood. There have also been reports of vampires much closer to home, not so long ago. In the late 1800s, Rhode Island was known as a center of weird, supernatural activity. Believers felt the presence of restless, hungry souls. And a certain type of deadly American vampire was on the loose. Or so they said. It was the late 1800s, and death was stalking New England. A mysterious epidemic was killing thousands of people. No one had a clue where it came from. Some called it consumption. Others named it the White Plague. In small remote villages like Exeter, the disease spread like wildfire, passing from one family to another. It was the winter of 1883 when George Brown lost his wife, Mary. A slow, painful death. Then, one by one, his children each got the terrible disease as well. His daughter Olive, lying in bed, sick and weak, was haunted by nightmares. She dreamt about a shadowy figure who would steal her breath and drain her life force. George's son Edwin was next. He also suffered from more than the illness. In horrifying dreams, his breath and blood seemed to be sucked from his body. It got worse. As Edwin lay at death's door, his sister Mercy became violently ill. And soon, she passed away. The town was gripped by fear. What was spreading the plague, and who would be next? They found no answers in science. So, they turned to folklore. They started to suspect that their enemy came from the supernatural realm. And if the living couldn't come up with a solution, maybe the answer lay buried with the dead. Town elder William Rose made an emotional appeal saying, The undead must be returning from the grave to feed on the living. His prime suspect was one of the Brown family. He convinced George that there was only one way to save his son Edwin: dig up the bodies of his wife and children. George Brown said he would. Even the most prominent members of the community believed in the malevolent spirit and gathered at the graveyard. No one, rich or poor, was immune from the desperation of the times. First, they unearthed Olive and her mother. They are just dust and bones. Mercy was next. The men pulled her coffin from the ground. What they saw was too shocking for words. The truth was now clear to the townspeople. Mercy was the vampire who had been stalking their nightmares and dwindling their numbers. According to their beliefs, her heart had to be removed and cremated. Otherwise, she would continue to claim even more lives. The task of performing the ritual fell to Dr. Harold Metcalf. The townspeople hoped that this act would not only stop the vampire from returning, but help save the sick as well. Desperate to save their friends and loved ones, they made a potion with the ashes and gave it to Edwin. It didn't work. Less than a week later, he passed away. Whether she was a vampire or not, after Mercy Brown was put to rest for the second time, the epidemic of consumption in Exeter, Rhode Island, came to an end. Coming up next, this mysterious covered bridge seems to span the waters of time. And on the other side, they say, a lonely ghost is waiting for all eternity. When Truth or Scare continues.
The Gaggle will be back on Discovery Kids.
This Halloween, take a wild ride to the frightfully funny side with the biggest Halloween adventure.
The Gaggle is back on Discovery Kids.
It is said that the night visitors come in different shapes and for different reasons. If the evidence is true, then there's an endless variety of spirits out there in the netherworld, like this young woman, forever waiting for a man who never arrives. The Goldbrook Bridge gets its name from the narrow stream that runs underneath it. For decades, prospectors in Stowe Hollow, Vermont have been panning for gold there. But the bridge is the real treasure for people who want to meet a ghost. According to the local legend, back in the 1850s, love was in the Vermont air. A young farm girl named Emily met a young man, and pretty soon she was in over her head. One day, they decided to run away together and get married. Wait for me here tomorrow, he tells her, and I promise to take you away forever. So she waited. And waited. The hours slipped slowly away, but still no sign of her boyfriend. Depressed and alone, Emily made a vow to herself. She would never let anything like this happen again. Ever.
I think her hopes were just dashed. By midnight, the hours had ticked away and she became more and more desperate. And she saw no alternative than to take her own life.
Legend says that she was taken to the village cemetery, but after a century and a half, some people believe her spirit may be somewhere else.
It's a very eerie feeling. People have gone to the bridge and have seen a figure, and they can hear her calling out.
Help me. Today, the locals know it as Emily's Bridge. Have a look inside, they say, and if it's just the right kind of foggy night, you just might catch a glimpse of the past. Coming next, on this windswept cliff, a medieval castle is home to mysteries from the past. Is it also home to ghosts? When Truth or Scare continues.
Hey kids!
Imagine living in your own castle. Would you ever want to leave? Inventor John Hammond and his wife believe so strongly in the afterworld. Witnesses claim their spirits never left the castle grounds. Could they have discovered the secret to eternal life? Here on the coast of Cape Ann, Massachusetts, this building is hiding bizarre secrets. On the outside, it looks like a medieval fortress. But there are no knights or crusaders here. The spirit of John Hayes Hammond, they say, could be found anywhere in his castle. He's been called everything from a gifted inventor to a mad scientist. His castle walls kept the world out, and his secrets safe. Hammond was a strong believer in reincarnation. In some experiments, he tried to unlock the secrets of life and death. Over 30 years after his death, it looks like he's not going anywhere. In 1926, Hammond built this seaside fortress as a safe haven for himself and his new wife, Irene. This was a strange wedding present, but then again, Hammond was a very strange man. Inside, everywhere you look, are strange relics of the past. Some say they make this the most haunted castle in the United States. The artifacts that the Hammonds brought back from their travels fill the house with a strange presence. The caretaker, Richard Gordon, has witnessed strange things himself.
You see shadows and images in the building. Noises, whisperings.
Hammond may not be the only spirit who likes it here. Hammond's wife was also a believer in the spirit world. She died several years before he did. Once she was gone, the mysterious sightings increased dramatically.
They have heard the voice of a woman in a room. They have seen a woman go from one room to another room and then have summoned the maintenance people to go into that room to see who that was, and there was nobody there.
How do you really explain it? Unless you had an experience like this, how do you explain it?
There are those who believe Hammond himself still walks these halls. The mysterious sightings hint at something we don't quite understand. John Hayes Hammond seemed determined to solve the mysteries of the supernatural. How well did he succeed? We may never know. At least, not in this world. So, who are the night visitors? The inventions of superstition? Or forces beyond our understanding? Whoever, or whatever they are. Many people say they are intent on making contact. It seems like they might have something to tell us. Or maybe they're looking for answers themselves. Could the Atlantic Ocean be hiding a doorway to another dimension? East of Florida, there are mysterious waters that some claim can trap boats and planes that disappear forever. Is something going on here? Truth or Scare searches for the answer deep in the mysterious Bermuda Triangle. But beware, once we go in, there may be no way out. Deep under the ocean, there's a mystery just waiting to be solved. For decades, in an infamous region of the Atlantic Ocean called the Bermuda Triangle, travelers have just been disappearing. But some say there's no proof that it's anything more than a whole lot of hype. Is the truth out there? There's only one way to find out. We're heading straight in to the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle covers over 500,000 square miles of the Atlantic Ocean, between the island of Bermuda, the southern tip of Florida, and Puerto Rico. For over 200 years, disturbing reports have been coming from here. Reports of experienced pilots and captains entering the triangle and completely losing their way. But this is an extremely busy route for both ships and airplanes, and almost all of them make it through without any problem. But still, there's something about the reports that some people can't ignore. One of the first recorded disappearances in the mysterious history of the Bermuda Triangle happened in 1814, when the United States Navy warship USS Wasp disappeared with its crew of 140 men. In 1918, the naval supply ship USS Cyclops was lost with 309 men. A freighter named the Marine Sulphur Queen sailed into the Triangle in 1963. Her crew of 39 men never made it out. Charter planes, fishing vessels, military training flights, sailboats, even gigantic tankers and freighters, all gone without a trace. And nobody can explain why. Many believe that the disappearances have to do with the Earth itself. The Earth is surrounded by its own magnetic field. A compass needle always points towards the Earth's magnetic North Pole, which can be up to 20 degrees different from the geographic or true North Pole, depending on where you are. It's called compass variation, and if navigators don't account for it, they'll find themselves seriously off course and in serious trouble. But the Bermuda Triangle is different. It's one of only 2 places on Earth where the magnetic north and the true north actually do match up. And this can cause a compass to completely lose direction. And that can easily cause a vessel to get lost. Sometimes for good. But not everyone believes this theory. Some blame it all on bad weather. Violent thunderstorms, intense hurricanes, and maybe even underwater earthquakes crisscross the triangle with frightening frequency. The theory is that these disturbances might cause giant waterspouts. What's a waterspout? Oh, just a tornado made out of water. And for most boats, its first run-in with a waterspout will be its last. But the theories don't stop there. Methane is a gas produced under the sea floor, and sometimes it bubbles up to the surface. Some say an eruption of megabubbles could be big enough to sink any ship unfortunate enough to be in the area, and maybe even pull down a passing airplane. Then again, most people who travel through these waters have no trouble at all. According to Coast Guard statistics, the number of aircraft and ship disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle is no higher than in any similar-sized chunk of ocean, anywhere in the world. But there are a few cases so shocking that some people have to wonder. Coming up, 6 planes, 27 men, and 1 bizarre disappearance. The tragic mission of Flight 19. Next. on Truth or Scare. It's a place where ships and planes go missing and are never found again. But hard facts tell us there's nothing unusual going on in the Bermuda Triangle. So how can we ignore the unsolved case of 6 U.S. Navy planes that disappeared in 1945? It was the afternoon of December 5th. Flight 19, a group of 6 torpedo bombers called Avengers, was preparing to take off. They were all carrying student pilots, young soldiers who were learning how to fly. Their teacher, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, an experienced pilot. Their mission? To fly from Florida to the Bimini Islands and practice bombing runs on a sunken ship. Calvin Shoemaker was a member of Flight 19. At the time, Shoemaker was an ensign with the Navy Reserve. Just as he was about to take off, another pilot who was having engine trouble asked to switch planes with him.
One of our pilots, Ensign Bossy, couldn't get his engine started. I was taxiing out and saw that Bossy was having engine problems. I asked Lieutenant Taylor if I could make that swap. And Taylor said, go ahead and swap out with him. And you, Shoemaker, try to get his engine started and catch up with us.
But he was only in the plane a few minutes when he realized that he wouldn't make it.
I couldn't get his engine started either.
Though he missed out on the mission that day, trading planes with the other pilot saved Calvin Shoemaker's life. After completing its mission, Flight 19 started heading back to Florida. The base in Fort Lauderdale was in constant contact with the pilots by radio, so they heard the whole terrifying story as it was happening. First, storm clouds moved in as the sun was setting.
Sunset was around 5:20 p.m. and the weather got bad. The flight caught itself in bad weather, rain, clouds, so they had to fly on instruments.
This meant that the pilots were forced to fly their planes using only radar and compasses, which is no problem, usually. Because suddenly, as the ocean raged below them, Lieutenant Taylor reported that his compass had stopped working. All 5 planes in his squadron were lost in the Bermuda Triangle. The control tower was helpless. They asked Lieutenant Taylor to turn on his radar so they could track the planes. But for some strange reason, he didn't. There was only one way to make contact, and hopefully save Flight 19. The Navy sent a seaplane out to search for the lost Avengers. Then, just a few minutes after it took off, the flight tower picked up some strange radio transmissions. It had to be the missing planes, but where were they? And why wouldn't they fly west? As darkness fell, Ensign Shoemaker was starting to lose hope.
The communications became garbled, sporadic, in some cases so broken, I felt that they were getting further and further away from Fort Lauderdale.
By the next morning, the Navy rescue seaplane that went looking for Flight 19 had not reported in. Added to the 5 Avengers, there were now 6 planes missing in the Bermuda Triangle. When it was finally light enough, hundreds of ships went to search for the Avengers of Flight 19 and the seaplane. But the rescue mission failed. They found no sign of the lost planes. The Navy commanders who were there at the time couldn't comprehend it. One of them said it was as if they vanished from the face of the Earth and went to Mars. A month later, the Navy made the report about what happened that night. Flight 19's leader was confused, so he accidentally led his men in the wrong direction, away from land. According to the report, they must have run out of fuel and crashed into the ocean, but the case has never officially been closed. There are lots of theories about how the men were lost, but no one has ever truly explained it. The only survivor, Cal Shoemaker, is still haunted by the loss of his friends.
It was a tragic event at the time. We lost 14 men. They had families, and it was not a pretty picture.
And until there's a good explanation, pilots and sailors who cross the triangle will probably always wonder and worry. Nearly 25 years after the disappearance of Flight 19, a pilot claims he came face to face with what brought it down. Is the mystery solved? Find out next on Truth or Scare. Though most planes and ships never experience any trouble in the Bermuda Triangle, people are fascinated with the ones that do, especially when one of the pilots lives to tell the tale. Bruce Gernon is one of those pilots. He's been flying planes in the Bermuda Triangle for years. When he was just 23, Bruce made what could have been the final flight of his life. High above the Bermuda Triangle, he had an experience most pilots wouldn't believe or survive. An experience he now believes was the same one had by Flight 19. The day was December 4th, 1970. 25 years after Flight 19 was lost, almost to the day. Bruce was navigating the sky above the Bimini Islands, when out of nowhere, he was surrounded. A huge cloud bank had completely swallowed his plane, and Bruce and his crew were trapped in a blinding fog.
It engulfed the airplane as we tried climbing above it, and we weren't able to escape from it. We'd break free for maybe 10 seconds or so, and then it would catch back up to us again.
Bruce tried to maneuver the plane out, but the cloud bank literally wouldn't let him escape. Nearly 10 miles to the top, the cloud bank was much too high to fly over. His only hope was to steer directly into the monster cloud. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, Bruce risked almost certain electrocution trying to make it out to the other side. As he flew, Bruce claims the sides of the cloud were rotating around his plane.
And a strange thing happened again to the blue sky. It was gone, and everything was gray, and everything looked strange.
Flying through the cloud tunnel, Bruce says he could see the tips of his wings actually scraping the cloud itself. It was like a terrible dream, where everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. Bruce calls it the electric fog, but it did more than block his view that day. His navigation equipment was knocked out too.
Not only that, the compass itself was spinning slowly, counterclockwise. And at this point, I realized that I wouldn't be able to fly the airplane by instruments.
Then, out of nowhere, a voice came on the radio. "Who is over Miami?" was all he heard, but it gave him hope. And when he looked down, Bruce could now see Florida, slowly appearing through the dense fog. But that would mean that Bruce's plane had been catapulted back to where he'd started. How? He'll probably never know why, but somehow Bruce's life was spared that day. And after thinking back on it for all of these years, Bruce is more convinced than ever that the electric fog is responsible for many of the accidents in the Bermuda Triangle, including Flight 19. Investigators say there has to be something that causes pilots and boaters in the triangle to seem almost hypnotized. If not electric fog, then what? Some say the answer might just be hidden underwater. There's still so much we don't understand about the ocean. Could the answer possibly be down there, somewhere? Could the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle be linked to the lost civilization of Atlantis? We dive for clues next on Truth or Scare. Mysterious fog. Instruments that go haywire. Sometimes the sky over the Bermuda Triangle seems to practically swallow planes whole. But many say that the mysterious waters below are just as deadly. Could the depths be hiding the real answers to the unexplained events? John Dugan is with the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. He's seen unpredictable weather take control of a ship, leaving the captain completely helpless. But it's the other incidents that bother John, the ones that can't be explained by storms.
I was on sunset duty for the Coast Guard. We found a boat with not anyone aboard. Our concern was for the persons aboard. Where were they? Why weren't they on the vessel?
Science hasn't been able to solve the mystery. Many point out that the number of disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle are just a coincidence. But for those that do believe, over the years there have been some pretty wild theories about the mystifying occurrences. Why does navigation equipment sometimes stop working when planes and ships pass through the triangle? Bill Donato has been exploring the area for more than 10 years to try and answer that question. He focuses on the waters around Bimini, where Flight 19 vanished and Bruce Gernon had his run-in with a strange cloud. He takes his tiny one-man submarine down to the ocean floor to search for clues. Some researchers believe this is where the famous lost continent of Atlantis was before this happened. According to the legend, a volcano on Atlantis erupted, with catastrophic results. Fire rained down until there was nothing left. Atlantis sank to the bottom of the sea. But some say the volcano had help. Edgar Cayce, a writer and prophet from the 1920s, believed that the culture of Atlantis had developed technology beyond anything we have today. Electromagnetic flying machines, lasers, and strange crystals that he believed could generate enormous amounts of power. But according to Cayce, the people of Atlantis eventually misused the power and set off the tragic eruption. Now that's definitely a wild theory, since there's no hard proof that Atlantis even existed. But if it did, and those power crystals were real and still active, it could explain the strange events in the Bermuda Triangle. Nothing's too weird for Bill to consider. Sea creatures, minerals, even mysterious powerful crystals. He doesn't know how exactly, but Bill's convinced Atlantis is at the heart of the mystery.
There's too many indications that there was something here a long time ago. It's basically over all of the Bahamas, from the east to the west, the north to the south. You can see a lot of it when you fly over in an airplane.
Like this formation of a dolphin, and this formation of a seahorse, and a road that still exists, under the waters off the coast of Bimini. For Bill, it all adds up to proof that Atlantis is real, or was, until something destroyed it. Bill is determined to find the link between the lost continent and the lost planes and people. And he's convinced the answer lies under the ocean, with whatever's left of Atlantis.
I think that the things that have disappeared probably have disappeared because of something that's in the atmosphere and the water that can influence the forces of nature.
It would be truly amazing if Bill were right. But some of the other investigators are even wilder with their theories. Sean David Morton is one of the world's top experts on paranormal events. What's his take on the mysterious triangle? That the pilots and captains are being bombarded by energy that scrambles their brains.
We have communications from pilots and from ship's captains that before the planes or the craft disappear, they seem to go crazy. Some form of an electromagnetic disturbance, if you will, that actually short circuits the mind.
Sean believes the electric fog that Bruce ran into might hold the answer. He says we have to figure out what's making it and where it gets its strange hypnotic control. But that's not Sean's only wild theory. He also thinks aliens could be grabbing the ships and planes and lifting them right off our planet.
What if it's a door to another dimension? What if it's a door to another world instead of traveling into outer space to find whole new worlds? How exciting would that be for all of us to finally solve the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle?
If Sean's right, all of those people who've disappeared in the mysterious Bermuda Triangle could still be out there. Somewhere. Could the answer to this mystery really be as bizarre as power crystals from Atlantis, or something as simple as bad weather? Since nothing's ever been proven, it's easy to see how people can believe almost anything is possible. While we do know that there are no more disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle than anywhere else in the world, one thing's still for sure. Travelers entering the Bermuda Triangle will probably always breathe easier when they've made it through alive. Wales is a beautiful, peaceful, and inviting country, but beware of accepting an invitation. For just beneath the surface of this seemingly idyllic historic place lie stories cloaked in dark shrouds of mystery. Stories of treacherous deeds and deep secrets that some believe haunted to this very day. This is the ghostly story of murder, betrayal, and vengeance in the great castles of Wales. Have you ever felt as though someone was standing right behind you, but no one was there when you turned around? Have you ever been frightened by an unidentifiable noise in the night? Most of us have wondered who lived in our homes before us. Who were they? What were their stories? Are they really gone? In the ancient castles of Wales, many believe some of the former inhabitants haven't actually moved out. They linger on, perhaps reliving their tragic lives and unspeakable crimes, over and over again. In the southwest of Wales, one medieval fortress supposedly houses some very persistent ghosts. Carew Castle stands on a grassy mound above the tidal waters of the Carew River. For more than 9 centuries, it played an important part in Welsh history. Our first story tells of a 13-year-old girl visiting Carew one Sunday a few years ago. Her family had nearly completed their tour when they entered the ruins of a grand chamber. As her parents admired the view from the room, she wandered away from them. The girl felt herself drawn to the remains of an old fireplace. As she moved nearer, a monstrous image of a snarling ape appeared. Her parents could see nothing, but disturbed by their daughter's distress, they sensed something evil had been in the room. In the early 1600s, the castle was leased to a one-time pirate of the high seas, named Sir Rowland Rees. Sir Rowland was known for a hot temper. It is said he exploded in rage when his favorite son, Ewan, fell in love with the daughter of Sir Rowland's tenant, a lowly merchant named Ludwig Orwitz. Ewan told his father he would never give up his love. In a fury, Sir Rowland told his son that he never wanted to see his face again. Get out! Ewan took his father at his word and left Carew. Sir Rowland sunk into a black despair, raging with grief and anger. Sir Rowland often arranged banquets for his old captains and officers. The nights were filled with much carousing, but always there was a disturbing presence at the table. An ape. Sir Rowland brought the strange foreign creature back from one of his sea voyages. He named the ape Satan, and it became his closest companion. One bitterly cold night in March, Ludwig Orwitz, the tenant whose daughter had inadvertently caused the break between Sir Rowland and his son, came to the castle to pay his rent. He knew Sir Rowland's feelings toward him, but worse, trade was bad that winter and he did not have all of the rent he owed. Orwitz was admitted to the castle and brought to Sir Rowland, who was seated at the table, his ape in a chair opposite.
Dear Highness.
He explained that he had only half the rent. Sir Rowland seethed with anger. All the while, the ape glared at the guest.
I will not stand here.
Clearly unnerved, Orwitz put down his wine, saying he would not drink where he was not welcome. Sir Roland cursed the visitor and his daughter for bewitching his son.
As for your daughter...
Orwitz would not hear his daughter abused and raised his hand to the old man. For the insane Sir Roland, this was the final straw. He ordered his ape to attack Orwitz. Sir Roland blew on a silver whistle. With a shriek, the beast sprang at Orwitz, who fought the creature and finally flung it to the floor.
Come back!
Orwitz escaped from the room, leaving the wounded ape and the raving old man. Orwitz wanted to leave, but that night was so foul that a kindly servant insisted he stay. After a warm meal, their conversation was interrupted by the shrill sound of Sir Roland's whistle. Then came a dreadful cry of pain and struggle. When they opened the door, they saw lying on the floor near the fireplace Sir Roland's motionless body. The creature's face lay in the flames, its eyes still glaring, its teeth fixed in a ghastly grin. Both master and ape were dead. We will visit Gwydir, a 7th century castle in northern Wales, and discover the terrible secrets it shares with visitors to this very day. When Truth or Scare continues. Passed down from generation to generation, the Welsh retell ancient stories of vengeance and great treachery. But there are those who say more survives than just these tales. Across the mountains of North Wales, it is told a dark secret lurks, waiting to reveal itself to the unsuspecting visitor. In the Vale of Conway, beneath the Rock of the Falcon, sits the Gwydir Castle. The name Gwydir means field of blood, a reference to the horrific wars that took place here in the 7th century, the echoes of which still permeate the castle and surrounding land, according to Peter and Judy Welford.
Well, it's certainly always been regarded as one of the most haunted castles in Wales, and this is something we'd heard about. And there was this curious room that was mentioned in the 19th century, the ghost room, and a sort of passage outside it, and there was supposed to have been lots of apparitions and a peculiar smell associated with this thing.
Peter and Judy asked their friend Gary, an expert on the paranormal, to investigate Gwydir. He came to Gwydir with his equipment and immediately became interested in what had become known as the ghost room. When he checked it that evening, he said he believed a presence was there. The temperature suddenly dropped by 10 degrees, and the electrical board had short-circuited. Could it be that Gary had unleashed Gwydir's many spirits? Shortly after his experience in the ghost room, the castle erupted with supernatural energies. One afternoon, Peter and Judy's neighbors were exploring the castle. In the West Wing, in the passage outside the ghost room, they both claimed they saw something that stopped them dead in their tracks. Floating near the floor, directly in their path, was a pinkish, purple, ephemeral, glowing mound. It seemed to move slightly in front of them. At the same time, the couple was overwhelmed by a foul odor coming from the nearby recess. A vile smell of decay. Not long after this event, Peter and Judy opened their castle to tourists. After wandering off alone, one man reported adamantly that he saw a man in old-fashioned clothes appear before him in the upper hall. the visitor was able to describe accurately what he had seen. Peter remembered he had paintings of the previous owners of Whittier waiting to be hung. He looked through them and found a portrait of a man from the Tudor period who exactly fit the description of the ghost. It was Sir John Wynne, Whittier's most famous and feared lord. In 1580, like many men of his position, Sir John wielded absolute power within his estate. One day, his amorous eye fell on one of the serving girls, a situation that was destined to end tragically. Sir John's darkest secret was revealed when he made a dreadful deathbed confession at the age of 73. Sir John confessed that many years before he had tried to win the affection of the young servant girl. She rejected his advances, and an angry Sir John became violent. In the end, the girl lay motionless at her master's feet. Compounding the heinous act, Sir John confessed that he hid the lifeless girl in a recess in the wall. He ordered workmen to break up the space, concealing her body forever. What of the other souls still trapped and destined to haunt Whittier Castle? In their quest for evidence, Peter and Judy continue to make even more terrifying discoveries. Next on Truth or Scare. Though Peter and Judy believed from the beginning their castle came with ghostly tenants, it wasn't long before they realized that they were going to encounter far more than they could ever have imagined. As their investigations continued, the castle itself was to give up yet another secret buried for hundreds of years. Peter and Judy worked hard to uncover tangible evidence that would substantiate Sir John's deathbed confession, but they found nothing. Then, during a recent restoration, they made a fascinating discovery. As Peter worked on the roof, he uncovered an inscription that was carved into a chimney. It shows the letters IW, then a heart, then the letter I. IW stands for Johannes Wynne, that is, Sir John Wynne. But, as yet, no clue has been found as to what the single I stands for. Peter discovered the chimney had been altered by Sir John in the 1590s, when it is recorded that he had major stonework done. Could that renovation have been ordered to further conceal this horrible crime? But another chilling discovery was yet to be made. Peter was down in the cellar, clearing away some recent floodwater. As he shone his flashlight across the surface, he saw several small floating objects. When he examined them in the light, he saw that they were small bones. Soon, masses of bones revealed themselves, sticking out of the clay. He collected about 200 in all and called the police. The bones were taken to a forensic laboratory, and it would be many weeks before Peter and Judy would learn their true identity. Could the bones belong to the unfortunate serving girl? Then another altogether more friendly soul took up residency at the castle.
Well, we've got two dogs, two fawn-coloured lurchers. The story really began when a neighbour came over for dinner and saw three dogs playing together outside in the garden, and it was quite uncanny. And then the whole thing began to make sense when I actually saw the third dog, so-called the ghost dog, several times in the house. It was a solid dog.
Eventually, the police gave Peter and Judy their forensic report. The bones, all 200 of them, were those of a large dog, centuries old. The couple instinctively felt that their phantom hound must be the dog in question. But the police, thinking the bones of no further interest, had already cremated them. Peter and Judy had grown fond of the ghostly dog and hoped to see it again. But since the bones were discovered and removed from the castle, the playful dog Whittier's happy ghost has not been seen again. In yet another part of the magical country that is Wales is the story of a spirit so restless that for hundreds of years he has been terrorizing those who dare to remain in his castle at night. Next on Truth or Scare. Paranormal experts say not all ghosts are as warm and as friendly as Peter and Judy's canine house guest. Some spirits are lost souls with a tormented past, locked forever in their homes with no hope of escape. St. Donat's Castle dates from about the 4th century and lies in the south of Wales. In the 1860s, St. Donat's was bought by Dr. Nicol Carn. From the moment they moved in, disturbances began to happen. Day and night, the harpsichord in the drawing room would begin to play, all on its own. The keys moved on their own, even when the keyboard lid was shut. Then one evening, as Dr. Carn was on his way to bed, he saw a shape move in the corner of the room. As he walked forward to investigate, a deep, evil growl came from the blackness. To his amazement and horror, he saw a pair of amber eyes. In fright, the doctor tried to retreat, but he was almost knocked over by a sudden blast of wind. He looked back to the amber eyes, but they had gone. Then, he heard a rapping sound on the window. Looking out into the blustering night, he saw the outline of a woman. A shadowy hag stood in a long black coat, beating against the window pane. She moved slowly away into the night. At her side was a black dog. Dr. Carn watched as they vanished into thin air. The Carns, in their desperation, called in an exorcist. The supernatural beings awakened, and the spiritual battle began. Bright light filled the room. The sound of music rang in the exorcist's ears. Downstairs, Dr. Carn felt the temperature drop, and a blast of wind whistled down the stairs. And he saw a vision of the old hag and her ghostly hound. The exorcist said he felt certain that the apparitions were connected to an old family named Stradling, who had occupied the home for over 400 years. Young Sir Thomas Stradling inherited the castle in 1735. Recently graduated from Oxford, he was known for a certain wildness. He loved parties and fun. In 1738, Sir Thomas went to Europe with a college friend, Sir John Tyrwhitt. The day before they left, the friends made a pact that if one of them were to die, the survivor would inherit the other's estate. It wasn't long after that fateful conversation that Sir Thomas had met a tragic end. The murder was rumored to have been committed by his traveling companion, Sir John Tyrwhitt, who had deceived and manipulated Sir Thomas into fighting a duel. The day before they learned of Sir Thomas's untimely death, several villagers had witnessed the terrible sight they knew foretold tragedy. They had seen the hag and her dog moving in a swirl of wind, roaming the countryside. Sir Thomas had a life before him filled with all the potential that comes with privilege. His destiny was to be master of his great estate. Unhappily, youthful recklessness and one moment of bad judgment brought about this premature end. Ghosts of humans long dead, beloved pets clinging to their homes, people whose lives were cut short by mishaps and misdeeds. If these entities are real, we may never know what holds them to this earth. One thing we do know, each of the stories we have just seen is believed by those who have experienced them to be absolutely true. Not in this world. So, who are the night visitors? The inventions of superstition? Or forces beyond our understanding? Whoever, or whatever they are. Many people say they are intent on making contact. It seems like they might have something to tell us. Or maybe they're looking for answers themselves. Every year, on one special night, people all over the world find the fun in fear. For most of us, Halloween is the night for fright. Complete with costumes, trick-or-treating, and more candy than you can ever eat. But did you ever wonder where all of these different traditions come from? Find out when Truth or Scare rips the mask off of Halloween. For most of us, Halloween isn't all that scary, right? Witches flying around on brooms? Who actually believes in that? And if you ever run into a demon, it's probably just your little brother in a rubber mask. But the true origins of Halloween go back thousands of years, to a time when some people say dark magic and evil spirits were very real. Over 2,000 years ago, people known as the Celts lived in ancient Europe, the British Isles, and Ireland. They had their own languages, customs, and religion, and handed them down from generation to generation. Each year, they would honor their gods and goddesses on 8 different festival days. Their celebrations were led by Celtic priests, known as Druids. Some thought these mysterious men could actually control the forces of nature, and even cast magic spells. The Celts' biggest celebration of the year was called Samhain. It was on October 31st, the day we know as Halloween. Samhain marked the end of the summer harvest and the beginning of winter. Since most people in ancient times were farmers, finishing the hard work of the harvest was a huge reason to celebrate. But it wasn't the only one. They also wanted to make sure that they paid proper respect to their gods, who they believed would watch over them during the long, cold, brutal months ahead. Today, we don't celebrate Halloween for the same reasons, but a lot of our traditions started with the Celts. Bobbing for apples, carving pumpkins, and even trick-or-treating can be traced all the way back to those ancient times. And for some, the connection to the past even determines how they live today. Fiona Horn is a witch from Australia. She says that modern witches like her follow the same traditions as the Druids, and that Halloween, or Samhain, is a very important celebration.
Halloween, or Samhain as we call it, is considered the time that we can best communicate with those that we love who have departed, those who have gone and who are in the spirit world, because we think the veils between the worlds have lifted and it's the best time to communicate with them.
Some might find that just a bit creepy, but Fiona believes there's nothing to be afraid of. To her, the spirits of the next world are fascinating, not frightening. But the ancient Celts didn't think so. They thought that dark spirits could come out on Samhain, and if they did, no one knew what would happen. But they did know this. The legend said these unfriendly ghosts would be afraid of fire, So they would light torches and bonfires, hoping to keep the dark spirits away from the ancient Samhain celebrations. According to the stories, they would dance around the fires and even wear masks, all to give the sinister spooks a major fright. Other theories claim that the Samhain celebrations were all about impressing the ancient Celtic gods, because they believed if the gods were pleased, they would make sure that the crops grew again next year. And just what did it take to impress a Celtic god? Some say it's possible that ancient druids might have sacrificed live animals in their ceremonies, but others claim that the victims of some druid rituals weren't just animals, but humans. Even though most witches today don't believe the hideous rumors, back in the Druids' time, some people did. In the 7th century, Christian missionaries tried to get rid of the traditional Samhain festival because they thought the Celtic celebration might be evil. There was just one problem. Most people in Europe and the British Isles liked their holidays, believing that Samhain honored the dead and kept evil away. They weren't about to stop celebrating on October 31st. So the Christian leaders decided, if you can't beat them, join them. They declared November 1st All Saints' Day, a day to worship all their own holy people, who were known back then as Hallows. Then, the night before was set aside to remember the souls of all the people who had passed away. It was called All Hallows' Eve, a Christian version of the Druid celebration. And since then, the name of this day to honor the dead has been shortened to Halloween. Vampires, black cats, and the terrifying history behind trick-or-treat. Next on Truth or Scare. The ancient legends say the Druids were some of the first people to celebrate on Halloween. Could they have ever imagined that one day Halloween would be celebrated by millions? Today, modern witches carry on ancient traditions that were begun centuries ago. But if you think communicating with the dead is scary these days, in medieval times, it was positively terrifying. Back then, people believed that witches were extremely powerful and had a direct link to the spirit world. Some even thought they could fly. It started when a man in medieval England claimed he'd seen a woman on a broomstick soaring past the full moon. Ever since then, witches haven't been able to shake their reputation as high flyers. But it wasn't just about flying. Many people believed witches had other remarkable powers, just as frightening. Like if a witch just felt like it, she could turn herself into a black cat. Legend says that one day, a medieval man was watching a peasant woman, a woman he thought might just be a witch. He claimed that he saw her walk into an alley, and then, a few seconds later, a black cat ran out. The man looked everywhere for the woman, but she was gone. Many people were so terrified of black cats, they did a lot more than steer clear. They'd try to get rid of them. Sounds terrible, right? But cats weren't the only ones being persecuted. If you were accused of being a witch and practicing the mystical arts, the penalty could be death. Witches and Halloween go together like trick and treat, but some say they're not the only ones who come out that night. Think about it. Halloween is a night for remembering the dead, so it only makes sense that vampires would show up for the party. And trust me, vampires is one subject I know a little something about. The legend of the vampire comes from old European folktales. A half-human, half-monster who sleeps all day and then comes out at night to hunt for victims. According to the stories, vampires, just like witches, could change themselves into animals, like wolves and, of course, bats. Like vampires, bats only come out at night. And some species are even known to actually suck blood. So you can imagine how that story got started. In fact, it seems like a lot of the history behind Halloween comes in the form of some pretty strange tales. But the most important part of Halloween today might just be based on true facts. And it's one of the most chilling stories of all. I'm talking about the true origin of trick-or-treating.
Trick-or-treating.
There are a few different theories about how candy collecting got its start.
All right.
One tradition came from around 1000 AD in England, when poor people reportedly visited neighbors' houses, begging for small homemade cakes. In exchange for the cake, they agreed to say a prayer for the souls of the neighbors' departed relatives. This was called souling. But others think trick-or-treating comes from another, much older tradition. According to the ancient Celtic legend, everyone in the village would make a special dish to share with their neighbors. Then, everyone would go from house to house and try each other's delicious treats. It was almost like a giant potluck dinner. Sounds innocent enough. But according to Fiona, the modern-day witch, there was a dark side to this tradition.
But if you didn't give generously, then you were a bad person and you got a trick. And it was kind of a way of weighing up how good or bad you were.
Back then, getting a trick was something to avoid at all costs. Because sometimes it could actually cost you your life. The sacred secrets of the witch's apple, and the chilling tale of the first jack-o'-lantern. Next on Truth or Scare. Is there anything more innocent than bobbing for apples? How about carving a jack-o'-lantern? Messy, sure, but it's about the most harmless fun you can have. Or is it? Could apples possibly have something to do with witches? Fiona Horn says yes. Modern witches like her believe that apples contain something sacred.
The apple is considered a symbol of love and fertility.
But it wasn't just witches who believed that apples had mystical properties. Today, bobbing for apples is a game where getting wet is the only concern. But in the Middle Ages, you might bob for apples on Halloween to see what your future might hold. All the young people who weren't married would try to bite an apple that was tied to a string or floating in water. According to legend, the first person who bit the apple would be the next to get married, just like the person who catches the bouquet at a wedding today. Now that's some seriously powerful fruit. But the legend behind a certain Halloween vegetable may just be a little more frightening. Take a pumpkin, carve it, you've got yourself a jack-o'-lantern. The best ones can make for a pretty scary sight. But that's nothing compared to the terrifying legends of how the tradition started. Some say it all began in the days of the Celts. The Celts didn't use pumpkins in their Samhain celebration. They used actual human skulls. They'd place them on an altar, their hollow eyes staring back at the villagers. It sounds awful, but it wasn't meant to scare them. It was to remember the people who had passed from this life to the next. According to Fiona, today's pumpkin faces are just our modern version of the ritual skulls.
They would reflect that tradition, and then carving the face into the pumpkin is to represent the skull, the ancestral skull.
But some say that jack-o'-lanterns have nothing to do with honoring the dead, and everything to do with staying alive. One legend says that when the Celts needed protection in the dark woods, they would carve skull faces into turnips and make them into terrifying torches. But there's one more theory on how jack-o'-lanterns began, and many say it's the creepiest. It comes from an old Irish folktale that says jack-o'-lanterns might just have demonic connections. The legend says that Jack was a real person, famous for playing nasty practical jokes. But one day, he tried playing a joke on the devil. Jack tricked the devil into climbing up a tree, where the devil got stuck and was unable to climb down. Jack had fooled his victim that day, but the devil got the last laugh. According to legend, when Jack died, his spirit was forced to wander alone through the darkness forever. And to light his way, all he had was a little turnip lantern. Some say that when Irish immigrants came to the United States, they brought this legend with them. And since pumpkins were much more plentiful in the U.S., they replaced turnips as the jack-o'-lantern of choice. And the rest is Halloween history. What started with some druids dancing around a bonfire has turned into the biggest party of the year. Next on Truth or Scare. Despite its ancient roots, Halloween is pretty much a new thing in North America. Irish immigrants brought it to the New World only a few hundred years ago. Since then, it's become one of America's most popular holidays. But if you think the fear factor's gone, think again. Halloween is the one night a year that a lot of us go out of our way to get a good fright. We tell ghost stories, dress in ghoulish costumes, maybe even check out the local haunted house. It's usually all just for fun. But when they're alone in the darkness, many people still feel that ancient fear creeping in. Dr. Robert Butterworth is an expert in the things we fear, and the dark is right at the top of the list.
Why are we afraid of the dark? Because the dark is associated with the unknown, mysterious, things that come out in the night. And a lot of people, things that come out of the night, they don't want to be around.
Except on one night of the year, that is. And in practically every country on Earth, different cultures celebrate spooky holidays, their own local versions of Halloween. It's the one night when the things that would usually frighten us become the reason to throw a party. Mexico has one of the biggest of these celebrations. It's the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. Just like the name says, on this day, Mexicans take time to remember their family members who have passed away. They visit the graves of their ancestors and decorate them with skulls and skeletons. They also light candles and say special prayers. It looks different than what the ancient Celts did, but the basic idea is the same. Here in Mexico, the Day of the Dead is a happy time, a traditional way to remember loved ones who are gone. In the US, the focus is more on the spirits who are still hanging around. But the only contact most Americans have with them is the pretend kind. Haunted houses are a fun way to be totally terrified. And it's not just houses. The Queen Mary is one of the biggest cruise ships in the world, docked on the coast of Southern California in Long Beach. Every year for Halloween, it's set up to scare, with 7 different mazes that lead visitors through every corner of the ship. But get this, the Queen Mary's nickname is the Gray Ghost. Many people swear that it's truly haunted all year round. Could one of these ghouls be the real thing? No one knows for sure, but with hundreds of rooms, it would be the perfect place to hide. If you're seeing hundreds of ghosts, then you're probably at Knott's Berry Farm. Well, sort of. Because for Halloween, this world-famous amusement park in California transforms itself into Knott's Scary Farm, the scariest place in the West. After 27 years of practice, the people at Knott's know how to put on a first-class night of fright. On Halloween, more people come here for fear than any place in the world. They've got it all. Spooks, specters, monsters, demons, even a lunatic or two. What more could you ask for? Even though we know this is an amusement park, and that this is just some guy in a mask, the fear still feels real. But is that all it is? A feeling? Or could there possibly be something to truly fear on Halloween? Dr. Butterworth says no way. Well, almost no way.
I'll tell you, if on Halloween you see a spirit, 99.99% it's not.
But guess what? Fiona is positive there's nothing to fear.
I don't think there's anything to be afraid of on Halloween except if you go trick-or-treating and you don't get any treats.
And there you have it, straight from a real witch's mouth. But even though there's probably nothing to be afraid of on Halloween, now that you know the history, all it could take is one look into the darkness to make us wonder if we're wrong. Over the centuries, Halloween has gone through more than a few changes. But should we really be scared on Halloween night? Could the mysterious legends and creepy stories be true? Or are those strange visions and ghostly creatures in the shadows really just trick-or-treaters after all? Years after their untimely deaths, do some movie stars refuse to fade away? Is Hollywood haunted? Some say that in this magical town, their spirits continue to wander. In historic hotels, mysterious ships, famous movie sound stages, and long-forgotten theaters. Are the strange stories true? Today, Truth or Scare goes Hollywood and explores some of Tinseltown's most famous haunts. The land of shadow and light. That's what the Native Americans called the place we now know as Hollywood. Long before there were motion pictures and movie stars, some considered this land a spiritual place filled with magic. Today, Hollywood is home to the magic of the movies, but some believe that it's also home to strange spirits still clinging to the Hollywood they once knew. One of the most famous Hollywood landmarks, and still a gathering spot for young stars today, is the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel. Historian J.D. Kessler says a visit here can bring more than just a star sighting.
The Hollywood Roosevelt's a really special place. It's not just the industry, it's not just the celebrities, but there's a magic here.
From the beginning, the Roosevelt developed a reputation with stars and tourists as a hotspot of paranormal activity. According to J.D., several hotel employees have reported ghostly encounters. One former member of the hotel staff was cleaning a mirror one day when she noticed the reflection of a blonde woman. But when she turned to speak to the woman, there was no one there.
This really unsettled her, but they researched it, thought, what could have caused this? And the mirror actually had been in room 246 that Marilyn Monroe rented on a regular basis.
In the 1950s, Marilyn Monroe was one of Hollywood's biggest movie stars. Over 40 years after her death, her legend lives on to this day. Some believe that her spirit lives on too, in Hollywood's Roosevelt Hotel.
She particularly loved this hotel because the very first money she ever made in Hollywood was for posing for a suntan commercial on the diving board of our pool.
Not far from the Roosevelt, there's another Hollywood hotel that Marilyn Monroe often visited called the Knickerbocker. Like the Roosevelt, the Knickerbocker shares a reputation for famous guests and ghosts. Max Fisher, owner of the Knickerbocker's All-Star Cafe, is convinced that not all of the diners in his restaurant are paying customers or even living customers.
We were talking about ghosts and the like and things that were going on, and she was a little skeptical.
Max had told me stories of ghosts and of hauntings and whatnot here. It's interesting, but until you experience it for yourself, it doesn't really mean much.
And that's when the picture started slamming against the wall.
Well, the picture was smaller than this, and it just started going like this. Pretty hard, just like that.
Are there really spirits haunting the Knickerbocker Hotel? Jamie believes there are, even though you may not see them when you arrive. She says they're around, and they're watching.
Now I definitely think that there are some beings of another time that exist here.
Other guests, like Jeremy Romero, tell similar stories of weird experiences that they can't explain. Jeremy figured the Knickerbocker would be a perfect spot for a romantic evening with his girlfriend. Little did Jeremy know that his romantic evening for two was about to be disturbed by some uninvited guests.
I came in here, as soon as I shut the door, I got eerie feeling like I'm getting it right now, as a matter of fact. It felt as if someone was standing right next to me. You can feel someone watching you, and it was really uncomfortable.
Not your ordinary everyday ghost sighting, huh? But then again, Hollywood isn't an ordinary town. And as anyone who stayed there can tell you, the Knickerbocker is no ordinary hotel. No trip through haunted Hollywood would be complete without a detour to the ocean and a visit to the legendary Queen Mary. Its mysterious past has earned her the nickname the Grey Ghost. Some say the voices of Hollywood's past can still be heard on this great ship. When the Queen Mary first set sail in 1936, it was the most luxurious ship of its time. Believe it or not, the Queen Mary was even bigger than the Titanic. And among the rich and famous passengers who sailed the Atlantic Ocean on this awesome ship were some of Hollywood's biggest stars. Today, she's anchored near Hollywood in the quiet waters off of Long Beach. Her cruise days are over, and there is an eerie calm surrounding the massive ship. Some feel that the spirits on the Queen Mary are tied to a disastrous moment in its past. During World War II, the Queen Mary was put into military service and carried thousands of American soldiers to fight in Europe. Historian Ronald Smith says one tragic accident took the lives of many men.
She rammed and sank one of her escorts, the HMS Curaçao. 338 men off the Curaçao lost their lives out of around 400, as it was a considerable loss of life.
Psychics who have conducted investigations claim that former passengers and crew continue to haunt the Queen Mary. Some areas of the ship are said to be hot spots of ghostly activity and have produced many bizarre encounters.
The swimming pool, for example, that's considered to be a very active area. And one particular ghost who leaves wet footprints, sounds of splashing water, and laughter.
Journalist Tom Hennessy has researched many hauntings on the Queen Mary. He believed that the stories are more than just myth and decided to find out for himself.
Well, I had arranged with the ship's people to have me locked up there in the middle of the night. And 3 o'clock in the morning, this is a pretty creepy place and there's nobody around. I did see, looking down, there's a corridor of dressing rooms. I saw a light on in one of the dressing rooms, and I decided I was not enough of a ghostbuster to go down there and investigate.
Perhaps the most visible ghost on the ship is that of John Petters, who worked in the boiler room. Some believe that Petters was so attached to the Queen Mary that he decided to make it his permanent home. Today, visitors routinely report seeing a man in overalls who mysteriously disappears.
There's a long catwalk there. As soon as the guard left me there, I began to hear noises like clanging on pipes, and as I would walk toward it, it would stop. As I would walk away, it would start again. I heard voices, loud whispers, and one of them was distinguishable enough that I heard the words, "Close the door." Something about closing the door. Close the door. And I was pretty unnerved by that. And when the guard came back, I told him, well, it must have been some acoustical mishap or freak that happened, and it must have been somebody far away. And they said, no, that The nearest person to me at that hour of the morning was like 2 decks away. But that I shouldn't be concerned because they had heard the noises too.
Tom Hennessy isn't the only one to have had paranormal experiences on the Queen Mary. Gil Turan didn't believe the ghost stories until one late-night ride on an elevator, when things got very weird.
I went to the center of the hotel to take the elevator down, and I see this girl behind me, walking towards me. And she's very pretty, so I turn around to check her out, and there's nobody there. And I said, all right, I finally saw one.
The Queen Mary's long history of sailing the open seas may be over, but according to believers, the spirits of those past voyages live on. What surprises does the Queen Mary have in store for future visitors brave enough to board her? Only the Grey Ghost knows. These studios are where some of Hollywood's greatest movies were made. Do the stars of the past now return for one last close-up? Find out next on Truth or Scare.
Discovery Kids has launched the Mystery Hunter satellite. This means you can see mystery hunters for one whole weekend.
This is Mystery Hunter.
Uncover secret treasures in India.
I think I've got something.
UFO sightings in Mexico.
Down there!
Or find the lost city of Atlantis and creepy haunting in the heart of America.
I'm here to find out.
Follow Christina and Araya for a whole weekend dedicated to discovering the truth. I'm on it. Mystery Hunters, all next weekend on Discovery Kids.
If you come to Hollywood hoping to see a movie star, odds are you'll probably get your wish. But if you come to Hollywood to see a ghost, you might want to visit an old soundstage where the stars made their movies. It's said that some stars never want to leave their place in front of the camera. According to witnesses at one famous studio, some never have. The legendary Occidental Studios is the oldest working soundstage in Hollywood. Thousands of motion picture actors worked here. According to believers, some may have never left. Stage 1 was used in Hollywood's early days, when film stars like Charlie Chaplin worked beneath its unique glass ceiling, which allowed filmmakers to use natural light. Stage manager Jay Sherrard says the history of Occidental Studios is interwoven with its haunted past.
It has a lot of history to it. People have died here on the stage. One guy was working 24 hours, and they found him in the morning dead. So it got the name Accidental Studios, people started to call it. There are definitely some spirits that are here, and that's just from experience and sometimes the feelings that you get when you're by yourself here, especially late at night.
Operations manager Scott Eberline claims that unexplained phenomena have plagued the studio.
At night, when we're closing up the facility, we'll go in, I'll lock doors, shut off lights, and we'll go to alarm the perimeters and alarm the studio. And there's different zones that tell us that if windows and doors are opened, and it will register that they're still open. So we'll go back and do it a second time. After you do it like the third time, I'll make sure everything's locked tight and I'll just leave.
It kind of shakes you up a little bit when it's late because these stages get really quiet at night. So when you hear noises like banging against metal loud, and you think, what could that possibly be?
Many are convinced that actors and actresses from long ago now haunt the soundstage. Jay Sherrard quickly discovered that ghosts like a good joke, but at the time, nobody was laughing.
One night, it was like probably 2 o'clock in the morning. We're back in the back parking lot joking about the ghost, talking trash about, the ghost couldn't scare us. And as we're talking loud about the ghost, the door just slams, just out the blue, very hard. And we kind of looked at each other and said, okay, all right, we got the picture.
Most of the encounters have been pretty harmless. A strange feeling, a slamming door. But some experiences have been downright creepy.
One person saw a lady hovering up in the air, and he was so scared that her arms was sticking up. And farther down there in the hallway, too, a man was sleeping, and the door kept opening and closing on him all by itself. It's definitely haunted. It's just too weird and creepy down here by itself.
Bruce says he's found a way to deal with the ghosts. He made friends with them. Well, what would you do?
When I go home at night, I kind of look to the stage and I say, thank you, ghost, good night, see you tomorrow, thank you for letting me be okay.
Making friends with a ghost? I guess if you have to work with a ghost, you might as well be on their good side. In Hollywood, the brightest stars' names line the legendary Walk of Fame. Some stars are still adored. Others have been forgotten. And some believe that a few stars are working on a comeback as ghosts. Could it be true? One group is determined to find out. On Hollywood Boulevard, the Vogue Theater once hosted film premieres where stars turned out for their adoring fans. Today, it's been reborn as the home of an unusual team of investigators. Larry Montz was so fascinated by the ghosts of Hollywood, he created the International Society for Paranormal Research.
That'll work. I wanted to bring in all the other parapsychologists in the United States, as well as around the world, to determine how and why this phenomena takes place.
When the group moved into the theater, investigator Dana Smoller claims they found it was already occupied.
And I said as a joke, I bet you it's haunted too. And I was walking down the aisle and I thought I heard noise in the seats. And I turned around and I see all these seats are down. So I went through and I flipped all the seats back up and they changed. There would be 7 seats down, then there were 13 seats down, then 27. And I thought, okay, this place must be active.
Over time, the group documented a number of spiritual entities that they believe hang out in the theater. Dana Smoller says that she has actually witnessed the ghost of Fritz, who they believe was a projectionist at the Vogue in its early days.
I have looked up at the projection room and I have seen him walking back and forth when I know nobody else is in the theater.
But the strangest evidence they claim to have found appears to confirm the presence of school children in the theater.
We actually did some research and we found out that the original Prospect Elementary School was located where the Vogue is today. And in 1901, there was a fire that took place in the schoolhouse and 6 children and a school teacher died in the fire. The children seem to manifest themselves in different ways. There's a little stuffed dog that is here that we find all over the theater. And there's a little stuffed bear that is here as well that we find in different seats in the auditorium. And while we were in here filming, I decided to just crank off a couple of high-speed photographs. And when I got the pictures back, right in front of the bear's face is a large yellow light. And there was no reason why you would have a large glowing light in front of the bear, unless it was one of the children.
Could the ball of light really be the ghost of a child, as the investigators believe? No one knows for sure, but the Vogue Theater isn't the only place in Hollywood being visited by ghostly lights. Not far away, Jeremy Layton and his roommate Jeff Lexmana live in the Hollywood Hills. The roommates say they've been awakened by bizarre late-night events at their Hollywood apartment.
Almost every night I'd be waking up around 3 a.m. It just always happened to be the same time. When I'm laying in my bed, almost like I feel something hovering above me.
Jeremy and Jeff didn't know what to make of their experiences. Then one night, Jeremy's mother came to spend the night.
I was sleeping on the living room sofa, and I was very abruptly awakened by this blinding white light. I was completely in shock because the entire room was this bright white light, and I laid there just scared to death.
The roommates knew they had to put a stop to the activity. Whatever it was. They contacted Larry Montz and his team of investigators who agreed to conduct an investigation of the events. They brought with them magnetometers, temperature gauges, and infrared cameras to detect anything human senses could not.
Why don't we go ahead, let's move upstairs to Jeremy's bedroom and see what we can get. Because I have the team, we can now not only capture what is scientifically taking place, but the team can identify and communicate with an actual entity.
Thankfully, the investigators informed the occupants of the house that this ghost is friendly, but he does have a funny way of showing it.
He seems to be just kind of curious on you guys being in the house, and he has nothing against you at all. He's just kind of curious that other people are now living in the house where he used to live. I kind of feel that it's going to stop pretty soon, that it's going to go away.
Kathy, Jeremy, and Jeff are relieved for the first time since the events began. While we can never be sure that the investigators experienced a real ghost, they are convinced that they have closed the case on another visitation from Hollywood's past. This ghost story may have had a happy ending, but according to believers, there are plenty more restless spirits in this town. As long as there is a Hollywood, there will surely be tales of Hollywood haunts. Hollywood is a place where the legends of some stars live on forever. Some believe that their spirits live on as well. Could it be true? There's no doubt that Hollywood is a magical town where fantasy and reality blur. Perhaps our love for our favorite stars does make them want to return, again and again, for one last interview and one more autograph. If it were going to happen anywhere, it would most likely be in Hollywood. Locals say they've seen them. Visitors swear they've heard them. Some even claim they've felt them. They're ghosts. The mysterious spirits that supposedly haunt some of our most luxuriously spooky hotels. Every story is stranger than the next. But could they actually be true? It's time to find out. We're checking into haunted hotels on Truth or Scare. We've got reservations at some of the most fabulous old hotels in the U.S. There's just one thing you should know. These places have a certain reputation for terror. Some guests claim that when night falls, you might hear a few windows rattling and doors slamming, or see strange apparitions and ghostly visions. Are these specters just the creation of overactive imaginations? Or are these historic hotels truly filled with restless spirits? Here on the banks of beautiful Lake Mascoma stands the Shaker Inn, a 24-room mansion built in 1837. The inn gets its name from the secretive religious community that built it. The Shakers came to America from Europe at the end of the 1700s. They were led by a man named Caleb Dyer to Enfield, New Hampshire. This is where the Shakers built this imposing 6-story structure. For most of them, it was their whole world under one roof. They lived there, worked there, ate there, and worshipped there. Today, the Shakers are gone, and the building they lived and prayed in has been turned into a hotel. But some say their spirits live on inside the Shaker Inn. And who would know better than the innkeeper himself?
The Shakers believe very much in spirits, and that feeling still permeates this whole building. When you walk through this building, you can feel the spirits.
And many visitors claim they can also hear them. They say they've heard doors closing and footsteps creaking down the hallway. Of course, that could just be another guest who's having trouble sleeping. But how do you explain this?
My chambermaids tell me that up on the 4th floor, in room 15, there's a rocking chair that often is just rocking by itself.
Even when there's no wind coming through the building and no guests in the house, that one chair in that one room mysteriously keeps rocking. but many locals believe it's the restless spirit of the Shakers' leader, Caleb Dyer. What we do know is this. In 1863, the minister's life was ended by a local man named Thomas Wire. The man was desperate. He had lost his wife and had 2 young daughters to provide for. The American Civil War was raging, so Wire joined the Army of the North for money and left his daughters with Caleb Dyer, knowing that the kindly Shaker community would look after them. And he was right. The girls missed their father, but the Shakers gave them a safe, stable, happy life. But 6 months later, their father came back for them. It was apparent to Caleb Dyer that Thomas Wire was unstable. Fearing for the girls' safety, Caleb refused to give them back. But what he didn't know was that Thomas Wire had a gun. And when Caleb turned to go back into the house, Thomas Wire did the unthinkable. Caleb Dyer's tragic death shattered the whole community. Without him, the secrets of how the village was run were gone forever, and the Shaker village fell apart. Which is why some people say that only Caleb's bones rest here in the cemetery. They claim his spirit, still miserable over the end of the Shakers, is haunting the hotel. A friend of innkeeper Don Levitz was exploring the 5th and 6th floors of the inn, floors that have never been used by the hotel. Don's friend wandered through the dark, long abandoned rooms. Then, on his way back downstairs from the 6th floor, he met a perfectly friendly-looking couple on their way up.
And my friend turned to them and said, "Watch out for the hand railing because it's creaky."
But as he spoke, he says the face of the man on the stairs suddenly transformed into another man's face, a very angry face.
And he said those eyes, those milky eyes, just kept drawing him in. And at that point, he had to leave the building.
Not long after that, a portrait was found at the inn. It matched the face Don's friend saw on the stairs that night. It was a portrait of Caleb Dyer. So if you ever find yourself in Enfield, New Hampshire, you may want to prepare to be scared when you visit the mysterious Shaker Inn. They say scaring the guests at this spooky southern mansion is child's play. There's no better place to feel welcome than in one of the South's historic mansion hotels. But at one particular hotel, don't be surprised if you run into an unexpected guest. Over 100 years ago, in Charleston, South Carolina, this mansion was home to a 12-year-old girl and her family. Her name was Sarah. Today, Sarah's house is home to the Rutledge Victorian Guest House. But some say Sarah still lives here, playing games with the guests' minds. Lights that flicker on and off. Could it really be the ghost of a 12-year-old girl? Of course, it could also be bad wiring, or a trick of the wind. But many people say the explanation is simply Sarah. It all goes back to one terrible night. Sarah was in her bedroom on the top floor of the house. She had just fallen asleep when tragedy struck. The young girl was hopelessly trapped. Her parents were devastated. It wasn't long before they left the house and Charleston forever. For nearly 80 years, the burned-out mansion remained empty, a creepy reminder of that tragic night. Then, in the mid-1980s, the house was rebuilt and opened as a hotel, with every authentic Victorian detail restored. But as historian Ed Grimble tells us, For a couple who stayed in Sarah's old room, the experience was a little too authentic.
The wife was sleeping, and the pillow was under her head, and all of a sudden, the pillow was pulled out from under her. She really thought it must be her husband. So she put the pillow back, and then moments later, the pillow was pulled out again. Now she knew it was her husband. So she looked over, and there he was, fast asleep. Who pulled that pillow?
Was it Sarah, or just one of those dreams that feels so real? There are other guests who claim that as they climbed the stairs to Sarah's old bedroom, a little girl would appear, staring down at them through a window at the top of the stairs. But most disturbing of all are the reports of an unmistakable odor that sometimes fills the air, a smell that leaves no doubt in Martha Jenkins' mind. Sarah's here.
You can smell her coming because her clothes still smell like the smoke, so you know that Sarah is there.
And in the last few years, the claims have gotten stranger. They say Sarah's gotten more daring. Now she sometimes plays her pranks outside of her room, in broad daylight. Like the time when two guests were having tea in the dining room. They stepped away for just a minute. When they returned, their teacups were stacked, one on top of the other, and there was no one else in the hotel. Was this Sarah's strange new way of having a tea party? Or was it really just a busboy with a wicked sense of humor? Whatever it was, those two guests checked out the next day, never to return. Sarah had her house back, at least for a little while, and as new guests arrive, we can only guess what the little girl in the attic has in store for them. At a hotel famous for its fashion shoots, the models are coming out of the woodwork. Travelers lost in the desert sometimes see bizarre visions. The blazing heat of the sun is the reason, supposedly. But at one resort in the desert town of Palm Springs, California, many people are convinced that the elegant ghost who haunts the grounds is no mirage. The Korakaya Hotel is like no other place in Palm Springs. It's an oasis in the scorching California desert, with cool blue pools and exotic Moroccan architecture. No wonder it's so popular with top fashion photographers, models, and the spirit of a mysterious beauty named Gertrude. Apparently, a sure sign Gertrude is around is when on warm, windless nights, the surface of the pool suddenly ripples. Some guests say they even feel a cold chill run down their spine, even though it's 70 degrees. But that's only the beginning. Candles sometimes blow out, for no reason at all. Unless maybe someone or something is there. A few visitors even claim they felt Gertrude's presence. Could all of these people have gotten too much sun? Or is the mysterious Gertrude more than a trick of the heat? Maybe Gertrude herself can explain the mystery. It turns out she was a model. But back in the 1930s, Gertrude posed for painters instead of photographers. One of those artists, Gordon Coots, couldn't resist his model's charms. So he married her. To show his love, Gordon built his beautiful new wife an exotic and romantic home. It would be a palace for his queen, inspired by the magnificent architecture the artist had seen on his travels in the North African country of Morocco. But this fairy tale romance came to a quick, tragic end. Gordon died suddenly, leaving Gertrude all alone. But it wasn't long before she had a second chance at love. An artist named John Laverley came to console Gertrude and soon won this beautiful young woman's heart. Gertrude and John settled in at Coracaya and became known for the fabulous parties they'd throw for their artist and writer friends. It was at one of these parties that tragedy struck. Apparently, John had wandered away from the main party, but Gertrude couldn't bear being apart, so she went off to look for him. But when Gertrude turned a corner and stepped into the road, a speeding car came at her, and she was gone. Gertrude's death brought Coracaya's elegant nightlife to an end. For over 60 years, it lay still, silent, with only the haunting memories to fill it. But in 1993, the house was finally restored to its former beauty and opened for business as a luxurious hotel. The exotic setting was a huge hit with fashion photographers. Coracaya was back, and better than ever. But if this next story is to be believed, the beautiful women who come to Coracaya today are sharing the spotlight with a fashionable phantom from the past.
If there's a photo shoot happening, I'm sure she's coming out for it. I'm sure she wouldn't miss it.
Many models who have worked here claim that when they're out of their rooms, they return to find clothes that are not where they left them. Lipstick and makeup have been moved. It seems that someone has snuck in. Could it be one of the housekeepers? Or is it Gertrude? But missing mascara hardly compares to what they say happens on the anniversary of Gertrude's death. A slim, well-dressed lady has been seen walking toward the road at exactly the same spot where Gertrude was struck by that car. Does her beautiful ghost truly haunt this luxurious California resort? We may never know for sure, but these days, it's very fashionable to think so. In a house where the windows won't stop rattling, a family tragedy refuses to die. Next on Truth or Scare. When sleeping in a hotel built in the 1870s, you should expect to hear a few bumps in the night. But some guests of the Snowball Inn in Knights Landing, California, say that they've heard babies wailing, doorbells ringing, and even claim they've seen a woman who walks through walls. Cheryl and James Furing, the inn's owners, know why.
It's always been the big, haunted, scary mansion. All the children in Knights Landing think it's the haunted house.
The oddest feelings is when windows rattle.
According to the Furings, the windows rattle one at a time. They start upstairs, moving across the front of the house, down to the front door, then around to the side. Has one of the mansion's former residents refused to leave? John Snowball built this house for his wife Lucy as soon as they got married. They were a young couple in love, living a fairy tale romance. Only one thing was missing, a child.
Sound came from the land.
Then when their beautiful daughter was born, John and Lucy's joy was complete. Though John often had to go away on business trips, Lucy's days were filled playing happily with the new baby. Whenever John came home from a trip, it was a special occasion in the Snowball house. Lucy would put the baby to sleep, then go downstairs and listen to stories of her husband's travels.
I told him I was going to...
On one fateful night, as John talked, Lucy drifted off to sleep. The next morning, she awoke, but tragically, her child didn't. After that terrible night, Lucy became almost like a zombie.
She was devastated. She blamed herself.
Lucy lived into her 70s and never stopped grieving for the loss of her child. Some say that even death can't bring an end to Lucy's misery. Would that explain the bizarre incidents at this historic mansion? Could it all be Lucy Snowball, unable to escape her guilt and grief? Some guests say yes. Late at night, some guests claim they hear unexplained knocks on their door, as if Lucy were trying to wake them up. Maybe she's trying to prevent another tragedy? Even creepier is one guest's claim that he had seen Lucy's ghost come through the wall, a wall that stood where the door to the nursery once was. Of course, not everyone is convinced that Lucy still roams these halls. But Cheryl Fearing says that Lucy has no patience for non-believers.
I had a friend visiting, and we were out in the garden, and we were talking about the spirit of Lucy. And she said she didn't think that Snowball Mansion was haunted.
Right after she said that, the table tipped over. Creepy? Definitely. But is it proof that Lucy haunts her family's mansion? Perhaps a night in the old nursery at the Snowball Inn would help you to decide. Even with all of the bizarre claims of unexplained sights and sounds, these historic hotels still pull in guests from around the world, some of them actually looking for a good scare. And even though there's no proof that ghosts exist, if you spend the night in one of America's haunted hotels, you might want to sleep with the light on. Want to see something really scary? The worst fears we can imagine live inside our own minds. They give us cold chills and nightmares. But they can also help us recognize danger and keep out of harm's way. Truth or Scare is going on the most dangerous mission of all, challenging fear itself. Do you have the guts to keep watching? Are you afraid of the dark? Fear is one of the strongest human emotions. Most people would say being afraid is one of the worst feelings there is. But then why do we love horror movies and roller coasters so much? The answers are more complicated and more frightening than you might think. What does fear look like? The dentist's drill? A stormy night? Snakes? Fear gives us all the chills. But while some people will do anything to avoid the things that scare them, others are looking for a little rush and confront their fears for the ultimate thrill. But could fear really be all in our heads? In a way, yes. When we're afraid, our brain sends out signals. Signals that get us ready to fight, run away, and hide. Everyone's brain works like this. There's a good reason that people are born with a fear instinct already in place. Fear can sometimes keep us safe. The best defense against danger is to avoid it in the first place, right? That's why humans are so good at learning which animals can be deadly and remembering them. We've been practicing this skill for millions of years.
Most of the things that make us afraid are not things that are burned into our brain by evolution, but burned in by our personal experiences.
But sometimes, a fear can grow into an uncontrollable force of its own, even if it doesn't make any sense. If it happens to you, you've got a phobia. Afraid of spiders? You're not alone. It's called arachnophobia. And even though most spiders are harmless, it's an extremely common fear.
I shake, I tremble, I've got goosebumps up my arms, and I have to get away from it.
Shirley Faulkner has arachnophobia in the worst way. It started when she was a kid and has kept her in its grip. And ever since then, it's been getting worse and worse.
I am always on edge. I can't just sit there and watch a television program because I'm waiting for one to run across the room. It's silly little things that when you speak to other people, they'd say to you, come on, it's only a spider.
Finally, it got so bad that Shirley couldn't take it anymore. It got so bad she was practically a prisoner in her own home, held captive by her phobia.
I got out of bed one morning, I went into the bathroom. There was a gigantic spider in the bath. I mean, really big, and it was black. I didn't feel as I could breathe, and I really panicked. And I thought, no, I can't go on for the rest of my life like this.
What's a desperate arachnophobe to do? Well, Shirley signed up for a class at the London Zoo. This is where lots of people come to get over their fear of spiders. And Robert Farago teaches them how.
Everybody who's phobic knows it's insane. They know it's stupid to be afraid of a little spider. That's insane. But they can't change it on a conscious level. Can you put on my hand?
Even though Shirley has been scared of spiders her entire life, Dr. Farago knows how to help her.
The only time a spider would ever really bite or nip is a better way to put it.
First, an expert explains why there's no reason to be afraid of spiders. The expert is in total control, so the students can see he's not afraid. For some people, this can be enough to help realize there's really nothing to be afraid of. When this method doesn't work, Dr. Farago has a way of reasoning directly with his patient's deepest fear.
1, 2, 3, sleep.
Sometimes Dr. Farago hypnotizes his patients. That way, he can convince them to let go of their anxiety, even if they think they can't.
What I need to do is to get into their subconscious mind. That's the part of their mind that simply reacts. My job is to get in there and switch off the program.
You never needed this fear, you never wanted it, and you don't have to have it. Welcome back.
Does the hypnosis work? Seeing is believing.
Lift that up, let it go. What do you think, very soft?
Yes.
This is beautiful.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Just like that, fear becomes, well, not love, but tolerance. Shirley conquered her greatest fear, but the world is filled with phobias. Anyone afraid of thunder and lightning? Frank is. His phobia is so bad, he came to the Georgia Institute of Technology, desperate for a cure. Dr. Barbara Rothbaum uses a computer simulation of a storm. This is a safe way for Frank to face down his phobia.
You ready for it to start raining harder?
Yes.
Good.
With the virtual reality goggles, Frank can learn to take control of his emotions. So the next time the weather turns nasty for real, Frank will be able to deal with it. Everyone loves a good movie, but some audiences demand a little something extra. Demons from another world, psychotic maniacs who stalk the night. If you're into scary movies, the more blood-curdling, the better.
Ready, everybody? Let's roll camera. Action!
John Carpenter directed some of the scariest movies out there, like Halloween, The Thing, and vampires. He learned how to scare an audience from another great director, Alfred Hitchcock.
He talks about suspense versus shock. And he talks about the bomb under the table. So there's a bomb under this table, and you and I are having a conversation. And all of a sudden, boom!
You just can't help it. When you see that explosion, it's like a shock to your whole system. But that's not the only terrifying trick John knows.
Well, the other way to shoot the scene is to show the bomb while we're talking and keep cutting to the bomb so that our conversation becomes anxiety and a tool of anxiety for the audience. They say, stop talking and get out of the room. That's effective.
Highly effective. And these techniques are used in other kinds of entertainment as well. Computer games like Quake are filled with danger and suspense. It's what makes them fun. Play one of these games, and suddenly you're running for your life, trying to obliterate your enemies before they obliterate you. Even though you know you're never going to meet one of these monsters in real life, the fantasy is pretty convincing. Fans of these thrilling video games can thank people like Brandon James. He's one of the game designers who scares kids to death for a living.
You have the nightmares, and we put them into the game, and I think it is very instinctive.
Of course, there's no chance of actually getting hurt, but that doesn't matter. Players feel the fear, just like the audience in a movie theater, probably even more.
I think that that's basically our #1 priority. It's what drives the player. It's what keeps the player going. You know, just to have the constant threat around every corner.
The brain's fear center doesn't discriminate. Ask any gamer. They'll tell you it's only a fantasy, but the fear and excitement they feel is the real deal.
Now you're mine.
Scared of heights? So are these guys. So why are they doing this? Next, on Truth or Scare.
For an explosion of really cool ideas, take 2 larger-than-life presenters, 1 girl and 1 boy. Mix them together with some brilliant homemade games.
Nice try.
Add a sprinkle of cool facts.
That's tremendous.
Allowed to sit for 30 seconds before pouring in some amazing tricks and puzzles. Don't forget to stir in a joke or 2. And finally sit back and enjoy the show.
That was brilliant.
Big Bang! Only on Discovery Kids.
Why would anyone choose to be scared? 'Cause it's fun, that's why. Just ask anyone into those extreme roller coasters. You know, the ones that take you right to the edge and then plunge you down with an overpowering rush of mind-numbing terror. Welcome to Oblivion, the world's first vertical drop roller coaster. That's drop, as in straight down. First, you go up, 100 feet up, and then you jet back to Earth at a heart-stopping 70 miles an hour. If your trip is scarifying thrills, Oblivion is the ultimate ride. What is it about roller coasters that gets so many sane people to go temporarily nuts? Dr. Glenn Wilson thinks he knows.
One of the things a lot of people get out of riding on a roller coaster is to put their worries and anxieties into perspective. After you've traumatized yourself on one of these, life's little hassles seem much less important.
For some people, amusement park rides are just a warm-up.
3, 2, 1.
Because nothing beats free falling for hundreds of feet, with only a giant rubber band to stop you.
I've never been so scared my whole life, and I don't think I'm ever going to be so scared again. Why, it's against all my senses, all my mind.
Of course it is. It's frightening.
Freaking.
Natalie Erb is about to bungee jump, and she is terrified. But she just can't resist the challenge to take the plunge.
I'm going to call all my friends now and my family and say I did it. I did it. It was brilliant. Now I know how far I can actually go, how far I can push myself.
For Natalie, taking the dive off the very, very high board was a way of testing her own fears and overcoming them. But Glenn Singelman takes jumping to an even higher level.
It's an incredibly motivating thing to be scared. It really forces you to confront not only your environment, but who you are and what you're doing there.
When he's on the ground, Glenn is a medical doctor. His patients depend on him to stay cool in any emergency, so he's a master at controlling his emotions. But when work's over, this is how Glenn loosens up. Glenn and his friend Nick start the day with a little hike up Trango Tower in Pakistan, 19,000 feet up. It's the biggest cliff in the world, so of course, they're going to jump off it. If they survive, they'll break the world record for longest freefall. That's a mighty big if, when you're flying back to Earth at 125 miles an hour. But Glenn wouldn't have it any other way.
Ready. 3, 2, 1. 1 down, 2 down.
Only by risking going too far can you know how far you can go. The way to learn the value of life is to put it at risk.
The science of fear counts down to the most dangerous missions on or off the planet.
The Eagle has landed.
For most of us, our natural fears tell us to avoid real danger. It's called the survival instinct, and it comes in very handy if you want to stay alive. But some people's brains are wired a little differently. Every day they face serious danger in their jobs, even risking their lives. And a job doesn't get any more dangerous than an astronaut's. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were the first humans to walk on the moon. But to get there, they had to take one of the scariest rides of all time. They almost ran out of gas before they could land. They made it with just 20 seconds to spare.
Contact light. Okay, engine stop. We copy you down, Eagle. The Eagle has landed.
History was made that day, but tragically, not all space missions go so smoothly. Even though they know the dangers, astronauts somehow face their fears. Thanks to them, the rest of us get to take the amazing trip to outer space without ever leaving home.
All right, as soon as we impact, what are you going to do?
Reference point.
Reference point, okay. Your best way, here, across, out to the door. All right, down your goggles. Ready, gentlemen? Brace for impact.
Fear can inspire us to take chances. The key is staying in control. In a scary situation, it can mean the difference between life and death. That's what they teach at the U.S. Navy's Aviation Survival Training Center. Flight crews here practice keeping their cool no matter what, even in the middle of a crash landing.
Panic is the #1 factor in determining survivability, if the crash itself is survivable.
Panic, and you won't survive. To prepare them for the worst, the students are strapped into a huge tank and then dropped into a training pool. What, that doesn't sound scary? Try it with just 60 seconds of air.
All of our helicopter aircrew and pilots carry a miniature scuba bottle. And it's got approximately a minute and a half of air available to him.
If any of the pilots freak out, this exercise could end in disaster. But it's worth the danger. This is the best way to prepare the trainees for a real crash in the ocean. Before they went on these training exercises, only about 10% of the aircrew survived helicopter crashes in the water. Now that they're learning how to overcome their fear of drowning, the survival rate is over 80%. Fear can make us do weird, crazy, and sometimes amazing things. We're just starting to figure out the connection between people and their deepest, darkest emotions. Do you think we can ever completely get over our fears? Maybe not. But people have proven you can conquer certain types of fear by taking control of a scary situation. Scientists are constantly learning more about how our brains work. So maybe one day, we'll finally figure out why some people are afraid of the dark. And other people just can't get enough of it. The only question is, which one are you? Magical spells, mysterious powers, strange rituals. Stories about witches have been scaring people for a long, long time. Is there really anything to be afraid of? Get ready to discover the chilling history of witches, the myths, the legends, the terrifying truth. And meet the witches of today who keep the mysterious ancient traditions alive. Are you prepared to face your fears? Because Truth or Scare is going to face the truth about witches. Witches, wizards, warlocks. They've been known since the Stone Age for mysterious rituals, spells, and their belief they can bend the forces of nature. Today, witches are the subject of best-selling books, video games, movies, and of course, TV shows. But stories have been told about them for centuries, and the true history of witches is the most shocking story of all. But to try and get to the truth, we have to go back to the beginning, to a time before history itself, where their mystical traditions were born. Egyptian priests, African shamans, and the secretive, mysterious druids in the United Kingdom and Europe were just some of the many who claimed they could cast magic spells, predict the future, or even control the forces of nature. And they tried to use these powers to make people's hard lives just a little bit easier. Nothing scary about that. Could they actually do these things? No one knows for sure, but some claim their magic has done remarkable things. Like Stonehenge, a massive stone structure in England that some believe was built by the Druids. According to legend, a wizard named Merlin, who some say was a Druid himself, magically transported the stones here from hundreds of miles away. Hard to believe? Well, geologists have examined Stonehenge, and they confirmed that some of the huge stones did come from distant lands in Wales. In light of this fact, many today remain convinced that the stones were moved by Merlin's supernatural powers. But others say someone or something else must have moved them. Some theories state that humans had the capability of moving the stones by other methods, without magic. We may never know if it was magic that built Stonehenge, but we do know this. In the year 1000 AD, Christianity became popular in the British Isles, and things started to change for the people who practiced the mystical arts. They were looked at suspiciously and labeled witches. By 1563, British law made being a witch illegal. A few years later, King James made new laws that said witches were under the control of demonic forces. Now, if you were accused of being a witch, it was serious business. You might be found guilty in a trial, or even tortured until you confessed. Either way, your fate was usually the same. It was madness. But thankfully, it didn't last long. In less than 100 years, England had stopped executing people for being witches. But people's fear of witches didn't disappear completely. In fact, it traveled across the Atlantic Ocean, bringing hysteria to the New World. Alone in an attic, late at night, did a group of girls actually come under attack by witches? Salem, Massachusetts is plunged into madness. Next on Truth or Scare. What if you could be tricked into becoming a witch? When the Puritans came to the New World from England, they brought along their belief that the devil had power over everyone. And in 1692, many say that belief drove the town of Salem, Massachusetts, to the edge of insanity. The Puritans had come to New England in the late 1600s to live a simple and religious life. Many of them settled in Salem, Massachusetts. But towards the end of the century, some Puritans in Salem didn't like what they saw happening. The town was growing and changing. The port was filled with ships, and new businesses were booming. Many felt this prosperity would harm the pure, simple life they had come for. And historians say this made them fear that the town might be under the influence of the devil. The belief was that he could trick you into signing his book. After that, you'd be given dangerous magical powers. Powers you could use to hurt other people, even kill them. You would be a witch. Was the devil at work in Salem? Samuel Parris thought so, and said so. He was the top minister in town, and many say his sermons made a lot of people suspicious of their neighbors. The situation was getting tense. And then it exploded. On a cold winter's night in 1692, in the minister's own home, the hysteria began. Reverend Parris's 9-year-old daughter, Betty, and her friends were having their fortunes told by Tituba, the minister's slave. The only problem was, fortune-telling was forbidden. But Betty and her friends didn't care. They were spellbound. But then suddenly, one of the girls saw something. Floating in the air was the terrifying vision of a white coffin. But the terror was only beginning. Betty began to have convulsions, flailing, shaking, thrashing, and screaming, like she was being attacked by some terrifying, invisible creature. Then, the same thing started with Abigail, her 11-year-old cousin. Uncontrollable, horrifying fits, totally out of nowhere. Reverend Parris sent for the village doctor, but he couldn't find anything wrong with the girls. For a Puritan in 1692, that left only one explanation. The evil hand is upon them, he said. He meant, of course, the evil hand of a witch. Over the next few days, none of the girls got better. And then, other girls in the village suddenly became afflicted too. Reverend Parris brought in other ministers to help him, and demanded that the girls tell them who had cast this evil spell. Tired and desperate, the girls broke down and named 3 names.
Tituba.
Tituba.
One was Reverend Parris's fortune-telling slave.
Are there others?
Sarah Good.
One was a beggar.
And are there others?
Sarah husband.
And the other was a sick old woman who had shocked the town when she married one of her servants. On February 29th, the three women were officially arrested for being witches and brought to the town meeting house to face the charges. Reverend Paris's slave, Tituba, was brought before the magistrate, and for the first time ever in Salem, someone confessed to being a witch.
The devil came to me and bid me serve him.
Not only did Tituba claim that she served the devil, she confirmed the girls' stories that Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne were also witches. And she gave wild descriptions of how they all rode on broomsticks to their meetings with the devil in Reverend Paris's pasture. But the biggest bombshell was her claim that there were other witches at these meetings. Witches that she couldn't recognize. Who were those other witches? Suddenly, it seemed like anyone might be accused. And starting on March 1st, 1692, that's exactly what started to happen. The witch hunt had begun. It's neighbor against neighbor as the witch trials begin, and death comes to Salem. Next on Truth or Scare. Imagine if you could lose your life just because someone said you were a witch. Well, in 1692 in Salem, the claims of the girls in the attic shocked the entire town. Now the question was, were they telling the truth? Historians say it didn't really matter. None of the accused witches were given lawyers, and all of them were pretty much seen as guilty until proven innocent. Their moles, warts, even their zits were seen as marks of evil. And even if their skin was clear, they still couldn't escape what the court said was the most incriminating evidence of all. It was called spectral evidence. The things that the girls said they saw were taken as cold, hard fact. Ann Putnam, who had been in the attic that night, testified against Sarah Good.
I saw the apparition of Sarah Good. She did torture me most grievously. She did pinch me and prick me and urge me vehemently to write in her book.
Once the trial started, the accusations didn't stop. Even some adults were starting to point the finger, and it seemed like everyone was a suspect. Even Rebecca Nurse. She was a grandmother and a respected member of the church. But when Ann Putnam accused her of being a witch, this frail 71-year-old woman was dragged to court to face the charges.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me this morning.
Rebecca Nurse, do you not see these afflicted persons and hear them accuse you?
The good Lord knows I have not hurt them. I am an innocent person.
She was then found guilty. Many say that the people of Salem had completely lost their grip on reality. Even family ties meant nothing. Sarah Good's 5-year-old daughter testified that her mother had actually recruited her to be a witch. Then, a local farmer was arrested, put on trial and convicted, all based on his granddaughter's testimony. Over the summer of 1692, a total of 19 people were convicted and hanged for being witches, including a minister. As the convictions piled up, historians say that some of the accused were so desperate to escape hanging, they confessed. Confessing bought them some time. Time, they hoped, would give Salem a chance to come to its senses. And by the end of 1692, it did. Ministers all over Massachusetts began to question the evidence that had been presented, especially the spectral evidence. all those spirits that only the girls could see. One of the judges even quit. Finally, when the governor's wife was accused, it was clear that the nightmare of the witch hunt needed to end. Increase Mather, one of the most powerful ministers in Massachusetts, delivered a famous sermon in which he said,
"It were better that 10 suspected witches should go free than that one innocent person die. I'd rather judge a witch to be an honest woman than judge an honest woman to be a witch."
On October 29, 1692, the witch hunt was officially over. All the accused witches were let out of jail, and the convicted witches were pardoned. In 8 short months, 200 people had been accused and put in jail. 20 had been executed, and 5 had died in prison. They would be the last people in America ever to be put to death for being witches.
Sorrow and offense.
In the end, a lot of the accusers blamed their actions on the devil. They claimed they had been tricked into believing their neighbors were witches.
We are apt to lose all that's good.
But many historians today believe that this dark chapter in American history was really the result of the Puritans' extreme views. Views that helped create the kind of fear that can easily become hysteria. Other people see a kind of evil plot. They point the finger at the Puritans who used what happened on that cold February night to eliminate their enemies. Could that explain the bizarre accusation of Rebecca Nurse? She had once refused to sell some land to Ann Putnam's powerful father. Had he now used his own daughter for revenge? The mystery remains. The greatest mystery of all, what did happen in the attic on that cold February night? Next on Truth or Scare. History has shown that no one in Salem who was accused of being a witch was a witch. But there are still some unanswered questions, like what really happened to the girls in that attic in 1692. No one questions that on that night, Betty Paris and her friends suddenly went into convulsions and had hallucinations they were being attacked. But now that we know it wasn't their witch neighbors causing it, is it possible that the whole thing was an act? Richard Trask is a descendant of one of the accused witches and an expert on the Salem witch trials. He believes that even though what was happening to the girls wasn't the devil, it was real.
This wasn't kids pretending. This wasn't just a poor acting on the part of the kids. This was something that was physically happening to them.
It had been reported that some of the girls actually had strange sores appear on their bodies. One theory says that the answer might be found in something they ate. Could a simple slice of bread have caused these girls to see evil? Maybe. Back then, rye bread sometimes had a nasty fungus called ergot. It's not a problem today, but according to historian Mary Matosian, in 1692, people who ate bad rye bread had bad things happen.
They have uncontrollable fits of spasms in their muscles and uncontrollable writhing the whole body.
After that, hallucinations and the sensation that they are being bitten or poked by some sharp, invisible force.
And they frequently attribute these hallucinations to supernatural forces, usually evil.
And if the Puritans believed one thing, it was that witches were evil. And the rest, as they say, is Salem's tragic history. But it's a history that the town has learned from. Welcome back to modern-day Salem. But today, in the town where fear of witches destroyed so many lives, everything is different. Salem has embraced its past, and over 1 million visitors a year come here to experience its history for themselves. And maybe even get to meet a real witch. That's right, because even though all those people in 1692 were falsely accused of being witches, a growing community of people that openly call themselves witches feel right at home here in Salem. People like Laurie Cabot, and Laurie Cabot's not just any witch.
I'm the official witch of Salem, Massachusetts.
And what does it mean to be a witch? According to Laurie, it's not spooky at all. Just like the Druids, their ceremonies have nothing to do with evil or the devil, and never have.
We follow 2 major rules. Do what thou will and harm no one.
Witches, like Laurie, also believe in the law of 3. It says that anything they do that sends out energy, like spells or wishing for things, will come back to them 3 times more intensely.
The more generous you are, the more generous the world will be with you.
Put those 2 rules together, and it's pretty obvious that most modern-day witches want to do good, just like the ancient Druids and those that came before them.
May all blessings be yours, so mote it be.
Modern witches perform rituals that they believe can solve problems and help to change things about their lives. It's a lot like saying a prayer.
By earth, fire.
Laurie starts by casting a circle. This is a way of focusing her energy on the spell. Modern witches like Laurie say they conduct their ceremonies outdoors to be closer to the earth. And many of them believe there is an energy that flows through every living thing in the universe. These mystical ceremonies celebrate and respect nature, just like they did in the times of the Druids. And they link the witches of today with those who first practiced the mystical arts. It looks like the history of witches has come full circle, because both ancient and modern witches claim to harness nature through spells and rituals to improve their lives. But is their magic real? That's up to you to decide. But real or not, witches will always have the power to cast spells over our imaginations. The freezing cold waters of Loch Ness are deep, dark, and home to a monstrous mystery. People claim to have spotted it thousands of times. Locals, tourists, even a saint. But what are they seeing? Frightening, fascinating. Some say it's even been caught on film, but it's never been captured by nets. Is there really a terrifying beast alive deep in this mysterious Scottish lake? Or does it just exist in our imaginations? The Loch Ness Monster is coming for you, next on Truth or Scare. North of England, in Scotland, a huge mysterious creature lives in a remote lake. They call it the Loch Ness Monster. But is it just a story? Over 3,000 people claim they've seen the monster with their own eyes, but non-believers say that's just not enough evidence to prove it exists. Who's right? There's only one way to find out. Visit the Highlands of Scotland and head straight for the most mysterious lake in history, Loch Ness. But could a lake really be hiding a secret as gigantic as the monster some called Nessie? This lake could. It's 24 miles long and 800 feet deep. That's deep enough to put a 50-story building completely underwater. So who knows what could be living down there? The mystery started about 1,500 years ago, when a traveling monk got shock of his life. The year was 565 AD. Saint Columba, a holy man who was wandering the British Isles, stopped to pray at the edge of Loch Ness. Suddenly, he claimed that something like a long-necked horse came rising out of the waves. The monk was terrified. He held up a cross, almost like he was fighting a vampire, and yelled, "Stop! Go thou no further, nor touch man." Then, according to the story, the monster backed off and dove back down into the cold, dark water. Since then, plenty of other people claim to have seen things in the lake. Things that convince them the monster is still there, alive and well after all these years. In 1933, one shocking news story got the whole world wondering. A British newspaper reported giant footprints on the shore of the loch. A big game hunter named Marmaduke Wetherell said he'd found the prints, and the newspaper took it from there. If it were true, it would have been the biggest story of the century, and scientists from the British Museum of Natural History rushed out to examine the evidence. Their conclusion? The footprints were proof positive of a hoax. It turns out Marmaduke was playing a prank. The prints in the sand were made with a stuffed hippopotamus foot. But just because one story is fiction doesn't mean other reports can't be true. Only 1 year later, monster hunters everywhere got what some say was the first good look at Nessie. On April 19, 1934, Dr. Robert Wilson went hiking with a friend around Loch Ness. It's a good thing the doctor brought his camera, because according to him, this was the day that the monster decided to come up for air. Dr. Wilson couldn't believe his eyes. He took pictures as fast as he could and hoped that just one of them would turn out well. He got his wish. And there it is, in black and white. A long neck coming up from the deep. Monster, head and all. Finally, proof that the stories about the monster were true. But many still weren't convinced. They claimed the picture was a fake. And in recent years, a reliable source released information claiming that the famous surgeon's photo was nothing more than a piece of carved wood on top of a toy submarine. At the center of the prank was none other than famed Nessie hoaxer, Marmaduke Wetherell. It was starting to look like the only way to prove that Nessie existed was to go get her. Although the monster seemed to stay well hidden for decades, by the 1960s, scientists were also starting to get interested in Nessie. Tim Dinsdale was one of the first researchers to lead an all-out expedition into the unknown. He loaded up his movie camera and hit the shores of Loch Ness. People wanted hard evidence that the monster existed, and Tim believed he could get it. On April 23, 1960, he says he did just that. That day, Tim saw a strange shape was moving across the lake, and he was ready for it. He followed the unbelievable sight with his camera, capturing it on film forever. It stopped, turned, and then swam off to the other side of the lake. Is this in fact the head of the monster as it swims away, or just another hoax? The world's greatest monster hunter gets real deep as he searches for answers on the bottom of the lake. Next on Truth or Scare. Reports come in all the time about strange sightings in the lake. But sightings of what, exactly? Plenty of people want to uncover the truth about Loch Ness, but who's brave enough to go looking for it? Real-life monster hunters, that's who. Dr. Robert Rines is president of the Academy of Applied Science. As a cryptozoologist, Dr. Rines studies mythical creatures, and just happens to be the world's foremost expert on the Loch Ness Monster. And for him, there's no doubt about it, the monster exists. But Dr. Rines doesn't just rely on photographic evidence. He claims that when he was visiting a friend at the lake, he saw the monster with his own eyes.
Basil went out to get his pipe.
And he says, "Oh, I say, that can't be an upturned boat." And we all rushed out of the living room. We grabbed binoculars, and there we saw a big back of an animal.
An animal he'd never seen before, about 25 feet long. For more than 10 minutes, he stared through his binoculars at the lake, watching the monster surface and then disappear again under the freezing waves. After experiencing the monster for himself, Dr. Rines realized that the Loch Ness Monster could be one of the most important discoveries of our time. So Dr. Rines decided to prove once and for all that the mysterious Loch Ness Monster was alive. It was 1970. Dr. Rines put together a team of specialists and experienced deep-sea divers and led them down into the unknown of Loch Ness. To find the monster, they needed state-of-the-art technology, so the team's boat was equipped with strobe lights and sonar. The waters of Loch Ness are dark and murky, the perfect hiding place for a monster. So Dr. Rines used the sonar equipment to send sound waves out into the deep waters. Then, using the echoes they made, he could actually take pictures in total darkness. Unfortunately, the 1970 mission failed. No sightings or pictures of Nessie. But just 2 years later, Dr. Rines gave it another shot. 1972, the middle of a clear August night. The monster hunters had just lowered their cameras into the lake.
And all of a sudden, fish started to jump out of the water, and by golly, that was the extraordinary luck we had that year. We got a number of those pictures of big animals or parts of animals.
The pictures weren't clear at first, but by using special photo techniques, he managed to clean up the pictures and revealed an unbelievable image. It was the shape of a huge diamond-shaped flipper. It was the kind of evidence Dr. Rines had always hoped for, and now it looked like he finally had it.
Think of it, flipper, like a hen, anywhere from 4 to 6 feet long. And that's a pretty big animal that has a flipper like that. It looked like the kind of flipper that used to be on underwater dinosaurs called plesiosaurs, which we're told were dead 65 million years ago. So the mystery deepens.
Extinct for millions of years, or alive and well in Scotland. If he was right, the doctor's discovery would be truly historic. But it was just one blurry photo. Then, a few years later, in 1975, another photo was taken, and this one looked like the whole body of a plesiosaur.
This is the publication in Nature magazine, a scientific journal, showing the body, long neck, the head, and the mouth, which has the shape of an elasmosaurus or a plesiosaur.
Was this the answer to thousands of sightings over the years? There's only one way to find out. Prehistoric monsters come back to life, and the mystery of Loch Ness gets even bigger. Next on Truth or Scare. The most famous lake in Scotland is home to legendary stories, and maybe even a monster straight out of the age of dinosaurs. Plesiosaurs haven't been seen alive for over 60 million years, but some monster hunters claim one of these ancient marine reptiles is living in Loch Ness. At the end of the Mesozoic Age, the Earth was totally dominated by the dinosaurs. But the oceans were ruled by the plesiosaurs. This was 70 million years ago, way before evolution started working on humans. Fast forward to the modern world, and humans are all over the place. But to see a plesiosaur you've got to check out the Natural History Museum. Does Marinosaurus look familiar? Way back when, it lived in the Pacific Ocean along the coast of California. But don't call it a fish. Paleontologists know that plesiosaurs, like this one, were water-loving reptiles, like crocodiles. And their swimming skills came from giant flippers. Now do you recognize Marinosaurus? Some say it looks a lot like Dr. Ryan's photo. And guess what? Plesiosaurs sometimes had to come up for air, which would explain why there have been so many sightings at the surface of Loch Ness. But how in the world could an ancient sea creature still be alive today? It wouldn't be the first time. Not too long ago, some fishermen off the coast of South Africa caught a fish called a coelacanth. Only one problem: the coelacanth was extinct. Or that's what everyone thought. But paleontologists know that once in a while, animals from the ancient past can, in a way, come back to life. Dr. J.D. Stewart is an expert at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles.
Coelacanth is a good example. Now, in that case, we didn't know that they were alive. We knew 150 years ago, we knew them as fossils. And it wasn't until about 50 years ago that we found out they were still alive, and that was quite remarkable.
And Dr. Stewart says there are also still plenty of new species in the ocean just waiting to be discovered. Emery Christoph agrees. He's an underwater photographer, and he thinks we've only just begun to see what's lurking near the ocean floor.
I think it's very fair comment that we know more about the backside of the moon than we do about the bottom of the ocean. This is the water planet. We have maybe looked at 1% of the bottom of the ocean right now.
And what about the bottom of Loch Ness? It's 800 feet below the surface. Is it hiding an ancient reptile? Or maybe even a totally new, undiscovered species? A dive to the bottom of Loch Ness would be nothing to Emery. He's gone as deep as 6,000 feet. Way down there, he's seen new kinds of sharks that no one's even heard of. Big ones.
The largest meat-eating sharks, you don't see them. I mean, they're down there at 4,000 and 6,000 feet. Those sharks in the deep ocean would make a great white look like a guppy.
Emery's run into sharks as big as 28 feet, as long as a school bus. Pretty terrifying. But back in their day, plesiosaurs ate sharks like fish sticks. Plesiosaurs' teeth were deadly weapons. They were designed to close and lock down on all victims. Get bitten, and there was no escape. So if Nessie is a prehistoric predator, we know one thing. There would have to be tons of fish in the murky depths of Loch Ness for it to survive all this time. Emery Christoph says the lake is filled with a fish called Arctic char, which would be just fine with a plesiosaur.
There are enough Arctic char in Loch Ness really to feed any number of large animals, and that is the basis for a food chain.
Is science getting closer to an answer? Is the ancient Scottish lake really a plesiosaurus playground? Or is the legend of Loch Ness just sucking more people in? Emery Christoph explores the bottom of Loch Ness in search of the truth, and barely escapes with the scare of his life. Next on Truth or Scare. Witnesses have been telling stories about the Loch Ness Monster since the Middle Ages. Could they be true? Could Nessie actually be real? Or were people just seeing what they wanted to see? That's exactly what Emery Christoph thinks happened with Dr. Ryan's picture.
I think that the camera actually, in some bad weather, was dragged on the bottom, and the camera fell down on the side. It was shooting sideways on the bottom. It looks like it's a pebbly brown, and it looks to me like the bottom of the lake.
Emery has been a deep-sea photographer for years, so he knows his stuff. If this picture is just the bottom of the lake, well, then maybe there's no monster after all. According to him, there could be other explanations for all the best photographs of Nessie. When a boat goes by, it leaves ripples in the water called a wake. He believes those ripples are the humps that people see. But when Emery went diving in the lake to check it out for himself, he did get a creepy feeling. A feeling that he had company.
You're waiting for something to tap you on the shoulder back here. I mean, it was very spooky. It was very spooky diving.
Ralph White knows exactly what Emery's talking about. He still remembers the night he was diving in Loch Ness with Emery. The night they almost didn't make it back to shore.
I think the spookiest we ever got at Loch Ness was very late one night, and everybody was real apprehensive about going into Loch Ness at night, which is the normal feeding time for most animals. When I flipped off the boat, I remember going underwater and it was pitch black.
Suddenly, Ralph and Emery were hit by something powerful enough to knock off their diving masks. They headed straight for the surface, terrified that they wouldn't make it. What was it? Luckily, they got a photograph of the attacker. At last, evidence of Loch Ness's historic secret. Or not. It turned out to be nothing but an eel. Emery isn't giving up hope, though.
It could be hibernating. I mean, it may have gone south to Florida. There's all sorts of things. So just because you don't see it for a few years, that doesn't mean that maybe it has a sleep cycle.
And the other experts are right there with him. Paleontologist J.D. Stewart is looking forward to seeing his favorite monster again.
I think that as long as people continue to report unidentified animals in Loch Ness, I think the search for Nessie should continue.
And the most famous monster hunter of them all is getting ready for another deep safari. Because as big as Loch Ness is, Dr. Rhines believes there's always plenty of room for this shy monster to hide. And probably just as much room for our imaginations to run wild. Could thousands of witnesses for almost 1,500 years just be seeing things they want to see? Or is the Loch Ness monster real? Could it be a totally new animal species, or maybe a link from Earth's prehistoric past? Unfortunately, we're not much closer to an answer than the day Saint Columba claims he saw something in the waters of Loch Ness. And anytime the truth is this murky, be careful. You might just find a good scare anywhere. Imagine if you had a nightmare. And it came true. Or that you drew a perfect picture of something you'd never seen. Or it could cure the sick just by looking at a photograph. Would you be losing your mind? Or have you found a strange, new way to the truth? It's time to shine a light on the psychic mind with Truth or Scare. Do you know what I'm thinking? Well then, maybe, just maybe you're psychic. You wouldn't be the first person to make that claim. But is it all just a bunch of talk? Do we really have that sixth sense? That's the question that science is trying to answer. Sometimes it starts with a nightmare. Back in the fall of 1985, a woman had a terrible dream. The scariest part was that it seemed so real. Too real. But it was only a dream.
How do you just dream?
So she went back to sleep, safe in her husband's arms. But then, 2 weeks later, her husband's friend invited him to go on a hunting trip. The woman felt a chill deep in her bones. Her husband rarely went hunting. Was this more than a coincidence? With her nightmare flashing through her mind, she begged him to stay. When he asked her why, she was too embarrassed to admit that it's a dream. But then, how did she know? The hunter died in the woods that day. His wife's nightmare had become reality. Was it actually a vision of the future? Ask any skeptic, and they'll tell you it was a bizarre, tragic coincidence. That extrasensory perception is a figment of our imagination. But ask anyone on the street, most people admit they believe. At least a little. And even some scientists are convinced that ESP is real. Now, psychic investigator Dr. William Roll is looking for a way to prove it.
Up until the present, parapsychologists have been focused on proving that psychic phenomena occur. Now it's changing, and we are convinced that the phenomena are real, and the question now is, how do they happen?
Dr. Roll has investigated hundreds of cases. From the evidence, he's identified 2 different types of ESP. One is when people see into the future, like the woman's dream. The other is when people see events from the past, things they never experienced themselves and couldn't know about. That's what happened to college professor Dr. Peter Nelson. When he was on vacation in Edinburgh, Scotland, he claims he had a psychic vision, one he'll never forget.
So I entered this building at this address, and as I opened the door and walked in, I had an intense feeling of a kind of a shock wave. And I saw very clearly, visually, in my mind's eye, a man in workman's overalls falling from the top of the stairwell down through the stairwell. I knew instantly, as I saw that he had died in the bottom of the stairwell. Yes. And as I said, I'd never been to this building before. And it was a very clear inner eidetic image that I could see. I could see what he looked like. I could almost feel the moment of panic as he came off the scaffold.
Dr. Nelson asked his friends if a workman had died there. Their shocking answer? 2 years before, a painter had fallen from the skylight. By carefully questioning people like Dr. Nelson, Dr. Roll is developing his theory on where ESP comes from.
People who are psychic, or people who are more psychic than the rest of us, very often have had a stressful childhood. And the sort of heightened sensitivity seems to be because these people have their antennas out for pain, essentially.
Dr. Nelson knows the future will bring him many more glimpses of someone else's painful past. But he has no idea when the next psychic vision will strike. Is there any truth to this woman's amazing claim? Can she actually help cure the sick with her psychic powers? Find out when Truth or Scare continues. So far, we've met people who say they only have random access to their psychic powers. A dream of the future, a glimpse of the past, always without warning. But there are some who can summon their psychic gifts at will. At least, that's what they claim. Joan Windsor tries to help the sick using her mysterious abilities. Instead of medical training, she uses psychic power. Sick people from all over the world write to her for help. She professes to have the power of clairvoyance, the ability to solve mysteries with any of the facts. Out of desperation, these people have turned to her, hoping that she can diagnose their mysterious illnesses and figure out a treatment. Maybe even a cure.
I'm able to pick up the
a photograph, and I think that it has vibrations because I think everybody has a unique vibration. So if I can hold on to the photograph, I tune into that person.
The woman in this picture can't digest food without feeling intense pain. Her doctor had given her test after test, but the cause of her problem remains a mystery. Can Joan Windsor possibly see what all those medical tests missed?
This is an intuitive evaluation for Joyce White.
Joan's psychic vision was one of the woman's spine getting weaker and weaker. It turns out that when the woman was a child, she'd hurt herself while ice skating. Joan believes that injury is causing the woman's unbearable pain. Is this all too much to be believed? Well, Joan claims that doctors had confirmed 70% of her diagnoses. And, in this case, her clairvoyant diagnosis was picture perfect. And there are more than just a few believers in second sight. When Joe McMoneagle was a young man, he had a frightening near-death experience. Ever since, he says he has felt psychic powers. Back in the 1970s, the Central Intelligence Agency created the Stargate program. Joe and more than 20 others were hired to be psychic spies. Joe got right to work. From one of his visions, he diagrammed a new Russian submarine before it was even. Then he told the government where to look for it. About 4 months later, a satellite spotted the sub. It was just where Joe had said it would be.
So the way the information comes generally is in bits and pieces or fragments. It's sort of like getting parts or portions of a picture, not all simultaneously, but in bits and pieces.
Was it just luck? To put Joe's psychic powers to the test, the CIA sent an agent to a secret location. Joe was asked to find him. He drew pictures of windmills 100 miles from San Francisco, in exactly the area where the agent was standing. Joe was successful in his assignments, but those who don't believe in psychic powers like to point out that he was the only one. Overall, the psychic predictions in the Stargate program were about the same as if a person had guessed, but the believers are not discouraged. At the world-famous Rhine Institute in Durham, North Carolina, psychic research is being conducted every day. Researchers use something called remote viewing to test the mysterious phenomenon called mental telepathy. The remote viewing test requires two people, a sender and a receiver. A computer selects some photographs at random. The sender looks at them and concentrates on each image. Here, she's looking at a campsite in the middle of the woods. In another room, the receiver tries to picture what the sender is seeing.
I'd like you to look through Maggie's eyes and describe what you see.
The receiver concentrates, then draws the first images that appear in her mind.
A square?
Dr. James Broughton is the director of the Rhine Institute. If you ask him, we all have psychic potential. The question is, can we develop it?
I think psychic is precisely that. It's an ability, a human ability, nothing magical about it, and it's going to be there. Whether somebody believes it or not may control how much they deploy it, very much along the way that somebody may think they just have no musical ability, and every time they pick up an instrument, it kind of sounds lousy. Do they not believe in music, or do they just not have any faith in their own ability to deploy it?
Through something flat, through the tree trunks.
The experiment continues. The sender concentrates on other photographs. The receiver makes more drawings. Afterwards, Dr. Broughton compares the drawings to the photographs. Are the sender and receiver psychically connected? The answer is a definite maybe. The receiver picked up the campsite photo exactly, but her other drawings were a lot sketchier.
This trial, well, sort of in the middle, I guess. Neither a success or a failure. Successes are good. We have quite a few direct hits, which are, real nice to have, but we learn as much from the failures, the ones that aren't quite right, because we're trying to understand the process here.
Can humans sense when someone's watching them? Science sets out to try and prove it. When Truth or Scare returns. Question. Have you ever had the feeling that someone is watching you? It's a feeling we've all experienced. You're sitting there, minding your own business, and then you feel a chill. That unmistakable sense that someone is watching you. I mean, just think of how many times you have had that very same feeling. But when you turn, there's no one there.
The experiment is concerned with the remote detection of staring.
Dr. Richard Weissman is a professor at the University of Hertfordshire in England. He's not convinced that the feeling of being watched is a psychic one. So, he's conducting an experiment to see how well it is. The subject is monitored by a machine that works like a lie detector. His physical reactions are recorded to see if he can actually feel it when someone is watching him. For 20 minutes, Dr. Weissman will randomly stare at the subject's image. If the subject senses he's being watched, the monitors will detect the changes in his vital signs.
I think this experiment's interesting for a number of reasons. People come into it expecting it to be successful. They've had the experience of being stared at, turning around, seeing somebody looking at them. It's an everyday phenomena. And so they come in thinking that, yes, there might be something psychic going on here. And what I hope is that we actually find some strong evidence for psychic ability.
Unfortunately, this session was a failure. In fact, most of his remote viewing sessions are. Back in the United States, remote viewing tests like this are more successful. But those tests are usually by believers. Professor Weissman's research has shown that those tests are interpreted more favorably than ones given by more skeptical scientists like him. So, what is needed is an ESP test that can't be influenced by the personal opinions of the researchers. At the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, they believe they've developed that test. The university is one of the few in the world with a program in parapsychology, the study of psychic phenomena. Dr. Robert Morris runs that program, though most psychologists would probably not agree. He believes that the study of ESP is just as important as psychology itself.
We've been improving our techniques all along, partly because we've had access to more sophisticated procedures. The problems we have are problems shared by psychology, biology, and various other areas. So they've been developing new techniques as well. The computer has been very helpful.
That's because, like humans, process lots of information. But unlike people, they don't have opinions. They're the ultimate impartial scientists. And with them conducting the test, can the skeptics question the results? Could a boy's nightmare be the key to saving his family from tragedy? Next on Truth or Scare. The testing of human psychic abilities has finally entered the computer age. Now, it's up to a man-made brain to help determine the capacity of human psychic power.
And what we'll do next is go ahead and put on the eye shields. And I'd like to go ahead and start on your left-hand side. If you go ahead and close your eyes.
Welcome to the most advanced experiment ever devised to test psychic powers. First thing you need to do, cut a ping pong ball in half.
Go ahead and put those on.
Here at the University of Edinburgh, Simon is being given an Otto Gunsfeld test to see if he can read minds.
I'll fade down the white lights.
He'll be placed in a sensory deprivation chamber. The ping pong balls block out everything but light. The headphones remove all outside sounds. It's total isolation. Simon is the receiver in this experiment. In is the sender. A computer randomly chooses a video to show her. As she concentrates on that image, Simon will describe what he sees and feels.
feeling tension in my chest, my heart rate's going up. It's kind of sensation of claustrophobia and anxiety, kind of almost fear, but not quite. Image of space, people floating in space, sensation of water.
Okay, Simon, what we're going to do now is do the judging sequence. On the screen in front of you will come up your 4 possible choices.
Now, Simon looks at a series of images. He picks out any that he feels relate to what he saw in his mind's eye.
Okay, so you saw Simon's ratings, and so what he picked as his first choice. So tell us, what was the target?
Sea diving!
What Simon said was exactly right. And, so far, more than half the Otto Gansfield tests in Scotland have been successful. Results like that are more than just luck. It still doesn't prove conclusively that ESP exists, but it's made it a lot harder for non-believers to turn a blind eye. Still, the most amazing examples of psychic power aren't found in the lab. They're found right outside the front door. Like in the summer of 1993. That's when Perry Gamboa, an 11-year-old boy in California, had a dream that changed his life. He was taking a walk with his grandmother, his brother, and baby sister. He saw a smiling old woman. There was something strange about her. Then, suddenly, a van came flying down the street, out of control. Perry just watched, helpless, unable to move. But it was only a dream. Perry still remembered it a few weeks later. It's a good thing that he did, because that's when Perry did go for a walk with his family. And just like in his dream, he looked up to see that strange old woman. But this time, she was real. So when a van came flying around the corner, Perry knew what was about to happen. And because he did, his family's lives were saved. It's only one story. But when you add all of them up, possibilities are mind-boggling. Is the future happening now? Just like those glimpses of the past that some people can see happening around us today? And if we can truly see into the future, is it actually possible to change it? So many questions with answers that might make some people a little uneasy. It can be terrifying to confront the unknown psychic potential of the human mind. Fortunately, science continues to search for that proof of potential. Imagine what we might do. Read someone else's thoughts, save lives, and maybe even see a picture of the future. Late at night, when you can't sleep, have you ever looked up at the sky and wondered? Are we alone in the universe? In 1947, some people thought that they'd found out the answer. And it told us aliens might be right here. Could flying saucers full of real live aliens have actually crashed into the Earth? Are they secretly being studied right now in this top-secret location? Have UFO believers lost their minds? Or have they discovered the truth? We're going on a tour of America's UFO hotspots. And who knows what we might find today on Truth or Scare. Throughout history, people have wondered if there are other beings in the universe. First it was demons, then ghosts. In the 20th century, our fascination focused on aliens. In 1938, many people thought Orson Welles' radio broadcast of War of the Worlds was a real news bulletin reporting an alien invasion of planet Earth. At first, people were terrified, but the panic didn't last long. Obviously, aliens could never really come here. At least not for another 9 years. Back in 1947, Roswell, New Mexico was just your average, sleepy desert town. But on a rainy 4th of July night, Roswell woke up. With a bang. People all over town heard a loud explosion. Most of them thought, probably just some thunder. But a rancher named Mac Brazel thought it sounded like something else. The next morning when he headed out to check on his cattle, he found out he was right. Metal debris which looked strangely like simple tinfoil was everywhere. It looked like some kind of rocket or airplane had crashed. But what? Just a few miles away was Roswell Air Force Base. Had one of their planes gone down on Mac's ranch? He took some of the metal into Roswell to show the sheriff. The sheriff had no idea what it was. He checked to find out if any planes had been reported down that night. None had. The next stop, Roswell Air Force Base. But there were no answers there either. The U.S. Air Force said they'd never seen this kind of metal before. Reports say that the fragments had these weird designs on them, a lot like Egyptian hieroglyphics. Witnesses claimed you could just crumple the metal like aluminum foil. Even stranger, they claimed the metal would uncrumple and go back to its original shape. Have you ever seen aluminum foil do this? Could that strange metal have actually come from an alien spaceship? Up till then, UFOs had only been found in science fiction books, magazines, and movies. Unidentified flying objects are Ted Lohman's specialty. As a UFO investigator, he believes the Air Force didn't know what to think.
You have to remember, it was 1947 and World War II had just ended. They didn't know if it was people from other countries flying in here to harm us. I don't believe that they understand exactly what they found in that desert.
But they did understand. It was top secret. The Air Force immediately closed Mac Brazel's ranch to the public. Rumors were flying all over Roswell about what Mac had found. But soon, the Air Force believed it had discovered the truth. And it was Lieutenant Walter Haut's job to get that truth out. Walter was a public relations officer for the base. A few days after the bizarre crash, his commander called him into his office.
And he said, Haut, I want you to put out a press release to the effect that we have in our possession a flying saucer. I said, can I see it, Colonel? And his face just dropped a little bit, and he said, no.
Walter released the statement to the local newspaper and radio station. But this story wouldn't be local for long.
Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found on a ranch outside Roswell. The Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like.
This was long before cable TV and the internet, but the news spread like wildfire all over the planet. Just think about it. For the first time in history, a government was claiming to have proof, real evidence of a UFO. For some, this was all the evidence they needed. Aliens from another galaxy were out there, and they were headed for Earth. Overnight, people got hysterical. The same question was on everyone's mind. Who or what was flying it? If it were true, where were the aliens coming from? And were they coming for us? Coming up, the Air Force changes its story, but the mystery of Roswell refuses to go away. Next, on Truth or Scare. Imagine if a flying saucer crashed in your town today. Would you be intrigued, scared, or both? In 1947, when the U.S. military announced they'd found a spaceship in Roswell, some people got very nervous, while others simply wanted to know the truth. If the debris in Roswell truly was from a UFO, where did this thing come from? But instead of giving answers, the military changed their story. Suddenly, the official military statement claimed that it was just a weather balloon that had crashed at Roswell. It appeared aliens weren't invading, so everyone could relax. Or could they? Some people were still suspicious. They said the Air Force had to lie about the flying saucer because people were panicking. A few even wondered if there were aliens on board. Perhaps they had escaped. Were they living right here with us, disguised as people? But the military stuck to its new weather balloon story, which only made people that much more intent on finding a real alien spacecraft. After that rainy night in July, claims of UFO and alien sightings started coming in. From pilots, policemen, even military officers. Did they all just have flying saucers on the brain after Roswell? Or had they really seen something? Some Roswell residents say that a few days after the crash, alien bodies were brought to the Ballard Funeral Home. Still others claim they were shipped to a secret military base, where they were studied. Roswell historian Dennis Balthauser believes it all adds up. Well, to something.
There have been numerous reports of anywhere from 3 to 5 beings, possibility of one still alive when they got to the crash site. Something of extreme importance happened near Roswell in 1947.
Or was it all really just a case of mistaken identity? In 1997, with people still asking questions, the military said it again. The metal found on Mac Brazel's ranch was from a crashed weather balloon. And the alien bodies? The Air Force claimed they were crash dummies, dropped from an airplane during a test. Sounds logical, but many people, like Ted Lohman, still wonder, what did crash in Roswell on that rainy night in 1947?
What exactly happened, we don't know for sure. For 57 years, researchers, individuals, children, they go to this little town in Roswell to find out answers.
The UFO Museum, right in the middle of downtown Roswell, is a good place to start looking. And even though there aren't any actual aliens hanging out here, you might just run into the guy who started the whole Roswell craze. Walter Haut has never changed his story of how he put out that first Air Force press release back in 1947. And what does he think about all the strange claims that have come out since then?
Well, let me put it this way. I put out a press release to the effect that we have in our possession a flying saucer. From that, people started adding to it, and all of a sudden we had a bunch of aliens on board the ship, and it just grew and grew and grew.
And since then, it's kept on growing. The International UFO Museum is only one place to study aliens. Today, Roswell is World UFO Headquarters. Some visitors might be hoping that the town gets visited by another flying saucer. Some say it will never happen. But nearly half of all Americans believe there is intelligent life in the universe. Tom McDonough is a scientist, and scientists demand proof. Does he think aliens could have actually crashed that night in Roswell?
I can't be absolutely certain that there wasn't a flying saucer that crashed there. It's just that I look for evidence of some kind of alien technology.
And according to Tom, that evidence has never been discovered at any UFO site, including Roswell. Others have claimed that technology obtained from the Roswell crash site led to inventions like fiber optics and microprocessors, which we use in our everyday lives. Is there evidence to this theory that's being kept secret? See where some say the military keeps its darkest secrets. Find out next on Truth or Scare. If a spacecraft did crash back in 1947, then someone, or something must have been flying it, right? And where are they now? Some say the alien visitors were taken to a secret government lab called Area 51. What does the government say? That Area 51 doesn't even exist. Let's take a trip to the Nevada desert and hit the brakes in the tiny town of Rachel. Population, less than 100. Just over these hills, some of Rachel's residents work here. So even though the government says Area 51 doesn't officially exist, that didn't stop them from putting up a few signs to let you know that it does. But they also put up this gate that sends a very clear message: keep out. What are they hiding? Some say this is where the military tests out its top-secret experimental aircraft. But some, like Ken Storch, believe the top-secret work here is all about aliens. Ken's a police officer in Colorado and a true believer in visitors from other worlds.
We are here in Rachel, Nevada, and right over there is Area 51, probably one of the most secret, sensitive installations on the planet. I think that debris from the Roswell crash was probably brought here, analyzed, trying to see what made it tick, and a lot of the debris is probably still on that base.
Ken claims to have witnessed a UFO incident when he was in the Air Force. Then, he says, he was ordered to never discuss it. Ever since then, Ken has been on a mission to uncover the truth. Were those unidentified flying objects designed by the US military here on Earth? Or were they from outer space? That's why Ken is here. He's hoping he can solve the mystery, once and for all. Easier said than done, because there's no way Ken, or anyone, is getting past that gate. But believers claim there's plenty to see on the outside, too. Dave Esofin claims he knows that the military is testing super-secret aircraft here, like the stealth fighter, and that some of those are probably mistaken for alien spacecraft. But believers like Dave say there's just a little too much going on in the skies over Rachel.
This is one of the UFO hotspots. Come right here to Rachel, and you'll have a good chance of seeing something. Yeah, I've seen them before, but not quite like this. This topped them all, man.
Like most people who live here, Connie West says she's seen more UFOs than she can count.
There's a lot of things in our sky around here that are unexplainable. You know, masses of lights that move. They cover the moon.
When she's not watching the skies, Connie runs a local eatery, the Little A-Lee Inn. Little alien, get it? If you're in the market for something alien, this is the place for you. And even if you don't have a real close encounter, you can always tell people that you saw a flying saucer.
What we have here is a classic design of a flying saucer. And this is based upon from some of the photographs and actual videos taken of an unidentified flying object. And as you can see, it's a smooth metal, which helps it aerodynamically to fly in any direction that it chooses to go, up, down, sideways. And if all we need is an engine, and maybe we can get this puppy to fly.
But as fun as it is to hang out at the Little A-Lee Inn, everyone knows that what goes on over the hills in Area 51 is serious business. And it doesn't get more serious than government secrets. Find out what happens when our UFO investigation tries to enter the most top-secret base in the country. Next on Truth or Scare. Ever been inside Area 51? Chances are the answer is no. The US government makes sure that no one gets in there without top-secret security clearance. But some UFO hunters are determined to find out what's inside Area 51, even if they have to take the ultimate risk. Ken Storch will not be denied. After decades of researching the Roswell crash, he's fed up with the excuses from the military. Today, he's heading for the gates of Area 51, no matter what the cost.
I have been investigating the UFO phenomena for over 30 years and talked to enough credible people that leads me to believe, as an investigator, there is a possibility they're here.
But how's he ever going to get past security to prove his theory? Officer Storch has been doing some detective work. See, there's this hidden entrance he found on a deserted dirt road. Just one problem. He's so close to the security zone, he could get arrested for trespassing, or worse. That's not gonna stop Ken, though. He's driven by a burning curiosity. Ken's pushing his investigation right up to the edge.
The government likes to protect its secrets. If you go up there, you will see the signs that says that they'll use whatever force necessary to keep you and I off the base.
Uh-oh. Where'd that truck come from?
It's a safe bet that with Area 51, one of the more secure sites in the world, as you can see, they are going into the gate, and we're probably being watched and filmed ourselves as we speak.
That's enough to make even a tough cop like Ken a little edgy.
I have to admit, I'm a little nervous standing here because when that vehicle went by, they were probably watching us as we were watching them. And it is anybody's guess what could happen if you were to push the envelope or the issue concerning the secrecy surrounding that base.
Looks like Ken's thinking it might be time to go. Now.
You know, I think we've probably overstayed our welcome here, and I think it's a good idea if we just go ahead and pack up and move on. This has been real interesting, but this has made me really nervous, and I think it's time that we go ahead and vamoose, get out of here.
While Ken got close to Area 51, he didn't come away with any more answers to the mystery that has been driving investigators like him for nearly half a century. But experts like astrophysicist Tom McDonough still say there's no mystery at all. The UFOs seen around Rachel, Nevada aren't alien, but out-of-this-world types of top-secret aircraft.
What's really going on at Area 51 is real military experiments with real secret aircraft. The United States is developing remotely piloted vehicles that don't have human beings in them, so it's not surprising that every now and then people who live near Area 51 see weird things in the sky.
If Tom is right, then people are seeing UFOs, but they're made right here on Earth. No little green men needed. But for Ken and all the other believers, there are still too many questions and too much secrecy. They won't be satisfied until they see what's inside Area 51 for themselves. So what do you think? For over 50 years, people have been speculating that aliens might have landed in New Mexico. Here's what's not speculation. Something did crash in the desert in 1947, and Area 51 is a real place. Could it be the final resting place of alien astronauts? Or a secret base where the most advanced military aircraft are tested? If the government won't reveal the answers, we might have to start looking for the truth somewhere else. In farmers' fields all over the world, everyone wants to know, what on earth is happening? Huge formations are appearing, out of nowhere. Some say they're man-made, others the work of angels. And there are those who believe they carry messages from another world. Could they be signs from above, or just an elaborate hoax? To find an Truth or Scare is going deep inside crop circles. They appear in the middle of nowhere, practically out of nowhere. Gigantic, complex designs in farmers' fields, with some say unexplained energies and bizarre balls of light inside the formations themselves. They're called simply crop circles, but as you're about to find out, there is nothing simple about. 300 years ago, the first documented crop circles were believed to be made by fairies and elves. In 1678, this ancient pamphlet claimed the mowing devil of Hertfordshire was responsible. Was it just an early prankster, or something much harder to explain? Through 1970, almost 200 more designs would appear in the fields of central England. But starting in the 1980s, crop circles started forming faster than people could count. Now, investigators started appearing just as fast, determined to solve the mystery. Peter Sorensen is one of the investigators who started traveling to England each summer in the early 1990s to study the bizarre phenomenon.
Was still in what we call the golden age of crop circles. And there was magic in the air, definitely powerful. And we would go to these crop circles, and it was also always a race to see who could get to the crop circle first.
Peter says that each summer during that time, dozens of formations would appear every night. Spellbinding designs, some as big as 3 soccer fields. Crop circle investigator John Rixey Moore was there.
Around 1991, these formations became very elaborate. They became much more complex geometrically. They began to look like things in my geometry textbook from high school.
There were designs that looked like DNA code, others like constellations of stars. Some investigators even saw signs of an unknown alien language. They began to wonder if the circles were actually an urgent coded message. And if we didn't crack the code, and soon, the human race might be in deep, deep trouble. But at the same time, others said the designs were directly connected to ancient cultures right here on Earth. These people claim that many of the circles seem to use the same type of geometry used to create the great Egyptian and Aztec pyramids. And that others clearly look like well-known religious symbols, like the Star of David or the Celtic cross. In fact, a lot of the designs seem to be linked to the ancient Celts, a mysterious culture that lived here in England over 1,000 years ago. The Celts built many sacred sites here that some investigators believe are directly related to the crop circles. Sites like the legendary Stonehenge. Over 90% of the crop circles in England are within 40 miles of the mysterious structure. The designs even appear to be in direct alignment with the sacred sites.
England has many ancient sites that peoples from thousands of years ago used as sacred places of worship and ceremony. And you can draw lines connecting each of these places on a map, and you will find that these crop circles appear along these lines.
Researchers call them ley lines. Some believe that they are just prehistoric trading routes, but others are convinced they're actually highways of the Earth's magnetic energy, moving right under our feet, crisscrossing the English countryside. The theories come and go, but the mysteries behind the crop circles remain. Are crop circles the work of humans here on Earth? A message from another time or place? Shocking news splits the crop circle community in two. Next on Truth or Scare. Since the early 1980s, crop circle investigators have been dying to discover just who or what is creating these bizarre designs all over the English countryside. Some say the answer came in 1991, when a shocking revelation rocked the crop circle world. Since the 1980s, central England's countryside has been crop circle central. The designs appeared almost non-stop. and the questions for investigators keep piling up. Who was doing this, and why? Then, in 1991, everything changed. That's when two men named Doug and Dave came forward and claimed that since the 1970s, they had made hundreds of crop circles. How? With just a wooden board and some rope. At first, investigator Peter Sorensen didn't buy Doug and Dave's claim. How could two guys with a board and a rope create designs as perfectly shaped as the ones he'd studied? So Peter decided to conduct an experiment. He paid some farmers to let him use their fields so he could make his own crop circles. One person stands in the center of the field holding one end of a long rope. Then someone on the other end stretches the rope out tight and walks in a circle around the person in the center, trampling the crops.
You get out what's called a stomping board, which is a piece of wood. You put it on the ground. It's got two ropes. Put your foot on it and you push the crop down and step forward, push the crop down and step forward. And that's the main method of flattening the crop.
Pretty soon they'd have it. A genuine state-of-the-art crop circle. That summer, Peter secretly made crop circles all over central England, positive his fellow experts would not be fooled. But each and every time, they were. From that point on, Peter had to admit it. The whole phenomena was probably very easy to explain.
In the beginning, I thought they were angels, and now I know that they're made by human beings.
But many investigators disagreed. Sure, they said, some of the circles were fakes. But what about the designs with hundreds of circles, or squares, perfectly aligned? Researcher Sean Randall is convinced that the mystery behind most crop circles is still unsolved.
There are a lot of man-made circles, a lot of hoaxed crop circles, but that doesn't take away from the vast numbers that are very authentic. The true, beautiful ones that appear in a matter of minutes and in the pouring rain.
And how, many say, do you explain this? In 1996, a pilot flying above the legendary monument of Stonehenge reported nothing unusual. But only 15 minutes later, this formation was clearly visible near the sacred site. With over 150 layered circles, this incredible design was 900 feet long. And even though the area is heavily guarded by Stonehenge security, somehow no one witnessed a thing. And it's not like people haven't tried. Researchers using highly sensitive surveillance equipment have staked out fields all night, waiting to catch some hoaxers in the act. But even then, massive crop circles have appeared undetected, practically under their noses. To some, it all adds up to something non-human behind many of the circles. Some researchers estimate that 80% of crop circles can be accounted for by humans, but the rest are still a mystery. And John Rixey Moore thinks the differences are obvious.
In a fake man-made one, the grain is pushed straight over, usually with boards. But in a real crop circle, the grain is very, very flat and it's interwoven. It lies on the ground interwoven like a blanket.
Could human beings possibly do that? The answer is yet another mystery, but it's definitely not the last one. Mysterious balls of light, unexplained magnetic forces, the latest amazing claims from inside the crop circles. Next on Truth or Scare. The recent crop circle frenzy has proven one thing. Crop circles can and will be faked. Still, there are a few things that even the hoaxers can't explain. Like what some say happens when they step into the circles themselves. Researcher Ed Sherwood knows firsthand what it's like to actually enter a new formation.
There have been some truly magnificent formations, of which when you walk into them, you feel like you're walking into a cathedral or a church, a sacred space.
Many researchers are convinced that most of the English crop circles are connected with ancient sacred sites, and some even believe that the sites and circles line up along mysterious highways of the Earth's energy. Barbara Lamb has written a book on the subject.
There seemed to be an energy just rising up from the ground where the stalks had been so beautifully laid over. I could feel it in my body.
And not alone. In the summer of 2002, John Rixey Moore was making a video documentary on the crop circle craze. John couldn't say for sure if the circles are a hoax, but says there is something happening in those fields that would be impossible to fake.
There is a powerful electromagnetic energy field in a crop circle. It slowly gets weaker over the weeks that the formation is there, but when it's fresh, this is a very strong energy force.
But in the end, there's no way to prove for sure what someone says they felt. They could be making everything up, or it could all just be happening in their minds. But machines don't have minds, and they can't lie. So then what explains this? One day, while John was videotaping inside a circle, his camera battery suddenly went dead. And when John left the circle to get a new one from his car, the dead battery suddenly was back, at full strength. The same thing happens with cell phones. No signal inside the circle. Step out and make all the calls you want. And the list goes on. Compasses that can't locate north. Watches that stop telling time. Even airplanes have lost power as they've flown over a circle. Some major crop circle events have plunged entire towns into darkness. Are the hoaxers even trickier than we thought? Many say they would have to be, because several years after people first admitted to making crop circles, mysterious things just kept happening. Investigators say images of these mysterious balls of light are the best evidence that the crop circle phenomenon is real, and not the work of hoaxers. They call the lights luminosities, or plasmas. Reportedly, they make no noise, and many claim they seem to have an intelligence all their own. Some say they're part of the circle itself, but others believe they've come from above. Far, far above. Hovering spaceships, exploded wheat, maybe even a little mind control. The shocking claims that aliens are the true source of the circles. Next on Truth or Scare. Visit the central English countryside this summer, and you might get to experience a crop circle for yourself. But will your experience be unbelievable? A lot of the stories about these mysterious formations seem pretty far out there, and so are the explanations. There are some investigators who believe these bizarre symbols seem like some sort of alphabet, an alien alphabet. Could someone from another planet, or even another galaxy, actually be trying to communicate with us? Radio telescopes like this one in Chilbolton, England, search the sky for even the tiniest bit of alien communication. But has their answer been right outside their front door the entire time? Several crop circles have actually appeared right next to the radio telescope dish in Chilbolton. Most are simply beautiful designs, but some say that others look a lot like the kinds of coded information we sent out into space on the Voyager spacecraft. On top of that, they say some formations seem to represent galaxies, or maybe even identify Earth's exact location in the solar system. If they're right, are our galactic neighbors trying to tell us that they're watching? Ed and Chris Sherwood have been investigating crop circles since the 1980s. And they claim to have seen a lot of evidence that it's not just human beings flattening the crops.
We had a very dramatic UFO encounter while inside a crop circle formation at the dead of night.
What Ed witnessed was a mysterious floating object that didn't make noise. At first, he thought it was probably just a plasma, like people had reported from other crop circles. But there was something about this one.
This, my friends, I don't think is a plasma.
So what did he think it was?
This appears to be craft of some kind. And it's putting on quite a display.
Ed watched the object for over 9 minutes as it moved back and forth across a radio tower. Then, suddenly, it blinked out and disappeared. Was Ed just seeing things? There's no way to know for sure. But many other researchers claim to have seen UFOs near crop circles too. And Ed believes that the fact that we're seeing all these new, more complex formations is proof that we're finally going to make contact with the aliens who made them. But some say the best evidence of alien circle makers is in the circles themselves. Investigator John Rixey Moore says that sometimes plants inside the formations are changed. According to John, the grain stalks of some crop circles have been exploded. The result, he says, of a strange microwaving energy.
The heart of the grain has been burned and explodes out, and yet it doesn't kill the grain. The grain continues to grow this way and then starts back up again. It has been microwaved inside, and the stem has been exploded outward.
John also claims these crops don't die. In fact, they seem to grow faster a few days later. John says there's no way a human could do this to a plant. What he'd like to know now is just who can. Unfortunately, we may never know. But even though humans probably can't microwave entire fields of wheat, many researchers believe that the man-made crop circles are connected to alien messages. Some claim that when aliens see one of our circles, they reply by making one of their own. But others, like Barbara Lamb, say that the people who admit to making the formations are sometimes secretly influenced by an extraterrestrial force. Even Peter Sorensen, who is convinced that all crop circles are man-made, admits that the human circle makers might just be getting a little coaching from our friends in outer space.
I think it's entirely possible that extraterrestrials are involved in the crop circle phenomena in this sense. They may be the channel that is inspiring the artists to go out and make the plans.
Another interesting theory. And when it comes to explaining the mysterious phenomenon of crop circles, theories are pretty much all we have to go on. For now, at least. Are crop circles just the product of some creative, sneaky people? Or are they a message from a distant galaxy and a possible clue to our future? Some say the mystery's already been solved, but others believe these spectacular formations still have many secrets to reveal. Though no matter what you believe, one thing is for sure. The beautiful, magical crop circles will always send us a message of inspiration.